girl by my side. I tell them all the while, we don't have no gold nor oil, but we have wonderful people rich with beautiful smiles. From the hills to the mountains, every
Hello, testing. Hello, are you hearing? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of our country conference, History, Ancestry and Heritage, the Vincentian Identity from Whence We Came. We had a very lively and exciting day yesterday, and I want to welcome you to the second day, those of you in the hall here with us and listening from cyberspace. We are going to start today with a review by our rapporteur, Mrs. Marla Nanton James. Mrs. James, over to you.
Good morning, everyone, and it's a pleasure to report quickly on yesterday's proceedings. We started the day off nicely with a short opening ceremony, which featured a thought-provoking presentation on hidden histories and visible legacies delivered by Dr. Gary Denny. Then in session one, we looked at the Indigenous people and their continuing story amidst Eurocentrism and colonialism, spotlighting the early Vincentians who entered a new land, untouched and unspoilt by human beings. And a view was echoed that Vincentian sovereignty rarely emerged in the very processes through which those first Vincentians, before the coming of the Europeans, anchored their sense of identity. And we heard how the British colonizers, in an effort to divide and rule, gave their own versions of the lives of our early peoples. And with that has come a clarion call for us to overturn the colonial narrative and reconstruct the story of our Indigenous people. The spotlight was significantly shone on the Garifuna people, who, despite genocide, forcible land appropriation, and deportation, not only survived, but became a thriving community. We explored some of the intricacies of the very Garifuna existence and heard of myths particularly related to extinction, but overall the presentations gave a sense of how the Garifuna story is one of human resilience and struggle, one which points to the exigence of a strong sense of identity. Then in session two, we looked at the Scottish influence, Chatouillet and artifacts. And we heard arguments of how the interconnected networks of Northeast Scottish men, like Alexander Leith, were collectively responsible for dislocating and disrupting the landscape and culture of the island's African and Indigenous people, while simultaneously reconstructing the historical imagination of St. Vincent. We also zoomed in on the role of the British slavery, colonialism, and migration in the construction of identity with specific reference to surnames. Additionally, we looked at how the involvement of both of men from the north of Scotland after the ceding of St. Vincent to Britain resulted in their acquisition of significant wealth, and we uncovered the hidden history of Chatouillet's ladle, an artifact found in a London museum which speaks to the heritage of St. Vincent and the Garifuna people. And finally, in the third segment, women and Blackness became under the microscope. that came under the microscope. From an historical perspective, we looked at the evolution of women and the critical role women play in sustainable development. We also touched on the protection of the rights of women in the workforce and the importance of women's labor movements. And to wrap things up, we heard about some of the challenges facing Black Vincentian entrepreneurs, which the final presenter described as a highly unfriendly business environment. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a summary of day one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marla, and good morning, colleagues, and those of you joining us on the internet through the Zoom and YouTube. We welcome you warmly and thank you for continuing this journey with us today. So we move into our first session for day 2, and this session is entitled or captioned "The Indians, Portuguese, and the Indigenous Cultures." And to lead us off this morning, I'm happy to welcome my colleague and head of site, Mrs. Deborah Dalrymple, who is no stranger among us at all. Mrs. D, as we affectionately call her, is a social worker by training, but has been involved over the years, particularly in adult education, to an extent, youth work through the various other institutions and organizations that she is and has been a part of. And so, indeed, it's a privilege to welcome Mrs. Dalrymple to moderate this first session on day 2. Mrs. Dalrymple.
Thank you, Ronnie, and good morning again. This is our 4th session of the conference, and it's called "The Indians, the Portuguese, and the Indigenous Cultures." Our first presenter is Dr. Arnold Thomas. He's a retired diplomat and a professor of political science with over 40 years professional experience in diplomacy, development administration, teaching, research, management, and international business and development consulting. Currently, he is a member of the team of 4 historians commissioned by the SVG Ministry of Culture to write the history of SVG. Our second presenter is Dr. Joan Ferreira, who will be presenting on Luso-Caribbean diasporas, the cases of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Trinidad and Tobago. And our third presenter, Dr. Christina Welsh, unearthing the contribution of indigenous and enslaved African knowledge systems to the St. Vincent Botanical Gardens under Dr. Anderson, 1985 to 1811. Father Mark da Silva should have been also on this panel, but he is ill today and would not be presenting. Dr. Thomas, can I invite you to present on East Indians of St. Vincent and the Grenadines from indenture to the present?
Thank you. And Good morning, everyone. Good to see you all here again. And as we heard before, yesterday was a very exciting day. And we want to continue this excitement in learning about our own history, ancestry, and heritage. And in order to dramatize my presentation, I'd like to begin with a story, a boat story that goes like this. In November 1865, a boat by the name of I'll give you the name in a minute. Anyway, it left Calcutta with about over 500 people heading for Grenada and St. Vincent. On the 4th of January 1866, as the rendezvous Cape of Good Hope, a lady on board gave birth to a son. In fact, that family, it was the father, the mother, 2 sisters and a brother, and then a young boy was born on board the ship. On the 20th of January, 1866, as the boat was heading westwards across the Atlantic to St. Vincent, it was offshore in Barbados and the southeast coast in a bay called Skeets Reef. The boat ran into a reef, got stuck, it didn't sink, but it couldn't get away from the reef. And we are told that nearby there was a place called Maps Estate, and a lot of people saw what happened, came out, and rescued everyone. But the dramatic part was that the lady saw this mother with a newborn child clutching, and she came out and grabbed the child and gave the child some suck, some breastfeeding, as we would say. And according to the report we have in our records by the magistrate in Barbados, she said that humanitarian deed that Sarah Maynard did actually saved the life of that little boy. Well, friends, I want to tell you, were it not for that humanitarian deed that Sarah Maynard did on the 20th of January, 1866, I would not be here to tell you that story, because that young boy happened to be my maternal grandfather. So, since we're talking ancestry, every time I have an occasion to talk about the history of Indians, I say I must bring up this story because for me it is such a fantastic event. And I've been trying ever since to find Sarah Maynard's connection, because I was told, and this is how I connected that story. When I started my research here in St. Vincent back in 1994, I was told by one of my cousins that our grandfather, his name was Gangaram. Gangaram always tells the story that when they came from India, the mother brought with them a black nurse. I said, what? An indentured labor could come over here with a black nurse? And then the story fitted together. No, it wasn't a black nurse. It was Sarah Maynard. Apparently, Sarah Maynard must have had a child that she lost, and she was still doing some breastfeeding. So Sarah Maynard was that angel that saved the baby. So that's my little drama piece on the beginning of my presentation. I'm also excited being part of a group that, as was mentioned by Madam Chair, to do the history of St. Vincent. And I want to say this. We are very, very excited because we are now digging up the history of St. Vincent, and we are learning things that we have never learned before. We're digging up stuff that goes back hundreds of years, long before Columbus. And so, wow, we really must be excited about our little island of St. Vincent. Now to get on with my topic, I'm supposed to be talking about the Indians in St. Vincent, and I want to run through quickly the conditions under which they came, the conditions under which they lived in St. Vincent, and what happened over the years since they arrived here in St. Vincent. Well, as a little background to put it in context, there were three things that happened before that's more or less set the way for the coming of Indians to St. Vincent. First of all, it was the end of the slave trade, which meant that there weren't any more African slaves being imported into St. Vincent, at least coming from Africa. The second event was the bill, or when our colonial masters finally decided they want to end slavery. They started with the notion of apprenticeship. That was about 1834. And apprenticeship was supposed to last for about 6 years, but it ended in 1838 when slavery was finally abolished. So all those three events sort of formed the background to the coming of Indians in St. Vincent. Why is that so? Because those Africans were here to do one thing, to work on sugar estates and produce sugar to be sold in Europe and particularly in the United Kingdom. And that's what they did for a number of years. So by the time the Indians got here, and I'll get into more details about that, the background was already set for the coming of Indians as what they call indentured workers. And indentured workers they really came here when the template was already set up for them. And that template was what we call apprenticeship. In other words, under apprenticeship, they were not regarded as slaves, but in terms of the conditions under which they work, as one governor called them, it was a form of mitigated slavery. Because when the Indians came here under indenture, they came here with a lot of restrictions in terms of their pay, in terms of how they would live on the estates, in terms of where they would go and all of that. So there's been a lot of literature ever since written by people like Hugh Tinker, who have referred to the indentureship system as a new form of slavery. And as more and more as we get into our history of St. Vincent, I am convinced that indentureship was nothing but a new form of slavery. A lot of people don't want to hear that. I know some of my Indian colleagues, they don't want to hear that their foreparents were slaves, but the conditions under which you live on the estates, yes, they were slaves. Okay, so there was a lot of debate from the end of slavery up to the actual introduction of Indians. And those debates concerned a number of things. They were not, between the estate owners in St. Vincent, in other words, the colonial government here, and our government in England, they could not agree on all the conditions under which the new workers were to be brought in. And it took them quite a while. In the case of St. Vincent, the planters, they didn't want to pay the slaves, the indentured workers, or those who were coming in, as much as was being paid to those who had gone to Trinidad and Guyana, which was a shilling, sometimes even more than a shilling, like 1 shilling and 3 pence per day. They wanted to pay 8 and 10 pence. And it took a long while before the Indian government finally agreed to have Indians being sent to St. Vincent to work under this indenture system. So, on the 1st of June, 61, the ship called Travancore arrived in St. Vincent with 260 Indians. In fact, it left India with 258. And it's the first time in that kind of transportation, if you like, we hear about more people arriving in the country than actually leaving. Why? Because there were 2 births and no deaths on that first ship, which is really, really magnificent. And as a matter of fact, that ship that came from Madras, initially the Indians, the St. Vincent estate owners did not want to have workers from Madras because the Madrasis had a very, very bad name. Most of them were from the city. They didn't know anything about estate farming work, and they tended to be very unruly. And some of them, they had a reputation which lasted long after indenture for beating up people all over the place. So when India decided to send the first ship from Madras, the estate owners had no choice but to accept them. And fortunately, they turned out to be very, very good workers. And so things did not go very well on the estate during the early 60s. When the price of sugar went down, and as usual, every time the price of sugar would fall, the estate owners would reduce wages, or they would ask the workers on the estate to do more work. And in 1862, same thing happened on Mombentic Estate. And this was after we had the first shipment of Indians. On Mombentic Estate, the estate owners up there reduced wages and refused to give the workers their weekly thing of sugar, molasses, and rum. And because of that, because they did not get their molasses and rum, the workers on Mombentic Estate went on strike. And that became a calamity because the strike spread all over the island. And it was not until 1865, 66 that indentureship was revived again. So from if I include 1861, from 1861 until 1880, when the last ship came, there were 8 ships that brought 2,474 Indians from India under the system. How did they live on the estate? Well, things did not go too well for them because, like I said, the apprenticeship system that we've heard about became the template. That is, they would work in the estate, they could work long hours, they were not paid. In fact, they were being paid less than the freed slaves were being paid. And that's why the Africans, or blacks if you want to call them that, were not too happy with the Indians because they came here and took less wages than they were working for. So all of that combined, and the Indians were not very, very happy. When some Indians went back to India in 1871, the British government, they told the British government what was happening on the estates, and the British government said, no, we're not going to send any more Indians to St. Vincent. So no one was sent until later. It was only after conditions improved, both on the estates and within the sugar industry itself, that more ships came in. The last ship to arrive in St. Vincent was called the Lightning in 1880. Lightning came in 1880. And when they got to St. Vincent, things were not very good either. Things were very, very bad, and they had a lot of them had to put up with all the inconveniences. In the meantime, the estate themselves had refused to look after those people who were sick. Hospitals were supposed to be provided, but there were no more hospitals. Not to mention a lot of things like their gardens were not given support. And by 1882, there were a lot of complaints being made about conditions on the estates. As a matter of fact, over 80 complaints were received by the governor here in St. Vincent on the bad conditions under which to work and how the estates were not managed or were not keeping to their contracts. And as a result, an inquiry was held, and the inquiry found that things were not as bad as the Indians said, but were even worse. And things became even worse again on the estates. And in 1882, the Indians on Argyle Estate, which then had most of the Indians in St. Vincent, over 200, decided they had enough. And 50 Indians donned cutlass and hoe and marched barefooted from Argyle on the way to Kingstown to bring their complaints to the governor. And when they were leaving the estate, the manager cautioned them. His name was Mr. Mackenzie, and he said, you cannot leave the estate because, you know, according to the rules, you could not travel for more than 4 miles from the estate, and you have to have a written certificate, a written pass to say you have approval. Anyway, 50 Indians marched barefooted, and that was really, really a historic moment in the history of St. Vincent because no other group had ever done that thing, to march barefooted and to bring the protest straight to Kingstown to the governor. Well, they came, and 7 of their ringleaders were arrested. Why were they arrested? They were arrested on the charge of vagabondism. What is vagabondism? Vagabondism means you went more than the 4 miles allowed, you were allowed to travel from the estate. So when you travel from the estate for more than 4 miles without a pass, you are considered a vagabond. 7 of the ringleaders were arrested, thrown in jail. And nobody, not even the so-called protector of the Indians at the time, supported the Indians. It was a gentleman by the name of Smith, a lawyer, who took their case, took it to the colonial office, and later when the British heard about it, they said, well, if you can't find work for the Indians and under proper conditions, you should send them back to India. So then what happened, it became that march in St. Vincent, that protest march in Kingstown became the end, triggered the end of indentureship in St. Vincent. So from 1882 onwards, a lot of Indians tried to get back to India, and boats were being provided. As a matter of fact, in 1885, Kingstown was crowded again by Indians who were trying to get on the ship to get to India, but if they were not registered, they couldn't get on the ship. And so those who came on the Lightning in 1880, after expiration in 1885 of the indentureship, they decided to stay on. But when a gentleman by the name of Covins came down here to look at the situation in St. Vincent, he was told that there were no more indentured people. So by 1890, indentureship had finished. Okay, so just to jump ahead now, what happened to those people who remained in St. Vincent? There were a lot of changes among the Indians in St. Vincent. Those who remained, they came as Hindus, but they had to give up their religion, they had to give up their culture in order to assimilate, in order to acclimatize, and in order to become part of Vincentian society. So that's why even those who were born in India, they took on Christian names. So yours truly has a name like Thomas. You know, my grandfather's name was Gangaram or Kauliso. But between religion, they were forced, and there was a lot of proselytization by the churches. So most of the Indians who came here became Christians. Why so? Because it was just a small number. By the beginning of the Second World War, there were only about 600 Indians in St. Vincent. But before that, it was declined so much. There were no temples. They gave up the religion, they gave up the culture, they gave up the language, and they all became fully creolized, and so on. Then in 1930, most of the Indians, and I think I'm going to wrap up around it. Around about 1930, most of the Indians, like I said, about 200 Indians living in Argyle. The Argyle was then owned by a gentleman by the name of William Smith. Smith told the Indians who were living there that he's selling the estate to another person by the name of Hayward, and Hayward would not be so benevolent as he would. And he asked the Indians to whatever property they have to sell out, which means if they had any animals, sell off animals and buy the lands. So a bunch of Indians got together in Argyle and started buying lands all over acres and quarters. Those were estates that were being sold off by the lots. And they all moved out from Argyle Estate in the 1930s and formed the villages like Acres and Calder and Yambu and Richland Park. Those became the dominant Indian societies in St. Vincent. And as we know, over the years, most of the Indians have lost their religion. They've become Christians. They've learned English, become Creolized, and become part of the good old Vincentian society. Indians have become a long way since. You know, Indians have distinguished themselves in every professional field in St. Vincent, and we have made a good contribution to the development of this country. And unlike Guyana and Trinidad, we want to say that the Indians have been fully integrated and have become part and parcel of the good old Vincentian history, what's the other word? Ancestry and heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas. And you're so disciplined with the time, you know. He asked me to give him a 10-minute mark and then a 5-minute mark. So, you know, he kept on time. Thank you so much, Dr. Thomas. At this point, we would like to hear from Dr. Joan Ferreira, who would be giving us the background on the Luso-Caribbean and diasporas, cases of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Ferreira, please.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. This is my great pleasure to be with you virtually. Let me turn off my YouTube because I'm going to hear myself with the feedback. Okay. I would much rather be in St. Vincent right now, but thanks to Mrs. D, I'm able to be with you virtually and look forward to learning more about the Portuguese in St. Vincent from you and everyone online. So I'm just going to do a quick presentation on Luso-Caribbean diasporas. We normally think about the Luso diaspora of people mainly to Guyana, St. Vincent, Antigua, and Trinidad. And we normally think of them in terms of the 19th century. But I'm going to try to look at as much as I can in this time to see not only when the Portuguese from Madeira came to the Caribbean, especially the English-speaking Caribbean or the English official Caribbean or the former British Caribbean, but how they managed to spread across the Caribbean from St. Vincent to Antigua, Antigua to Trinidad, Guyana to everywhere, and that kind of intra-Caribbean migration. So I'll be looking at, according to Cohen, 1997, author writing about the different types of diasporas, looking at the labor diaspora, the victim diaspora, business and cultural diaspora, which tend to be kind of integrated, and possibilities for future research. The only diaspora I won't look at is the imperial diaspora or the colonial diaspora, because the Portuguese, obviously, in Trinidad and St. Vincent and Guyana and Antigua did not come as part of the imperial wave and colonize as they did in Brazil and Africa and Asia. So
we're looking at an Atlantic island just off the coast of Africa. So it's really an African island coming to the Antilles and other parts of the Americas. Century and some early 20th century Madeirans came to the Caribbean, the former British Caribbean, as both contract refugees, as military deserters and stowaways, as shopkeepers and small-scale entrepreneurs, and of course through family chain migration. If one relative found themselves to be relatively successful, more relatives would follow, neighborhoods would follow, people would send back for brides to Madeira, and so on. Then you had the 20th century waves, which were connected to World Wars I and II. So number of Madeirans came to Trinidad especially as shopkeepers and traders, and through the family connections and the chain migration I'm mentioning. So, and in the 20th century, after the 1910, 1940s periods, in those 3 or 4 decades, you still had Madeirans coming, at least to Trinidad, and I'm interested in finding out if any went to any of the other territories as well. So that's a brief overview of the reasons the Madeirans came to Trinidad, St. Vincent, and Guyana. Of course, we're going to try and focus on St. Vincent as much as possible. Under the British in the mid-19th century, these are some statistics from historians, focusing on the 4 territories I've named here, but of course others, other Madeirans went to Grenada, Jamaica, St. Kitts, and the British Virgin Islands. And there were other Madeirans who went to Martinique, Guadeloupe, and other non-British territories. So these figures are not the full picture. So for example, the Guyana picture has, in the first decade of migration, 12,000 Madeirans coming, according to one historian. But by the end of Madeiran migration to Guyana, there were 40,000. So 12,000 was just in the first 10 or so years. But by the by the 1860s, 1870s, Guyana was fully responsible for attracting most of Madeiran migration to the Caribbean. St. Vincent followed with a good number of 2,000 in that 5-year period. And I'm sure there were more. Antigua, another 2,500. And the figures for Trinidad are also very deceptive because that's just 1 year. And that doesn't give us the whole picture of Trinidad either. Trinidad ended up becoming one of the places where Guyanese Portuguese, Vincentian Portuguese, Antiguan Portuguese, Kitishans, everybody came here at some point. So our Trinidad and Tobago Portuguese community ended up growing because of the intra-Caribbean movements and the diaspora within the Caribbean. So some of the 1846 to 1848 ships to St. Vincent, the name Eliza keeps appearing. So this breakdown here that you will also have seen in Father Mark's book corresponds to the numbers here of 2,100 or 2,002 Madeirans in that 5-year period. And just give some of the interesting names of these boats and ships and all kinds of vessels. And so that's just some small numbers came, some fairly larger numbers came, and they came as indentured laborers. Dr. Thomas can tell us more about the indentured laborer side, where the Portuguese in St. Vincent worked. So in terms of the timeline, my focus here is on the 19th century, and I'm going to look at labor diasporas and victim diasporas, and as I said, not the imperial one. Some timeline highlights. The word I have here is illegal immigration to Trinidad kickstarted everything. But as a historian pointed out, it's not necessarily illegal, it's pre-legal and paralegal, because in that time there wasn't any prohibition against Portuguese coming to work in the Caribbean. But the story goes that in Trinidad, 144 or so Azorians from the island of Fayal in the Azores were smuggled into Trinidad on the north coast and had to cross the northern range to get to their estates. And most of the 2 shiploads of Azorians in that 1834 period died. The ones that survived sent a plea to the governor then to please send them back to the Azores. That wasn't a particularly happy story, but that was the beginning of the colonial migration of Madeirans and Azorians to the Caribbean. Now, the Madeirans first came to the English official Caribbean also in 1834, and pretty much under the same conditions as the Azorians, but they also came as some freed prisoners. These are reports from the archives in Madeira, that there were prisoners who were allowed to leave Madeira and be given some new lease on life by coming to Trinidad to work. But those aren't the only Portuguese who came here. There were others in St. Vincent long before, at the beginning of the 19th century. Others in Trinidad and Tobago, the Jewish migration, as early as 1630s, sailors passing through because of the relationship between the British Crown and the Portuguese Crown. But then in 1835, after that, that experience in 1834, which is not a happy one, the beginning of official Madeiran migration to the then British Caribbean, starting with Guyana, and Guyana proved to be a success. So many Madeirans went to Guyana, and in fact, Guyana was so successful that any returning or repatriated Madeirans going home with all their new wealth were called demuraristas, and there was a play based on these demerarans, and many reports in the newspapers, because to be as wealthy as a demeraran was a big thing in Madeira at the time. Those Madeirans that happened to make it big. So right after 10 years after 1835, Madeiran immigration started to St. Vincent before Trinidad, and then Trinidad had two waves. The labor diaspora also affected Trinidad because 1835 and 1845 in Guyana and St. Vincent were all about labor, but Trinidad also had what Cohen and others call the victim diaspora, because we had refugees, Presbyterian Portuguese refugees coming to Trinidad. They were called refugees, they were called exiles. I'm not sure if these Presbyterians went to St. Vincent as well. I'd love to find out. I hear some went to Guyana and some went to Antigua and to Suriname as well. So I'm looking forward to hearing more about that and visiting the Vincentian archives one day again. So the labor diaspora had three types that I've been able to identify. All about plantation labor at the time. So the illegal or paralegal or pre-legal laborers who came, the reason that they were paralegal was that they were not done with the state in mind. These were private farmers, private plantation owners, contractors who looked about to get labor wherever they could. The Canary Islands were also discussed as possible sources of labor, again, another Atlantic/African island. Then you had the contract laborers. The reports are that there wasn't any real indentureship going on in Trinidad, that the laborers who came in 1846 to Trinidad were of the contract kind, and they didn't have any penal sanctions against them for abandoning their work. And so in 1846, the same year that the contract laborers went to Trinidad, they opened a shop, because Portuguese opened a lot of shops. So in the first year that they came as laborers, they also opened shops. So I thought that was interesting, that they clearly had no sanctions to pay. And then, of course, the indentured laborers that we know about, especially in Guyana. So I just want to briefly touch on the push factors and the pull factors. So in Madeira, things were pretty bad at the time. Everything revolved, of course, around the socioeconomic issues. Some people say there was as it was a small island, there was so-called too many people, so-called overpopulation. But the point is there weren't enough jobs for everybody. Things were really bad. And people were reduced to misery and poverty. And so migration was a matter of survival. So we could call them labor diaspora or victim diaspora if we want, but they left because they needed to work. They didn't leave because they were persecuted or victimized. You could say that they were social victims or poverty victims. And then you also had the aliciadores, people who were paid to scour the countryside in Madeira from hilltop to valley for potential migrants. And they were, of course, basically lied to and told how great things were in the so-called New World. And those aliciadores in Madeira were more crucial to this migratory movement of Madeirans to the Caribbean than we know, because they were like the newspapers of the time telling people this is the place to go. And of course, they were paid, as I said, to get people to leave the island. And you had people willing to leave. Some other push factors, including from the socioeconomic perspective, there was the Civil War of 1828 to 1834, which affected especially the poorer islands of Portugal. And 1847 was a big year in the history of Madeira and was called the Year of Hunger, one deform, because there just wasn't enough to eat. There was a potato famine. There were later on there was a decline in the wine market, and there were vine diseases, unemployment, especially among the agricultural workers. So people just didn't have enough to eat, so they wanted to leave. Now, of course, apparently everybody wants to go back to Madeira. So quite interesting how things go in these cycles and circles. The pull factors, why do they come here versus Brazil? Some of them are actually on their way to Brazil, some were on their way to Venezuela, some were on their way to the US, but there were always Portuguese ships and British ships coming to the Caribbean carrying onions and garlic and potatoes and all kinds of things. Madeira wine was extremely common among the British in those days, and shopkeepers in Trinidad used to have lots of newspaper advertisements for Portuguese wines and Portuguese goods, because Portugal was an imperial power. So there was, and there were those alliances and treaties that Britain and Portugal enjoyed. And so the British used to go to Portugal, and so the Portuguese went to British territories. The other supposed pull factor was the higher wages that the aliciadores and others used as the main drawing card to draw people here. So you had the political framework and the relationship between the two countries, and then it was easy to come to the Caribbean. This is probably impossible to read, but I just want to mention that there's a number of newspaper articles in Trinidad about what happened in St. Vincent in terms of the Portuguese as well as St. Kitts. Because we were one British Caribbean, there was a lot of reporting about what went on in the other territories. So it seems that everybody knew everything about what was going on elsewhere. All the newspapers used to carry similar reports. So there were regular reports of what was going on in St. Vincent and Antigua and St. Kitts and Guyana when it came to the Portuguese, and that's just one that I managed to transcribe. So I just want to also mention some differences from the other territories and some brief comparisons based on numbers and locations. The Portuguese of Guyana, since there were 40,000 of them, they formed a majority within the Euro-Guyanese minority. Now, Guyana identifies the Portuguese separately from other Europeans and calls them a separate race. Of course, that's debatable, because the reason that they were seen as different was because of their entry level into the societies as low-level immigrants. In St. Vincent, the Portuguese formed a substantial minority, and in Trinidad, the Portuguese formed a minority within a minority. So Trinidad historically had the smallest number and then ended up having the biggest number of Portuguese. And there seems to be an increasing interest among Portuguese descendants to find out about their heritage. So unlike the Portuguese in other territories, it seems that, you all can correct me if I'm wrong, that those in the Portuguese in St. Vincent, at least in the early years, tended to have a strong geographical base, settling mainly in the Windward Valley and other areas. Whereas in Guyana, they were spread out between Demerara, Berbice, and Essequibo, big territories, big spaces, and Trinidad, and including Tobago after a while, all over the place. So like my great-grandfather, for example, he ended up in Icacos, which is way at the south of Trinidad, and there are no Portuguese there anymore. But basically people went wherever they could get opportunities to set up shops, and especially rum shops, and so on. So the victim diaspora, I won't talk about that much now, just to mention that there was great religious strife in 1844 to 1846 that had to do with a Protestant missionary, a Scottish Presbyterian. He went to Madeira for the sake of his wife's health, and then ended up being a missionary there and founding hospitals and schools. And then the Catholic Church was fine with the hospitals and schools part of it. But when the Madeirans, a few of them started to convert to Presbyterianism or Protestantism, that was when literally all hell broke loose, and one person was trampled in a stampede, people's houses were burned, libraries were burned, people had to escape. And so they were basically kicked out of Madeira, about 2,000 of them. Thanks. They ended up coming mainly to Trinidad and then the States and Hawaii. So Trinidad was the main receiving territory. And you could say that the refugees were actually a combination of labor and victim diasporas, because some of them bandwagoned on the whole labor thing, and they used their victim status to get jobs and start off in Trinidad and also Guyana. The business diaspora, we have people from St. Vincent who came to Trinidad, like Henry Alexander de Freitas and others I'll look at. This was the St. Vincent's biggest impact on Trinidad. Henry Alexander de Freitas, he was in politics for about 30 years, ended up as mayor of Port of Spain for a couple of years. And he's interesting, especially interesting to me because his father is said to have arrived in St. Vincent in 1824. And this is well before even 1834, and definitely before the 1845 arrivals. So this is what's interesting to me. So I want to know what happened in St. Vincent, where not only Mr. de Freitas, but there were others as well, including the Costas of Jewish origin, who were born in St. Vincent and ended up in Barbados. And the Jewish ones were even there long before. So this is an example of David Costa. He supposedly went to St. Vincent. He was born in St. Vincent around 1819, which meant that his Jewish Portuguese ancestors were there even well before. So there was also the cultural diaspora. As I mentioned, there were lots of newspaper reports. And this is an example. John Ferreira was visiting St. Vincent. Mr. and Mrs. Dandrad also went to the island ostensibly for business and relatives and so on. Matthew Gonzalez, a big success story, born in St. Vincent. He came to Trinidad and he was an innovator in the garment manufacturing industry, and obviously also a horse racing fan. That's him on the right there. Everybody knows, I'm sure, Alfonso Ribeiro. The name he was born in the States, but the name Ribeiro came to Trinidad. Some directly from Madeira, but his family came from St. Vincent. So Emmanuel Ribeiro St. Vincent on the left is the Albert Ribeiro is on the left. He was born in Trinidad, but he's the grandson of Emmanuel Ribeiro St. Vincent, and Albert is the grandfather of Alfonso. And of course, you can't not talk about Sil de Freitas, so S.G. de Freitas. He was born in Trinidad, so it's the other way around, from St. Vincent to Trinidad. From Trinidad to St. Vincent, and I'm sure most of you all know his success stories. So other family names in Trinidad: Anthony Neves, Joseph Martin, the Marx family, George F. Huggins. His mother was supposedly a De Silva from St. Vincent. And so future research, there's more and more genealogy groups like on Facebook and GetMatch, and they're pointing to the inter-Caribbean connections that I'm interested in among the various Portuguese communities across the Caribbean. We can't talk about Aruba, Curacao, and Bonaire, and Venezuela. They have a different history. There are many collaborations that are possible. João Adriano Ribeiro, he's from the University of Madeira. Some of you may know him. He went to St. Vincent a couple of times, and he really encouraged his students at the University of Madeira to investigate and research St. Vincent as much as possible. He published a book that is bilingual. So that we need translators and all kinds of things to get these collaborations going. So my conclusion is that there are intra-Caribbean secondary diasporas we don't know about, charting movements of peoples. The Catholic convent in Barbados drew a lot of people. People went to the UK to study. Wealthy Portuguese send their children overseas, including, as I said, Barbados and the UK. These diasporas funneled into community maintenance, so family trees and connections are all across the Caribbean. Businesses are linked to politics, and politics are linked to business, because many of the old politicians had businesses, and that helped them secure a financial base for their politicking in the old days, like the shops and rum shops. And as I mentioned, genealogy and social media are helping people to connect and reconnect, and to try to build a better picture of the past and who migrated from where. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines are playing a big role in this intra-Caribbean secondary diaspora. So that's it from me.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry, I am showing my ineptitude when it comes to technology. I was saying, Dr. Ferreira, that I'm apologizing because I did not introduce you properly. Properly, so anxious to hear about some of my own ancestry with the Portuguese in St. Vincent and Trinidad. I'd like to do so now with your permission. Dr. Joan Ferreira is a senior lecturer in linguistics at the UWI, St. Augustine, where she received her PhD. She completed a postgraduate diploma in the Brazilian Indigenous linguistics. Her interests include Portuguese language and culture in the Caribbean, French creoles, sociophonetics, and Bible translations. Thank you very much, Dr. Ferreira. I'd now like to introduce... You're very welcome. I'd like to introduce now Dr. Christina Welsh, who would be speaking on unearthing the contribution of indigenous and enslaved African knowledge systems to the St. Vincent Botanical Gardens under Dr. Anderson. It is not about the Indians or the Portuguese or enslaved persons, but we are going to hear how the knowledge and skill that comes from enslaved persons in African and indigenous background could in fact have been incorporated and perhaps not given the type of acknowledgement as it should. So Dr. Christina Welsh is a reader in religion at the University of Winchester, the UK. Her research specialization is in religion and material and visual culture. She currently works with Professor Finneran on heritage projects in the Anglo-Caribbean and is leading an international research project on the heritage of the St. Vincent Botanical Gardens. Thank you very much, Dr. Welsh. You're on now.
Yep, are you ready? Let me know when you're ready. Brilliant, thank you very much. Okay, so thank you for that introduction, Deborah. And thank you for accepting this paper as well. So I'm leading an international project funded by the Arts and Humanities Research Council, which is a UK funding body, to digitise, transcribe and interrogate archival material produced by Dr. Alexander Anderson, Superintendent of the St. Vincent Botanical Garden from 1785 to 1811. And these are held at various London archives. The main focus of the project is to unearth and document the contributions made by the Indigenous, then Carib, now Garifuna and or Kalinago, and enslaved African peoples to the garden, whose knowledge and physical labour fed into its successful development and to Western scientific knowledge more generally. This information will be made public, including, most importantly, to the garden itself, who currently have no access to these archives. And I'm working closely with the National Parks, Rivers and Beaches Authority. So this paper will provide an overview of the project aims and outcomes and give some initial findings. So these are just some screenshots of the material we're transcribing. As you can see, it's not an easy task. The paper's degraded, the ink also, and the way things were written back then is not the same as they were written today. All these documents were sent by Anderson to Britain as plant catalogues with plant specimens, natural histories of the region, and personal correspondence. There'll be a range of outputs which will be freely available to the public. This will include a pop-up exhibition that will be given to the garden. And on this slide are the logos of the project partners and stakeholders involved in the project. And as you can see, there's quite a few. The St. Vincent Botanical Garden has a long history, being the oldest in the tropics. Its establishment dates to June 1765, 2 years after the country was ceded to the British as part of the Treaty of Paris. At this point, the island came under control of the British War Office and effectively was a garrison. Fort Charlotte and Berkshire Hill began construction in 1763 and provided a base for the military, although militia were stationed in various parts of the island. The governor of the ceded territories at the time, General Robert Melville, visited the island to meet with Dr. George Young, the surgeon of the island's military hospital, and suggested the establishment of a botanical garden that would provide medicinal plants for the military that would help the British troops stay healthy enough to retain control. Melville ordered 6 acres of previously delegated military land to be set aside for this purpose and instructed Young to get information about Indigenous medicines from, quote, all quarters of the island and to obtain physical practices of the country from natives of experience and even old Caribs and slaves who dealt in cures, close quote, even if this had to be paid for and was against, quote, against his medical knowledge, close quote. As you can see from the last statement, there was a difference being made between the British medicinal knowledge and the medicinal know-how of Indigenous and enslaved peoples. No financial aid from London was forthcoming to support this garden, despite its obvious colonial and military benefits. But the War Office and the East India Company helped by supplying seeds and plants, and Young drew on his own contacts too. In 1773, Young produced a list of plants in the botanical garden which contained, quote, the most useful plants in time to become profitable articles of commerce, close quote. The medical knowledge was to become vital to the British because between 1769 and 1773, the first Carib War was fought when British encroachment into Carib territories was met with local resistance. Despite larger forces, the British were unable to defeat the Carib fighters. Beset with extensive sickness among the soldiery, eventually a treaty was negotiated that brought an end to the conflict. Notably, of the initial 2,273 British soldiers involved in the fighting, by May 1773, 72 soldiers had been killed, 80 wounded in the fighting, while 110 had been killed by disease and 428 were sick. It was, in effect, the poor health of the troops that led to the requirement for the truce. In this slide, you can see that there were 15 medical plants in the garden in 1773. And this slide notes 14 that had distinct purposes. There were no ornamentals at this time. Nothing was planted because it was pretty, everything had a use. In 1779, St. Vincent was captured by the French, and until 1783, when the land was returned to British rule, it was in French hands. During much of this time, the garden was developed by the French, but once the French realised they were losing the island, it was neglected. When Young returned to the garden in 1784, he found it badly deteriorated, with parts cultivated by local people who were growing cotton and tobacco. Given the scale of the restoration, Young suggested that the superintendentship be given over to someone else, and he recommended Alexander Anderson. Anderson had worked in a number of physic gardens in England and New York and had been employed in the military hospitals in St. Lucia that was headed up by Young. Indeed, Young had recruited Anderson to locate medicinal plants on St. Lucia. Anderson's appointment had the support of General Melville, as well as Sir Joseph Banks, who was scientific advisor to King George III, and General Robert Adair, who was Inspector General of the regimental hospitals and member of the War Department. Additionally, members of the East Indian Company supported Anderson's appointment. As such, we can see that the garden and its development was important to the military and the scientific world. This slide shows in pie chart form the makeup of the garden in 1785 when Anderson took over. As you can see, there are additions to the medical and purposeful plants. Note here the green section, which signifies exotic or ornamental plants. Born in 1748, Anderson was a Scot from Aberdeen who travelled widely. He died in 1811, and whilst in many ways this seems not that long ago, it has to be remembered that the world at the time was little different to that had been lived for thousands of years. For Anderson, the Bible was history. There was no notion of Darwinian evolution and rudimentary care in terms of medicine. Mary Seacole and Florence Nightingale had yet to transform nursing of sick and wounded people. Anderson was nothing short of totally dedicated to his role as superintendent of the garden. He added plants from personal exhibitions to Guyana, St. Lucia, Grenada, Barbados and Trinidad, and wrote natural histories of these places. Interestingly, these also contain telling information about him as a man. He also had plants and seeds sent to him from all over the world. Countries included those above, as well as the Bahamas, Virgin Islands, Grenadine Islands, Martinique, Jamaica, South America, North America, East Indies, Europe, including Kew Gardens in London, China and Tahiti, notably, obviously, via Captain Bligh's Providence. Some plants he gained from Carib gardens and so-called Negro provision grounds on St. Vincent, and he noted that some plants were brought to St. Vincent by the Caribs from a continent and other Carib islands, with some others coming by enslaved Africans from their homeland. His Hortus St. Vincentii, a detailed catalogue of plant species in the garden running to around 1,000 pages, noted some Carib and Negro plant uses. Annoyingly, Anderson is very unclear in terms of what he meant by Carib. In some of his personal correspondence and writing about St. Vincent, black Caribs are distinguished from yellow or island Caribs, but largely it's unclear which group he means. Anderson also sent plants and seeds to other islands, exchanging them with botanists and gardeners and giving them widely as gifts. He was tasked with sending plants and seeds to the Bahamas for their botanic garden, although the garden was never established. The consignment perished on the dockside. Given the importance of plants at this time, this must have caused him a great deal of distress. As Anderson developed the garden, so its role as a nursery for empire becomes clear. In these 4 pie charts, you can see clearly how the importance of medicinal, edible, and useful plants diminishes over time. The green pie slice shows plants he classed as exotics, curios, and ornamentals. Some of these did have uses, but at the time, either he did not know or valued the plant more for its beauty than its use. Having read all his writing, I can say he uses the term beautiful for plants more than any other description. One of the catalogues that I've analysed in depth for this project is a 1791 plant catalogue held by Kew Botanical Gardens. It includes information on plant cures. There are a few recipes for making up the cures, which indicates that they either were widely known or he did not gather the information on the proportions. The chart lists the number of cures he notes, but the most common cure, obstacles, has 9 remedies. I've been trying to find out what obstacles might be, and it's proving really tricky because digestive problems are listed separately, as are parasites. I'm assuming it's constipation, but I'm really not sure. Although this project is not about Anderson as a man, we've discovered some really interesting information about him. For instance, he refused to take what was known at the time as a Negro wife and was ridiculed because of it, as it was a common practice at the time. These so-called Negro wives were expected to cook, clean, and provide sexual services. Anderson employed a black illustrator named John Tiley, who was from Antigua. Some of Tiley's illustrations will feature in the exhibition. Tiley lived in the superintendent's cottage in the garden with Anderson and his wife, Elizabeth. Elizabeth had Antiguan connections. Interestingly, she was made deaf through an accident, and I will touch on this later, along with Anderson's deliberate use of disabled and elderly enslaved Africans to work in the garden. Also, Anderson tended his garden daily throughout the Second Carib War, often risking his life to save the plants. And despite everything, his dedication to his work is amazing. I've previously mentioned Anderson's Hortus, which he produced around 1800, and it includes a map of the garden, which I will talk about shortly. But here I've also included one of the illustrations by Tiley. It's remarkable not only because it is signed by him. Illustrations signed by Indigenous artists are incredibly unusual, but it is not only a botanical illustration with a mature breadfruit tree and sapling, but it shows an enslaved African worker at rest in its shade, which is again a very unusual feature. So to the map. What has been interesting about the map is that it details 12 then known as Negro houses in the garden grounds, and the Hortus has given information on the materials that these were likely made from. But whilst all this is interesting in itself, the houses were locked, and I've located a receipt detailing the cost of the locks. Other information I've located suggests that provision grounds, of which there are none in the garden, although I imagine the enslaved workers may have had some time in the evenings also, providing that the cane field workers, because for them it would have been different, they wouldn't have been allowed to tend at harvest time. As such, I'm assuming that the garden workers did their shift, tended their plot, doubtless taking some seeds and cuttings with them when they could, and returned to the garden to be locked in overnight. Other interesting information that the project has unearthed so far includes that few existing transcriptions of Anderson's work, largely by the Howards in the 1970s, are heavily edited and in places misleading. For example, in the history of the St. Vincent Botanical Garden, the Howards and Reverend Lansdowne Gilding's 1824 book on the garden ignored that enslaved African workers were working in the garden, let alone were locked in huts provided for them. This means that the role of these enslaved African workers played in the garden that made the garden thrive have been totally ignored. Also, the Howards, who had access to the Linnean archives, failed to mention that Anderson sought information about the plants from local Caribs and elderly slaves, and as such, the contribution of the knowledge systems made to Western science and keeping the colonizers as healthy as possible, especially the military, has been again ignored. However, these cures probably would kill you if they didn't cure you, as one included drinking rust. Kew Botanical Gardens are cross-referencing the historic cures with contemporary medicinal information to see if any have scientific merit, but clearly they're not including the one that means drinking rust. There's a lot of cures for poisons, stomach complaints and skin complaints, plus several for dirt eating by enslaved Africans. This was known as pica, and the jury is out on whether this was a form of deliberate suicide or an African cure for stomach disease. The practice of dirt eating is not uncommon, as one might imagine, and in the academic writing, we'll be exploring both of the angles. One thing I found fascinating was that several poisonous plants were used by the Caribs to intoxicate fish in rivers and ponds for easy catching. Again, information from Kew will tell us the levels of toxins these might have had to humans. Anderson wrote a vast quantity of material and thus could not have spent much time overseeing his enslaved African gardeners. He only had one overseer, and as such, these men would have been barely supervised, allowing them to take plants and seeds. As previously mentioned, Anderson largely employed disabled and enslaved elderly African workers, men, to work in the garden. This meant a lower cost for him, but also, I suggest, these were probably men who had good plant knowledge, having worked their own provision grounds. Now, the provision grounds were something that Anderson admired, and indeed the rapid growth of the garden, the botanical garden, was due to his observation that unlike the planter gardens, provision grounds had tree cover that gave plants shade from the hot sun and thus permitted them to flourish. Some of the plant names in Anderson's plant catalogues predate binomials, that is, the system of two-word classification for plants. And despite his lack of books, the relative newness of this naming system, and the dearth of scientific men on the island with whom he could converse, he was largely accurate in his naming. And this has surprised the botanists I'm working with at both Kew Botanical Gardens and the Natural History Museum. Thank you. The Natural History Museum has been exploring their large uncatalogued archive for this project, and as things stand, have located a good number of plant specimens that Anderson sent to London. These will be catalogued, scanned and made public. Also, I've located the given names and sale dates of some of Anderson's enslaved African workers. The men were co-owned by Alexander Melville, Surgeon of the Royal Artillery. The image on this slide shows their names: Samson, Okra, Ovid, Quashi, Alec, Joseph, Caesar, Camino, David, and Moses. I imagine it's more than 200 years since these men have been remembered. I've also found some interesting information on Elizabeth Anderson, whose maiden name was Alexander. She too had enslaved Africans, Mary, and 3 daughters called Chance, Frances, and Liverpool, who were named in their marriage contract. It states that Anderson can have no authority over Mary and her daughters. Given Elizabeth Anderson was deaf, I do wonder if Mary and her daughters may have literally been her ears, and as such, Elizabeth needed to ensure they were protected and able to assist her in her daily life. A letter from George Cayley in 1818 suggests these girls may have grown up in the garden. But Elizabeth also owned a woman called Jenny, who I've been able to find anything more about. The garden itself had an enslaved African worker called Mazaran, who was bought by Anderson to work in the garden for him and his successors. Anderson notes in a letter that Mazaran fell gravely ill and his death would have been a huge blow. Clearly, Mazaran's plant knowledge was vitally important. This slide gives some more information about Elizabeth, noting the content of the Cayley letter, but also shows a receipt, as Elizabeth Anderson rents 9 Negroes to the garden. I can't find Elizabeth Alexander on the island at all, but as noted, Alexander was Elizabeth Anderson's maiden name. So this is still a puzzle, but I'm assuming that what she's doing is using her maiden name so that she can rent out enslaved African workers to the garden and gain income for them, as opposed to them being taken out of her husband's salary, because he didn't actually get paid that much. Another puzzle is this map, one I showed earlier, but the other is clearly more accurate because it was actually drawn by a military surveyor. So you can see here an artistic representation of the garden and a military representation of the garden. There are some similarities, but it is interesting, some of the differences. These buildings are in the same place on both maps, and one, having 2 chimneys, is also illustrated in the gilding book. As such, the Hortus map can be understood as rather stylistic, but thank goodness we have it, because the survey map doesn't detail the 19 Negro houses. So work still to be done includes tracing the native to information that Anderson provides in his Hortus St. Vincentii. This should give more context for plants that were useful, and from it we hope to develop a map centering the garden with lines going out to show where the plants came from globally. Kew Botanical Gardens will also be mapping the origins and current location of Anderson's plants using the 1785, 1791, 1792 and 1806 lists that I've transcribed, with a focus on medicinal plants and an eye to their current use and conservation status. Kew will also try to establish which plants were brought to the island by the then known Caribs and which may have been transported over to the island from enslaved African workers. The Natural History Museum are, as previously mentioned, cataloguing, scanning and making public the new plant specimens that they locate, and they may be able to locate some seed specimens sent to London by Anderson, but their holdings are vast, so let's just wait and see. I started with a history of the garden before Anderson, so it seems fitting to finish with a history after Anderson. Anderson died in 1811 and is buried in Kingstown Cathedral graveyard. He was succeeded by William Lockhead, who briefly ran the site until his death in 1815. Mr. Lockhead's assistant kept the place going until William Carey was in a position to take over at the end of 1816. Cayley had been a botanist in Australia and was appointed against his will by Banks. Cayley hated the garden and returned home in 1822. Anderson had run the garden as a nursery, hothousing plants for exportation around the British Empire and for use in commercial and scientific purposes, with Banks using the term nursery to describe the site. Cayley wanted a pleasure garden and wrote that, quote, Mr. Lockhead certainly showed a greater taste for gardening than Anderson by felling several of the trees and letting the most hilly parts become covered with grass. He also did a great deal towards repairing the house, close quote. And the superintendent's house was one of Cayley's pet hates, with him describing it as, quote, the most nasty place I ever lived, close quote. So over the 25 years that Anderson ran the garden, it's clear that it thrived as a nursery, largely because of the enslaved African workers who used their skill and knowledge to help it grow. Anderson also drew on the plant knowledge of local Caribs, and when travelling used Indigenous peoples to help him locate plants and sometimes cures. He talked in his writings of taking Negroes on his travels, so we know his scientific findings relied both on Indigenous and enslaved African knowledge systems, as well as their labour. This project aims to unearth the hidden history of the garden, and we are well on the way to doing so. And we really hope that the garden itself can benefit from these discoveries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Welsh. Now we would open the floor for any questions or comments, whether online or here in the hall, so that our panel can address them. Any questions? We had a presentation from Dr. Thomas about the East Indians and their arrival in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, from Dr. Joan Ferreira, who shared with us the Portuguese, I said the Portuguese migration as well. And then we heard from Dr. Welsh regarding the gardens. Any questions or comments? There's someone there? Yeah, because she could perhaps get a mic so she can hear.
Hello.
Yeah, turn it. She can turn it on. This side is. Yeah, that should be.
It's just a simple question to Dr. Ferreira. I'd like to find out what is Luso. Okay. Dr. Ferreira, I'd like to find out what is Luso.
Is that for me? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Yes, I'd like to find out what is Luso. L-U-S-O.
Host, can you?
She wants to know what is Luso.
What is
L-U-S-O.
Luso? L-U-S-O.
I'm sorry to sound so dense, but I literally can't hear a thing.
She's asking what is the meaning of the word Luso.
My apologies.
Yes.
It's Lusitania is an old name for Portugal, or at least the territory now occupied by Portugal, and it's like how you say Anglophone, Francophone, Hispanophone. Lusophone would be Portuguese speaking. So they took Luso, and so the same way that we refer to Afro-descendants and Euro-descendants, Portugal refers to all descendants of Portugal as Luso descendants.
Okay, thank
you. And it's been extended to Lusophone, etc.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for that lack of clarity. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ferreira. Any other questions?
Yes, Mrs. Dalrymple.
Yes, Ronnie.
So this is really for Dr. Thomas, and perhaps to an extent, Joan. Doc, I just wanted to find out what is the, or what would you think is responsible for the, or has been responsible for the relatively smooth transition or assimilation of the Indians who came to St. Vincent and the host communities. Because when we look at the, say, for example, Trinidad and Guyana, to which Dr. Joan referred, And we have all experienced, if we've traveled to Guyana and Trinidad, and we hear their stories and see and experience, particularly at election times, the tension, the prejudices that still exist. So I wanted to put that to you, because there is a particular harmony in St. Vincent, although there are still prejudices, because my auntie is still referred to as Coolie by one of my aunts or sister. I hope she's not listening. And you hear that you go to the countryside, you get that. So the prejudices exist. We shouldn't fool ourselves, but there has been a sort of a harmony that you don't necessarily feel and see when you travel to Guyana and Trinidad. And John, I want to ask a flip question to you as well. What do you think that geography, particularly in Guyana and Trinidad, has been responsible for, and when I say geography, I mean the literal separation of the communities. Do you think that has been partly or largely responsible for the sort of tensions that you see in Trinidad and Guyana between the Indian, Portuguese communities and the host communities? Thanks.
Good. So, Dr. Thomas, you'll respond first.
Okay, very good question. What is it that accounted for the smooth transition of Indians into quote-unquote Creole society? If we look at some of the figures of the 2,400 or almost 2,500 Indians who came here, because of the conditions that they found here, more than half of them went back to India, which meant there was only a small amount left in St. Vincent. And those who remained, they knew they had to get themselves quote-unquote Creolized, meaning they had to become part of the local population if they were going to live like the other side. What does that mean? There are two things happening simultaneously. One of them was the rapid, really aggressive proselytization of the Christian churches, because they were trying to convince the Indians, 90% of whom were Hindus, that Hinduism is idolatry. Hinduism is idolatry, and if you're not converted to being a Christian, you're going to hell. As simple as that. So from day one, when the Indians, because of the small numbers and they didn't have temples and didn't have the usual priests as in other countries, they had to adapt to the local conditions. And one way of adapting to the local conditions was to become Christians. So they became Christians, and as they became Christians, they started going to churches. There were no more temples. What does that mean? It means when you go to church, you're not just an Indian in the church, you're a Christian, and you have to mingle with all the other races, whether it is Portuguese or so on. So it was more a question of survival, assimilation and survival, and that's what kept the Indians together. And nowadays, when you go and look at it in church, you don't see any separation. You see everybody together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Dr. Ferreira, perhaps you can take the question now, please. Are you hearing us, Dr. Ferreira?
Sorry, I can hardly hear.
Oh, did you hear the question posed to you earlier by Ronnie?
I heard a question about what does Yuzu mean? Is that
No,
is
not
that.
that. And okay, perhaps Ronnie, you can repeat for Dr. Ferreira, please. Thanks.
Hi, Dr. Ferreira. I wanted to know what is responsible for the continuing and existing tensions in particularly Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. When you look at the smaller OECS countries, and St. Vincent being an example, you don't get or see the kind of tensions that exist in Trinidad among the, say, the Hindu Indian community and the Afro communities. Similarly in Guyana, particularly at the election time, it comes alive, which means that the prejudices are there and real. And so the initial question was whether or not you think that the literal separation by geography contributed to that over the years, particularly in Guyana, which is a vast landmass.
Again, I apologize, but can I ask one of the moderators to repeat for me? At least anyone on Zoom?
On Zoom.
Okay,
We're going to ask someone on Zoom to repeat it for you then, Joanne.
Oh, sorry. So Joanne, I was asking.
That's wonderful. I can hear you perfectly. I feel so good now. Thank you.
Oh dear. No, I was asking, in your mind and research, whether or not you think that the geography is responsible, or partly responsible for the sort of tensions you see in Guyana and Trinidad among the Hindu, well, Portuguese, particularly the Indian communities and the Afro communities. Because when you look at, say, a place like St. Vincent, there has been relative assimilation, a harmony that exists here that doesn't exist in some of the larger territories like Trinidad and Guyana. So I wanted to know specifically whether you think that the actual separation by geography has contributed to that sort of a existing tension and the prejudices that still select.
You mean geography within Trinidad or within St. Vincent? As a Trinidadian and Tobagonian, I'm in my 50s, and I grew up not with this tension that's going on now. And I suspect it has to do with two things. The divide and rule approach to life, where the politicians seem to exploit this, because when you see the politicians having their drinks together, literally, according to our national motto, every creed and race find an equal place. So and even the politics thing is a bit of a mess, because the two dominant parties, one is supposed to be an African party and one is supposed to be an Indian party, and there is a certain amount of mixing in them, but they seem to, I'm not actually sure which came first, whether there was actually this tension that really existed that they exploited, or whether they are using it, or getting the media hype to push it. Because when you look at the number of so-called doulas, I don't know if you all use that term in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, people who are half African, half Indian. There's a whole huge population. There have been studies done on doulas, and studies done on doulas from Hindu mothers, African fathers, Muslim fathers, African mothers, and all kinds of things. So if we have this huge base of doulas, and studies being done on them as a community, linguistically, socioculturally, etc. I'm not actually sure that there's this real issue that outside of the press and certain militants on both sides. And I honestly believe it's the militants making things worse for the general population, because you cannot imagine a Trinidadian who doesn't, at least if they don't like carnival, understand what carnival is, and everybody eats all kinds of food. So I don't want to minimize the issue, because it's real. But to me, what's interesting also in terms of conflict is that I did mention it in my presentation, but Trinidad was actually the only place that didn't have conflict with the Portuguese because there were riots against the Portuguese in Guyana, riots against the Portuguese in St. Vincent and in Antigua as well. So it seems that things go in cycles, that when one place is relatively peaceful for one group, then the insurgents and other things arise. So I'm not sure if the geography question, can you repeat the part about geography and what you're thinking? You mean our like Trinidad's physical geography, like how, because there's no, as you said, there's no real separation between anybody, because we're not as mountainous as St. Vincent. So we have our mountains to the north, the hills in the middle, and the hills to the south. So there's a lot of mobility. So in that, I think the geographic allowance for mobility allows people to meet and mix, as well as encounter possible hostilities. So not sure if I've answered your question, but those are my preliminary thoughts on the matter. Okay, thanks.
Oh, yeah, good. I'm always fighting with the mic. Thank you very much, Dr. Ferreira. If there are no more questions, we'd like to bring this session to a close and to thank the presenters, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Ferreira, and Dr. Welsh. As Dr. Ferreira just said, basically, she doesn't really see the differences. They're there, but so what? And I find over the years that is exactly what has been happening, where we have been told that there are differences. Even when Dr. Thomas did his presentation, he said that the Indians don't like to think that they were enslaved people. But in fact, their conditions under which they work were just as terrible and dehumanizing as people of African descent who worked as slaves in these countries. And that, I think, has been part of our history, the continued attempt to divide us and make us feel that we're different. We heard it again when Dr. Welsh spoke, and she said that Dr. Anderson tried to make a distinction between black Caribs and yellow Caribs. We heard that already yesterday. So it seems to be that is part of what happens in colonizing us. Dr. Denny talked about the way to subdue people. It's either at the end of a gun or take away their culture. We see it again. So I just really want to thank the three presenters. We heard the personal stories. Just a second, Dr. Thomas. We heard the personal stories, and we understand that the indentureship was like a preparation for the end of slavery. It was also interesting that in both the Portuguese and the Indian indentureship experience, they had the option of returning to India or returning to Madeira. Enslaved Africans did not have that choice. You're here, and that was it. So it was very interesting, seeing it from the different perspectives, and I really do want to thank our three presenters. The migration of Portuguese to Trinidad, those of us in the smaller islands, we know a lot of times our people travel to the larger territories for socioeconomic reasons and so on. So I really would like to, is someone speaking? Oh, just a second, Ras. Okay, so we are wrapping up, but we have two comments. Just a minute, I'll get to you. Dr. Thomas, you wanted to make a comment, and Mr. Ferguson, and then we will wrap up and take a look at a video we have on the botanical gardens. Dr. Thomas, the mic, please. And then we will wrap up for a break at that point.
Sorry, but I forgot. I didn't mention where we are today in terms of the Indians in St. Vincent. Since 2006, there was the formation of the Indian Heritage Foundation, and since then we have developed a very strong relationship with India, meaning that all of you who are academics, you will now have an opportunity to go to either the Indian High Commission or somebody, and you might find there's a place for you to do a postgraduate degree in India. Secondly, we have had some very interesting visits, and I forgot to mention that the President of India visited St. Vincent. He did not even visit Guyana or Trinidad. That tells us something. because our Prime Minister went to India recently, and you could see the growing relationship between, so the point I'm making here is that there's a very strong relationship, right, between India and St. Vincent. Take advantage of it, advantages.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Maybe we're becoming the center of the universe again, maybe, St. Vincent. Okay, Mr. Ferguson, please.
Good day, everybody.
Better delay, perhaps.
I just want to make an insertion in relation and regard to the period, because very, given the present context we're in, it's very important. Now, I hope Dr. Dan even talk about it in medicine and the growth of the Vincentian nation. 1854, because given our present context, 1854, because of the period we're dealing with, the 19th century. I like how the South Africans say the 19th century is a period of great upheaval. 1854, because in a gathering like this, Vincentian must really pay homage. 1854, because of what we're dealing with, migration, virus migrate. So in 1854, we had cholera in St. Vincent. We mustn't forget that, because cholera in 1854 in St. Vincent due to migration, because it came from the old world, we're in the new world. It even, it's like how you help people, Colombia, Cuba. St. Vincent was fortunate because we didn't have no revisit. But in 1854, cholera due to migration, virus migrates, as I say, cholera killed 50% of the Vincentian population. The population at that time was 30,000. Cholera licked out 15,000 Vincentian on the ground. If you do research in the British archives, they say the remnants of the Vincentian population is in panic, because at that time our health service was non-existent. And it's to remind us that history is a journey, and the long journey we're on, and we're still on it. Because 1854, our health system was non-existent. We didn't even have one. That was about, it was just about a decade after slavery. So we must internalize that and remember that. 1854, the population of St. Vincent was 30,000. And cholera, and at that time, cholera was like ignoramus, because nobody know what is what.
Okay, thank you very much.
Everybody have a pleasant day.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. And it's just like I suppose history repeating itself in that we've just had a pandemic as well. But I just wanted to point out to you that Dr. Welsh mentioned that the African, the knowledge from our enslaved Africans and our Garifuna people, in fact, started that whole process of finding cures through plants and using plant life. So maybe there's hope for us, Mr. Ferguson. And we look forward to Dr. Denny's presentation on modern medicine later today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I now invite you to view the video, and I thank our presenters once again for this session. Thank you.
Located approximately 3 minutes from capital city Kingston is the Botanical Gardens, which was established in 1765. This is the oldest gardens in the Western Hemisphere. It is 246 years old. The garden has trees from all around the world. These include medicinal herbs, spices, and beautiful flowers. The gardens attract a lot of tourists, also provide tour guides who help tourists learn about the gardens. These are spots where a lot of wedding pictures have been taken over the years. The gardens is home to our national bird, the colorful Amazona gilding geese. Anyone can come and interact with the birds as they play in their cages. Remember to always obey the signs in the garden. Thank you for visiting the Botanical Garden.
Okay, good morning once again, and let me say thank you to Mrs. Dalrymple and our presenters, and thank you for all your questions. What we will do now, we will take just a short 10 minutes break. We do have a few minutes ahead of time, but we'll just take about 10 minutes and then we'll resume the latest quarter to the hour. So thank you, and we'll now take a short break. Perhaps we could have some Indigenous music, Sinas, Cap. Could perhaps go live with that for about 10 minutes, no? For those who are in the Zoom chat or viewing on YouTube.
That I get a sponsor and I went and borrowed some grain. borrow a bread from his Finley. I vex immediately, I get so dishonest, and bias against one party. Borrow a bread from Wallace, games the worthless man, all I thinking how I could rip off an election. Borrow a bread from Solowe, I vex still a blue, I sharing out old clothes and a whole set of left foot shoes. And people suggesting like a senile be jamoy. Never me again, borrow nobody bread. I say borrow bread. I understand exactly what is happening with them politicians, so I'm going to stop complaining. They making promises and they never keep them. Next election come, same promise again. If you listen them up in the parliament, check the utterance and the rambling and the stupidness. That's some of them talking. Make you realize them man does their food they bring. If you want to get the experience as the almost vindictive man, and you want to know what it feels like to be the highest politician, the national parrot, everything you want to explain, just go on the everybody balling, they're sucking the pig. Even them working on the heavy strain. Man and woman in the fantasy. All you wake up, smell the coffee. Stop pretending and face the truth. Stop your acting, no time to be mute. Ask it to join the struggle for a better land. Time for some action, time to take a stand. Stand up and fight. Talk for your right. Let we go pray. And we nobody's slave. Look at the corruption all around we. All the money away for one happy family. Even the Western Union and money grab. St. Vincent just can't let that take the name alive. Hey, make the guy hang. Tell me then. Alright. Make the guy hang. All them breathing sick, they don't give a damn. Want the bread, what butter, the quiet and calm. Worry about that the people under pressure. On every street corner, you want to find a beggar. Every sick, feeling the squeeze. All across this country, the economy freeze. As the tax like raindrops falling noon and night. And them bright Vincentians won't put up a fight. Stay with me, stand up and fight. Talk for your rights. Believe me, let me go brave. And we know what it's saying. Look at the corruption all around we. All the money going to treat somebody dying. Even the Western Union and money grab. is in jeopardy. Not a squeak from losing Tom, Dick, or Harry. Isolation healthcare is a damn disgrace. When millions of dollars just go into waste. If we wouldn't stand up and put up a fight, who the hell will help we to resolve we plight? I call you want them aliens to come down from Mars, but this is our country, we must fight our own cause. Stand up and fight. Call for your right. Let we go back. And nobody say. Look at the corruption, confronted with all the money going to Weezy and Chifetney. If the Western Union and money ground, St.Vincent about to get him a man. All right. Hey, stand up and fight. All them children here from the ghetto, they go tell you what's going on. Go fight. After years in college, to work for the youth, and they trampling for people who want somewhere to do. No work, no money, that would lead to crime. All the rape and the murder, the dumb, deaf and blind. I say victimization is rampant and strong. We must work together to shut this dictator down. If you want a living, you must pay the price. Nothing come easy without sacrifice. So you gotta stand up and fight. Talk for your rights. We gotta go brave. I won't be nobody's slave. Look at the corruption confronted with all the money going to the fat man and the cronies. If there was Western Union and money ground, St.Vincent about to be in a jam. Let me go. Stand up and fight. Talk for your right. Let me go brave. I ain't nobody's slave. Let me go. Stand up and fight. I want to talk the diaspora. Talk for your right. I want to talk the people on the internet. Let me go brave. The health and self-interest and the melodies. I don't want to have working. Decent intentions. Stand up and fight. What we gotta do? Talk for your right. Let me go brave. I mean nobody say. Stand up and fight. Talk for your right. Let me go brave. I mean nobody say. Everything, stand up and fight. Talk for your right. Well, the answer for Calypsonian number 2 in the second round. Over 3 decades in the business, Robert King. Patches, stand up and fight.
I'm here with veteran Calypsonian Patches. He did one in the second round of competition called Stand Up and Fight. Earlier when you were speaking, you said that this would be the first time you were performing a song outside. Right, how did it feel?
I felt good. I think I was better with this one, although the other one has been sung more often, because I did it in the preliminary series, and it's the first time I ever sang the song any place. But I like what I'm singing about. I like both songs, but I like to send my messages. I'm not here to monkey around. I can't do songs like Abida. I mean, Abida just make fun of it, but he's serious too, eh?
Yeah.
But I don't have that kind of skill. I admire him for that, eh? Right. But I'm not like, I'm serious right now. Look at my face. You know what I just like to do songs like that. I feel it's a good forum to sort of air political, social, and all the ills in the society. You know what I'm saying? People might not like it, but somebody got to do it.
Right.
That is the essence of Calypso, and that is the origin of Calypso. to air the views of the people who may not have the guts, the belly, or I don't want to say the talent, but the wherewithal to make up a song and come and expound what is happening in society. The newspaper does their part, but newspapers are biased. Right. You could say I'm biased too, but I sing on any political party. Right now, ULP in office, that's how we talk. If NDP is in office, I'll still sing the same way. That's how it is to me. Because I've been doing it all the time.
Right.
That's the way it is.
All right, well, thank you very much and all the best tonight.
Okay, thank you too. Appreciate it.
No problem.
And welcome on stage, Chanel. What is your role?
Good day, church. Thank you for coming out to the beautiful Sunday morning that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Good thing that none of you went to the Soca Monarch last night. You can't get up and get to church so early in the morning and praise the Lord, because the Lord is good. And you need to praise Him. You need to praise Him in the morning. You need to praise Him in the evening. Yes. All the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And you need to remember Him on Sunday. The Sabbath, keep it sacred. Oh, good day, Sister Mary. How you doing? Right. Where 2 and 3 are gathered in the name of the Lord, that is the church. And you need to praise Him in the church, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you need to come with your Bible and say His name. Preach it loud. So, my congregation, we should start a song and we'll hit a hymn. Hold on.
Pastor.
Yes, Corey?
Why can't we go out into the communities like Sharps and Atley Hall and spread the good word?
Go out into the community? Do we look like Colorfet? No, we are the church. We're supposed to praise the Lord in the church. If you don't feel comfortable praising the Lord in the church, then maybe you need to seek your salvation elsewhere, son. Anyways, church, this is where I'll cut off. You need
St. Vincent, my homeland, you gave me no mansion, no gold, no diamond, yet I love you a million for the things that you have to offer. Is more than my heart's desire. Lovely beach, tropical breeze, always there within my reach. I love you, St. Vincent, me sweet little island, St. Vincent. I love you, St. Vincent, home of the blessed St. Vincent. St. Vincent, St. Vincent, I love you. Can look at the sunrise, can look at the sunset. Sweet Mother Nature, such beauty, such splendor. Can live my life without fear. Freedom to go anywhere. You got love and you got peace. From La Soufrière to the Grenadines, I love you, St. Vincent, me sweet little island, St. Vincent. I love you, St. Vincent, home of the blessed St. Vincent. St. Vincent, St. Vincent, I love you. reggae to make me jaggy. Bamboo melody and in harmony. Night morning, Christmas and carnival. You got so much bacchanal. Wailing time is any time, and any time is wailing time. I love you, St. Vincent, me sweet little island, St. Vincent. I love you, St. Vincent, me high room, St. Vincent. St. Vincent, St. Vincent, I love you. Mango guava jelly, early morning fish tea, coconut water, farina and sabuka, pilau, crayfish and kalaloo, sauce, dumpling and maniku, roast breadfruit, blackfish ribs, and much, much more deliciousness. I love you, St. Vincent, me sweet little island, St. Vincent. I love you, St. Vincent, home of the blessed St. Vincent. St. Vincent, St. Vincent, I love you.
Swing!
Tonight, I come for ask you, for think, for plan. Embrace simple sincerity again in this land. Tonight, I invite you to rise up with me, determined and strong, and reclaim we culture, we Caribbean.
I'm glad to step right up the line for you, boy. You good? Oh, from we reach by the gate, we party. We don't start to party. It's pure bacana, pure bacana. Oh, and it's up some party. How it's a downtown vibe. And it's a uptown party. How it's a downtown vibe. It's the same bacana. Same pretty girl, same on a wave, same in fear. And it's a uptown party. How it's a downtown vibe. And we go to bed. Nobody now Atlantic social. The party, it not normal. And no behavior, informal. Plenty girl, private and rental. Vibes are flow from ceiling to floor. And everybody want the dance floor and rock and come in. Get with the program. Right now we spend them out from the reach by the gate. Look me, baby. Oh, yes, pure bacana. Oh, and it's a downtown party. How is a downtown? Downtown and it's a downtown party. Downtown and it's a downtown party. This is the same bacana. Same with the girl. Same man. Same with the air. And it's a downtown party. How is a downtown vibe? And we shouting dan 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 Nobody not depend no bad vibes. Everybody holding a good vibes. Energy up from outside to inside. Post a one ya on your timeline. Plenty drinks by the bar. Who wants gas in a me car and wrong the shot? No one a shot. I saw we do it every day. From the beat by the everybody. We gon' start the party. Let's feel back on up. Oh, and it's out down. Up down, and it's out down. Up down, and it's out down. Up down, and it's out down. Never enough. Everything else, never hate. Everything, and it's out down. Party. And it's out down. And it's out Nobody.
Okay. Good morning once again. I have to always wait to see if the mic is on. I am becoming paranoid now about this mic. Good morning again. We are going to now have session 5, which is called Development and History. And our moderator for this session is Mrs. Camille Lacram, who is our admin officer at the St. Vincent site. She's also our financial officer. She's also our HR officer. And the list goes on. In other words, my right-hand woman. It gives me great pleasure to introduce her, and she's going to take us through this session. Camille, over to you.
Okay, good morning. A very warm welcome to our virtual as well as our present audience. As Mrs. Dalrymple has noted, and thank you for that welcome. We are now up to session 5 on day 2 of our country conference, and this session is entitled Development and History. There will be 4 presentations in this session. The first one being The Road to Independence in St. Vincent and the Grenadines by Mrs. Cheryl King. That would be a virtual presentation. The Development of a Culture of Migration, St. Vincent and New York 1838 to 1979 by Dr. Joyce Tony. Surviving Art of the Indigenous Peoples of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Mr. Parnell Robinson. And finally, Modern Medicine in the Making of the Vincentian Nation, 1942 to 1979 by Dr. Gary Denny. Each presenter would have 20 minutes, and we would ask that you make a note of any questions that you may have, and we would have a single question and answer presentation at the end of the 4 presentations, as has been the practice thus far. Let me first introduce Mrs. Cheryl Phils King. Cheryl Phils King received her BA in Political Science from Hunter College, New York, her diploma in education from the University of the West Indies, Mona, Jamaica, and her MA in Political Science from the Graduate School and University Center, New York. She authored the book, Michael Manley and Democratic Socialism. She's worked at Drew University Library, Madison, New Jersey, and has co-edited and co-published with her husband, Dr. Baldwin King, several publications on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Cheryl Phils King.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I would like to thank the UWI Open Campus for inviting me to present this paper here today. It is indeed an honor to be here. I'll be talking about leadership and the road to independence, specifically political leadership. I noticed that the theme for independence in 2007 was 28 years as a nation building a modern civilization. Whenever I hear reference being made to civilization, I think of the late Mahatma Gandhi, who when asked what he thought about Western civilization said, "It is a good idea." In other words, it would be a good thing when it happens. So this is an opportunity to make modern civilization happen. But before we could do that, we have to first recollect where we are coming from in our history. We have to go back to pre-colonial times and colonial times to fully appreciate the significance of independence. And so this paper familiarizes us with the political leaders on the road to independence in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It incorporates the early history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and its political leadership from the pre-colonial time of the Carib leader Joseph Chatelier to the first Prime Minister at the time of independence, the Honorable Milton Cato. The road has not always been a smooth one. Looking at Chatelier, who lived in the 18th century, I hasten to add that I did not know him personally. However, I have heard quite a bit about him. Thursday, March 14, 2002 was the first time that Paramount Chief Joseph Chatelier was declared the first and so far the only national hero of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Although there was a national holiday celebrated on March 14, 2001, Chatelier was not named national hero until March 14, 2002, under the Order of National Heroes Act 2002. Dr. Adrian Fraser, in his work Chatelier, states that, quote, Chatelier's significance to the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines lies in the fact that he can be considered the father of independence. He struggled to prevent European penetration and to maintain the sovereignty of this country, meaning St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and later on to recover its independence. The fact that he was able to do so with military technology that was inferior to that of the Europeans speaks well for his spirit, confidence, and intelligence. He has lessons to teach us today that all is not lost, and small size does not necessarily translate into subjugation. Our challenges today are different ones, but we will be able to stand up to them if we understand Chatelier and become inspired by his spirit, determination, and strength, unquote. And so these are fine qualities on which to ponder as we think of leadership and independence. Chatelier, paramount chief of the Caribs, died on March 14, 1795, during the Second Carib War, fighting against the British. The British won the war and introduced several different types of governing structures in later years. Political figures that were instrumental as leaders on the road to independence during the colonial era of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, more recently than in the era of Chatelier, are George McIntosh, George Hamilton Charles, Ebenezer Theodore Joshua, Robert Milton Cato, and briefly, James Mitchell in the pre-independence era. These are the political leaders who had the opportunity in their own way to lay down the groundwork for political independence in the modern era. The social and economic conditions of the masses were appalling, and on Monday, October 21st, 1935, there was a labor uprising in St. Vincent in protest against new taxes being imposed, which had a direct impact on the masses. These included customs duties on oil and matches. The masses sought the assistance of George McIntosh. George McIntosh was born on March 8, 1886. He knew that the standard of living for the masses was already at a very low level, and he tried to assist them in their struggle against the colonial government. Later, a case was brought against him by the colonial government citing treason, but he was not found guilty of the charge. He founded the St. Vincent Representative Government Association, the main objective being to ensure that there were some elected representatives to the Legislative Council. In 1936, he formed the St. Vincent Working Men's Association, and in 1937 elections, this group won 4 of the 5 seats. He served on the Legislative Council for 14 years. He was very concerned that there had been a 1912 ordinance against Shakerism, making Shakerism illegal, and he thought that this was repressive. After the uprising of 1935, the Moyne Commission that was put in place to investigate the cause of the uprising had as one of the recommendations a one-man, one-vote approach for all over 21 years of age, with no stipulations for voting. As a result, there was universal adult suffrage in 1951. Prior to 1951 and the granting of universal adult suffrage, the voters had to meet one of 2 requirements. 1, have an income of over $150, or 2, own property valued at over $5,000. Needless to say, not many of the local people could satisfy either requirement in order to vote. And now comes the emergence of George Hamilton Charles. The political education of the masses began when the local politicians were given a more unrestricted opportunity to become involved in the political process in St. Vincent. The 8th Army of Liberation, under the leadership of George Hamilton Charles, was the first group to be elected in 1951. In the early years of political leadership of George Hamilton Charles, the first group consisted of 7 other persons, and their modus operandi was having meetings, political meetings, and George Charles in particular would start the meetings singing a hymn, or he used a simple song. Gal, who you voting for? Comrade Charles O. Gal, who you voting for? Comrade Charles O. Gal, who you voting for? Comrade Charles O. This catching phrase and tune energized and invigorated the crowd. The political climate at the time was one dominated by the planters and landed aristocracy. And George Charles was not of this grouping. He was born in Brighton. He attended the Brighton Primary School, then emigrated to Trinidad, where he was active in Trinidad politics. In fact, he had run for a political seat in Trinidad and won his seat in the Diego Martin ward. He was very much aware of the importance of trade unions to the political process. And having returned to St. Vincent in 1950, he started the United Workers and Ratepayers Union as the base for his political group, the 8th Army of Liberation. When elections were held in 1951, they won all 8 seats. George Charles and Ebenezer Theodore Joshua were very much dominant political characters in St. Vincent at that time. Ebenezer Theodore Joshua was born in Kingstown, St. Vincent on May 23rd, 1908. He attended the Kingstown Anglican Primary School and the Intermediate School, and through correspondence courses, received certificates from the London College of Preceptors and the Chicago School of Science and Physics. In 1941, he emigrated to Trinidad. In 1943, he went to Guyana. In 1945, he returned to Trinidad and went into teaching. He and George Charles came under the tutelage of Tubal Uriah Buzz Butler. Joshua used his grammatical skills to help Butler with his newspaper, which was called The People. He actually ran for political office in Trinidad in 1950 as a member of Butler's team, but lost to Roy Joseph, who was the mayor of San Fernando. He returned to St. Vincent in 1951 and immediately linked up with George Hamilton Charles and was also treasurer of Charles's United Workers and Ratepayers Union. During this year, he initiated a minor work shortage as he sought better wages for the workers. On the ticket of the 8th Army of Liberation, he contested the elections of 1951 as the candidate for North Windward and won his seat. Because of a later disagreement between the two, Charles and Joshua, Joshua broke up with Charles and he formed the political party, the People's Political Party, on January 3rd, 1952. In March 1952, he formed the union called the Federated Industrial and Agricultural Workers Union and championed the cause of the working class. He rallied for the working people on the sugar estates. There was an effort made to remove him from the Executive Council, but this effort eventually turned out to be unsuccessful. On December 5th, 1952, he requested wage increases for workers, and this led to a case being brought against him, which ended up making its way to the Privy Council, where he was found not guilty of the charges of sedition and public mischief brought against him. Joshua died on the 14th of March, 1991 in Kingstown at age 82. He served in Parliament for 28 years and was awarded a state funeral. Then we come to the era of Robert Milton Cato. Cato was born in Georgetown, St. Vincent on June 3rd, 1915. He went to the Dorsetshire Hill Government School and to the St. Vincent Grammar School. With the outbreak of World War II, 1941 to 1945, he volunteered for the 1st Canadian Army and was sent to Europe as an NCO. He continued to build on the infrastructure started by all those leaders who had gone before him on his return to St. Vincent. He was one of the founding members of the St. Vincent Labour Party in 1955 and became chief minister in 1967. He was the first premier when the country achieved associated status with Great Britain in 1969, and prime minister when the country achieved its independence in 1979. Cato died on the 10th of February, 1997, aged 81. James Fitzallen Mitchell was premier in 1972. There's a very classic case where in the 1972 elections, the PPP and the St. Vincent Labour Party each had won 6 seats. There were 13 seats then, and Mitchell won the 13th seat. And after negotiating with both parties, he joined up with the Joshua government, and he became the prime minister. That was in 1972. Before that, Mitchell entered the political arena in 1966 as a St. Vincent Labour Party candidate. And thank you. And he won the seat in 1966 as a representative for the Grenadines. He did win again in 1972 as an independent candidate. And in 1972, he became premier. He was premier from 1972 then to 1974 when they had the next elections. And in 1974, the Labour Party won once again. And so it is always pertinent to reflect on the past as we plan for the future. It has taken a road of wars, uprisings, intrigue, flow crossings, disloyalty, general disagreements, political parties, trade unions, unique alliances to get to this point. Mitchell was knighted in 1995. He died on the 23rd of November, 2021, and was accorded a state funeral. But before that, he won the elections in 1984. And so he was there for almost 17 years, but post-independence. And so most of his contribution would have been done in the post-independence era. Today, the challenge remains to the citizens to keep moving forward positively and building a strong nation. We thank all those political leaders and all others involved in politics and otherwise that have put us on a good pathway to building a solid nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. King. I think we all enjoyed that very lively rendition of the old rallying cries for the voters. It also brought back some wonderful memories for me. My father was very much into politics, and some of the names have been very familiar, and for the younger generation, I trust you enjoyed a short stroll through the road and the memories leading to independence. Now on to our second presentation, the development of a culture of migration, St. Vincent and New York, 1838 to 1979. I would like to introduce Dr. Joyce Tony, who is with us. So her presentation would be done face-to-face. Dr. Joyce Tony is a historian and was associate professor at Hunter College, CUNY, New York. She served as chair of the Department of Africana and Puerto Rico Latino Studies and director of the Women's Studies program at Hunter College. She has written extensively on ethnicity, immigration, and the Caribbean experience in the North American diaspora. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Joyce Tony.
Good morning, folks. Nice to see everybody. Some names I know, some I don't, but that's all well. This paper addresses the tendency of Vincentians and other Caribbean people to leave the island and live abroad. And I'm sure for each of us here, we know people or we ourselves have lived abroad. And so what I looked at in this paper was to see how did this come about. And I begin with the period right after slavery, where the former enslaved were trying to, living in like a different world of freedom, trying to work out a way of being that would be the future. And so I'm addressing some of the problems that led to this moving out of the island, going everywhere and thinking, well, that's the way to go. And maybe it is, I don't know. Okay, so I say Caribbean people tried to adjust to their new living situations after slavery was abolished in the British colonies. During slavery, their lives were controlled by the slave owners who decided where the former captives lived, whether in the British-owned Caribbean or in territory owned by other foreign countries. Slavery had moved across geographical and political boundaries in British-owned North America, for example. As a matter of fact, during the entire period of the 17th and 18th centuries, there was a constant movement of African captives between the Caribbean and the United States. The state of South Carolina, for example, was colonized by Englishmen from Barbados and who took their slaves with them when they were developing Charleston, which is the big city in South Carolina. After slavery was abolished in the English-speaking West Indies in 1838, the first impulse of the former slaves was to engage in livelihoods that could realize their new status as free people. They tried lines of work that could build on their working experience. The paper demonstrates that the freedmen tried desperately to build on their early experiences. However, they were largely unsuccessful as they tried to ease out of servitude and into freedom. The situations that they encountered in St. Vincent made it almost impossible for them to develop a thriving society. Various schemes were introduced by the government, and most of them were unworkable because the government's first priority was the former slave owners. Eventually, both government and freed people arrived at the conclusion that Vincentian society needed emigration to survive. Emigration would emerge as the panacea that the Vincentian people would hold in their struggles to survive. Ultimately, many immigrants would not return permanently to the island. Yet, as I said in really another paper, that the Caribbean people, those who went to New York, were Vincentians basically, living in New York, and developed various organizations and so on. But we won't have time for that today. So the paper begins with the first post-slavery realities that the freedmen encountered right after slavery ended, and ends with the movement of Vincentians to New York City in the late 20th century. There they developed organizations and so on, which I mentioned. Unlike some other Caribbean countries, St. Vincent had no apparent mineral wealth to exploit at the time of emancipation. The government catered primarily to the interests of the white minority. After the abolition of slavery, the major discussion centered around the type of economy that the workers would pursue. The government and planters were convinced that the island could only survive if sugar production improved or was at least allowed to maintain its current status. They were also aware of the necessity to maintain labor for the plantations. As a result, all policy was geared towards maintaining a perpetual supply of labor for the estates. At the time of abolition, over half of the island was classified as crown land. Thus, the disposal of that property was the responsibility of the government. After slavery was abolished, no attempt was made to redistribute the land, and the bulk of the freedmen remained landless. The planters themselves used several strategies to keep labor on the estates. They demanded exorbitant rent for the use of cottages, provision grounds, and other facilities that were freed during slavery. In some cases, ex-slaves who wanted to use the facilities were mandated to reserve some of their time for work on the plantation. Sometimes former slaves who were reluctant to work on the plantations were evicted from their homes. In St. Vincent, the cottages and provision grounds were rented on a monthly basis, and tenants could be evicted without notice. To a large extent, the slaves' interpretation of emancipation differed widely from the planters. In spite of the difficulties involved in escaping estate work, a mass exodus occurred. People were quick to exercise whatever limited options were available to them. Many women quickly chose to abandon their estates to become full-time housewives. Younger women took up needlework, handcrafting, and trading, and any time that was left was spent working on plots. Children, too, rapidly left estate work. In a few years, the children's gang, which used to be a viable institution, no longer existed. Parents kept their children at home or sent them to school. Adult men had more choices in their search for work. Some worked as carpenters, masons, fishermen, traders, and subsistence agriculturists. Skilled workers were never short of work, particularly because of the number of churches and schools that were built at the time. Some persons involved in trade traveled between villages selling quantities of necessities such as bread, butter, sugar, and matches to plantation workers. Although it was hardly noticed at the time, though, the seeds of peasant development was planted during slavery. Since the plantations grew only sugar, there was a considerable amount of land deemed unsuitable for sugar planting. The abundance of hillside land in St. Vincent meant that there was much opportunity for growing food and raising livestock. Competition from foreign indentured workers helped to maintain a low wage scale. In 1848, the first group of 2,400 Portuguese workers were brought to St. Vincent to work on the sugar estates. They were followed by 2,470 Indians and 1,040 liberated Africans in the British fight against slave trading. These liberated Africans came from the continent of Africa. They were actually captured by the British when they were going to other European-dominated countries as a way of making it difficult for the other Europeans to engage in slavery and have an up on the British. So anyway, competition from foreign indentured workers helped to maintain a low-wage scale. The little encouragement given to peasant agriculture came as a result of natural disasters which affected the island. In 1848, the struggling society was devastated by a smallpox epidemic. Before this was over, outbreaks of yellow fever and cholera followed in quick succession. In 1898, 30,000 of 33,000 people suffered damage from one of the most destructive hurricanes in the history of the island. However, none of that destruction was equal to the chaos and devastation caused by the eruption of the Soufriere in 1902. Over 3,000 people died and the economy was shattered. By the 1890s, the authorities realized that conditions had to change if St. Vincent was to become a viable place for living. Between 1890 and 1896, a scheme was introduced to offer some of the 25,000 acres of Crown land for sale in small plots. This failed because most of the land was located in the center of the island or on elevated territory where that was difficult to get to. The land was steep on slopes, which was not only difficult to climb, but also made it subject to heavy rains and floods. In 1896, many of the holdings were washed away by the floods. In 1897, a British Royal Commission was sent to the West Indies to investigate conditions. The changes that it recommended were called so different from what existed that they were dubbed the Magna Carta of the West Indian peasantry. The Commission stated in no uncertain terms that the existing government policy was a mistake. Emphasis should be put on small farmers and not on the estates. More effort should be made to settle people on the land. St. Vincent was one of the first islands to consider seriously the recommendations of the Commission, and that was because they too, because of the eruption as well that happened in 1998. The government, anxious for quick relief, was willing to try any recommendation. The British government made a grant in aid of £13,000 to the local government. The goal was to buy estates on which they would settle the peasantry. Lands were divided into holdings not exceeding 5 acres. Although there were altogether there were 633 5-acre holdings and 82 1-acre holdings. The government maintained reserves around important resources such as streams, ridges, and forests. Some land was left for the settlement for public facilities such as churches, schools, roads, and so on. Vincentians were pleased with the new scheme, and they cooperated by exhibiting great interest in land purchase. The St. Vincent government considered the land settlement scheme to be a tremendous success. Within 30 years, it had realized a considerable profit. The peasants cultivated cotton, arrowroot, cassava, and so on. Cattle and small stock were raised and sold to neighboring islands. Finally, it seemed as if the population would make a living by concentrating on small farming. However, of those who bought plots, only a few could afford a plot large enough to employ the entire family. Sometimes people bought other plots that they would have in addition to the original plot, but then the family would have to move a long way to get from one plot to the other, and so that became a burden in the end. The credit societies that the government also facilitated at that time were there to financial backers for the people who bought land and were cultivating it. Initially, there was some care taken with who got loans and who didn't get, and so on and so on. But as the facilities expanded, they couldn't keep up with the demands of the work. The cooperative societies that sprung up to take care of the financial aspects of small land ownership developed a bad image as more peasants became disenchanted with them. Many who had patronized them were unaware that they had limited liability and that the people who were involved in them could lose all of their worth if they failed to repay loans. Whenever the society claimed a member's assets, great resentment resulted. As a result, overall interest in the idea of cooperative credit fell rapidly. By the beginning of the 1920s, there was compelling evidence that agriculture was inadequate as a viable means of livelihood. Since emancipation, not much had improved in the social and economic conditions of the masses. As a matter of fact, more than half of the privately owned land and most of the best cultivated land were owned by 30 plantations. Of a population of 50,000, there were 2,763 peasants, and 95% of them owned less than 10 acres of land. All of the crops that were tried did very little to raise the standard of living. Arrowroot production had promise, but then that had a tendency to fluctuate. There was an opening for arrowroot in the United States in the 1920s, but then that it still remained kind of touch and go. So in light of the disheartening conditions which existed in St. Vincent, it is not surprising that people who had the opportunity to do so left the island in large numbers. However, even astute observers could not predict the exodus and the fact of leaving the island would almost become a way of life. By the middle of the 19th century, Vincentians began to look abroad to find work. Large numbers went to Puerto Rico, Trinidad, Guyana, and many places that I'm sure many of us can name. In 1878, the French government tried to build a canal across Panama, and immediately Vincentians responded to the call for workers. When work on the canal was stopped, migrants went to Costa Rica to work on railroads and constructed to transport humans. When the Panama Canal project was reactivated by the U.S., Vincentians again flocked to work in that country. Those persons chosen to go to Panama received a contract granting them passage to Colon, and if they chose, guaranteed free repatriation after 500 working days. The hardships encountered in Panama surpassed those experienced in previous migrations. Most of the women, regardless of their previous skills, were classified as laborers and did pick and shovel work under excruciating circumstances. In the first 10 months of 1906, West Indians were more likely to die, 59 per thousand, as compared to 17 per thousand for white people. There were various causes of death, but the main killer was pneumonia. In 1906, 375 of the 390 people who died of pneumonia were West Indians. Malaria was the second most dangerous disease. During the same time period, it killed 186 persons, of whom 174 were West Indian. The trek to find work continued into the 20th century. Persons who returned from one country remained in St. Vincent only long enough to arrange to go to another place. Vincentians would be found living in the Dominican Republic, Trinidad, Barbados, and the United States. In the Caribbean, they worked as cane cutters or in the towns as domestics. In the U.S., they worked in factories as domestics or as elevator operators. Most of the people leaving were among the ablest in the society. By the time By the time a young man reached the age of 5, he began to look abroad for work. The exodus of young men remaining on the island was reflected in the ratio of men to women. There was 60% of the population was female. The Vincentians also showed their love or their need for being abroad at the time of the British, the First World War. There, the administrator he was mandated by the British government to get Vincentians involved so that they could help with the war. And the administrator prepared to run some meetings, invite people to show how good the war was. But it turned out, the administrator wrote and said that no recruiting was necessary because all of the people in St. Vincent, they have such loyal spirits that they volunteered to fight in the war. And many of them rushed to show that they could become soldiers, where you had to have requirement of 5 foot 4 inches tall and a chest measuring 30 inches. Those persons who accepted went into the various military organizations in Canada, as well as in the West India Regiment and the British Armed Forces. During the 1940s, there was emigration to Aruba and Curacao. Vincentians looked forward to the opportunity mentioned by the administrator to find work in the United States, because in America in the 1840s, there was a need for people to do handiwork, because at that time, we would also remember that in America, it was not an easy life for black people. And so but people went wherever there was a living. At one point, from the United States, they sent home, the government was pleased with the compulsory savings that the migrants had to send back. And they sent home $69,228,000, while the cost for recruitment was $1,112. Okay, so basically what I was trying to show is that the conditions, people might not have left St. Vincent, which, as we all know, is a beautiful place to live, and the weather is good and so on. But because of the conditions at home, they had to leave. And then once they left, and in the case of New York, which I wrote about later, they continued to carry on, develop more or less like a St. Vincent with the organizations and all of the cricket clubs and all of the other things that existed here. Thank you.
Okay, let me thank Dr. Tony for an excellent overview of the post-slavery economic situation in St. Vincent and its impact on our culture of migration. We move to the next presentation, which is Surviving Art of the Indigenous Peoples of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and this presentation is to be done by Mr. Parnell Robinson. Okay, Mr. Robinson, I welcome you to the podium. Mr. Parnell Robinson is of Indigenous descent and a native of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He is a visual artist by profession, and during his studies at the Edna Manley School of the Visual Arts and East Berkshire College in the United Kingdom, his thesis focused on the surviving art of his ethnicity. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Parnell Robinson.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm introducing this paper, Surviving Art of the Indigenous People, First People of St. Vincent, Garifuna. First of all, I had to big up the Ancient of Days, the creator of all things, the greatest teacher, and the greatest artist of all time. To study this period, we have to recognize where we're coming from in the terms of art. Remember, technology was not so advanced in those days, so we have to use what we have from the land. So the tools to plow the land, the tools we use, the carve out of natural stuff that come from the earth. These people recognize change, what the old is the only constant thing that is used to them. So they grow to nature, the houses they build, everything they use related to nature and the changes that how nature affects these people. Now, the religious, most of these artifacts that we find, which are art, are very useful to everyday life for these people. Most things that we unearth are either religious, because the shaman of those days and the chief, they control those societies. In the case of field of crops, they refer to the shaman because he was the one that immediately between the ancestors who understand the logics of nature. So he would create ceremonies, create petroglyphs, and these things are created around areas where they thought the ancient would visit them around pools. They would find a petroglyph where the signs, where the sun would create certain shadows. On these artifacts, these potteries, you find bot motives, all motives, because these represent to them the ancient people, where they talk to the spirits to get answers to these questions. So art was created around these ceremonies. So most of the pottery unearthed reflect these significance of religious ceremonies. The petroglyph also. And also the tools that they use, the food that they eat, the art of cooking that, doing this, basket for catching fishes, crayfish, everything. So briefly, I will start my people by saying art is a conscious use of skill and creative imagination. The fact that art is quite connected to human experience make it unsurprising that we have always made it part of our living. Art has been around us as long as human existed, as we can see in cave paintings where they depict the hunt, because there was a religious ceremony. Actually, you see them carving human figures, twin spears, and other tools that they created at these animals depicting the hunt to be successful. These things are, we use hieroglyphic art. But this art was not separated from everyday life, and it's still not separated if you are conscious that everything we use is art. We use it in our entertainment culture, appreciation, aesthetic, personal improvement, and even social change. We use the arts to thrive in this world. Art changes as technology advances and cultures interact, but art is a remarkable model of depicting culture from all over the world. Our country was named St. Vincent by Columbus. However, in pre-Columbian times, the mainland was called by many names, which all carry meaning from some point in this amazing history. It was known as Hyrule, land of the blessed, from the settlement of the first people who inhabited the island, according to the language of these different tribes. It is also known as Yulu, Urimen, Bairaku, Lurimi, Urimi, Lulumain, with the Grenadines being called the Begus, to the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Under Spanish rule, the land rich and rivers was damaged and the native people displaced. Europe fought for supremacy in this new world, led the country changing hands from Spain to France to the British. Each European power brought an addition to the culture of the native and introduced the enslavement of both native peoples, African people, plus Portuguese and indentured workers from India. With this combination, we can say St. Vincent is indeed a work of art. Right. The dominant culture has emerged as British, which has led us to high level of covering of the other cultures. However, the indigenous first people have survived to the extent that distinctive sectors of this population and villages can be identified. There's a strong retention of culture of the Indigenous First People that is not readily identified. This paper titled Surviving Art of the Indigenous First People of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a means to reveal some of these hidden culture and inspire the search for more. It will address the geographical aspect in places, names, language, the rock art, petroglyphs, the solar age as revealed in the ceramic pottery unearthed in Clare Valley, which is one of the oldest finds in this region. The craft was demonstrated in the thatch roofs sprinkled throughout this country, the various intricate forms of basketry, and the mode of dress, clothing, and the jewelry that you see some of us wear. The Caribs, they live in villages of close clustered houses, of dwelling used for living and for meeting. The meeting buildings are much larger than the dwelling places. These structures were made of earth and wood, also known as wattle and dab, with thatch roof made from wood, with palm branches and grass, cut and arranged in a way that water cannot come to these structures. That aspect of this culture remains and is considered as a unique style and is used in the tourism industry, especially and by farmers in rural areas. Within these communities, there are skilled men and women who do basketry, tool making, cooking, pottery, just like the shaman did, but we use them for everyday life today. These art forms are still prevalent in our society. The art style of hunting, the agouti, iguana, manikou, the fish traps, and knitting of the scenes in the rivers and seas. Because today we still use the basket to catch our fish sometimes, the lobsters in the river, the chichi, and everything. We still use these things, and we have the people who made these things. The agricultural practices are still very much alive up to this day. Crop rotation, and like corn and potato, cassava and other root crops are planted in the areas where they thrive more. That is location and amount of rainfall, as we have a wet and dry season. Surviving also is our culinary style making, the farine, the bam from the cassava, puddings from the sweet potato, the dukuna, boiling plantain skin, and banana leaves, dukana, making of the coconut oil, and the way we cook our boiling, that delicious one-pot meal. The basket is still very important, used in hotels, homes, and sold as gift items, souvenirs, such as bags, purses, basket, table mat, hats, and the bamboo basket again for fishing or market containers. Other baskets are made from coconut pointers and branches also from the copia plant. And the copia plant is preferred for other baskets. Hammocks are still being made, and the making of seine, nets, and canoes are part of the culture. Our Indigenous people planted cotton and wove it into material for hammock and clothing, which they dye with beautiful colors. Natural dyes like roku, natural dyes, they use a lot of those things. A few words in our everyday language are made from the ancients. For example, butu, which is now used by the police as a fearsome club. The elders still describe a plum child as bufu too. Then we have the Maraqua and the Massacre valleys, Baira, Warako, Oga, and Kalakwa. Each name represents some meaning to these indigenous people. Pottery, the making of clay pots for cooking, utensils for water, and for decorative purposes. Jewelry, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and pendants, no longer used by our shamans, chief, warriors, and women, but are everyday objects that we use to decorate ourselves as we go along our day. Our dance, our traditional dancing have been taught in schools and are used in cultural presentations. The punta, especially, is of indigenous origin, more so than the quadrille, which is a spin-off of the European square dance and considered traditional dance. The drums still make the same drums, still have the same shacks. In conclusion, the surviving art of the indigenous people from the solar age to the Kalinago and the Garinagu nations are woven into our modern culture without much noticing among a generation preoccupied with new technology. Yet the rock art, the petroglyphs, are a part of our environment. And with the National Church, there is also a little book written by Malachi John of the then fancy adult education program called The People and the Stones, which is now the property of the Adult Education Unit. If it weren't for art, our history, culture, and tradition would be in danger of moving from the brink of loss to being completely forgotten. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robinson. I would add one piece of apparel that you missed, and that would be the coconut hats that were woven. I actually had more than one growing up, and I took great delight in looking at it go from green to dry over time. And I realize, as you've said, the younger generation doesn't even know that these are not things that just popped up, but are literally who we are and who we were. So thank you again so very much. Our final presenter in this session would be Dr. Gary Denny, and he would be speaking on the topic Modern Medicine in the Making of the Vincentian Nation, 1942 to 1979. We would have met Dr. Denny before, yesterday as our featured speaker, as well as one of the first presenters. And a gentle reminder, he is the founder and director of the program in African and African Diaspora Studies program at St. Mary's College of Maryland. He has done several publications, including One King, Two Burials, The Politics of Funerals in South Africa, and has also published numerous papers on the history of the Garifuna and a series of articles on the modern history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Do join me in welcoming Dr. Denny. You may.
Good day, everyone. My topic is modern medicine in the making of St. Vincent up to 1979, in the making of the Vincentian nation. And it's a interesting, topic to look at, given the specific moment that we're living in across the world. We are in a pandemic, and our doctors and, more broadly speaking, medical infrastructure across the entire planet has been engaged in an extraordinary fight, to protect human lives against this killer. I also want to say, though, that generally speaking, when people think of the Vincentian nation and the making of the nation, and we see that in the first presentation that we have here, that looking at the leaders up until 1979, that there is a sense within which this is often framed as a political act, that the nation, comes into existence through the actions of specific men and women who engage in statecraft, and that statecraft, in the instance of St. Vincent, results in the coming of independence and so on. I want to distinguish the notion of the state versus the nation. The state, is really the existence of a set of institutions of power within specific territories over which they exercise sovereignty. Okay, whether through the laws, through the policing, through the capacity to determine who is a citizen, who is not, etc. Hence, you belong to that particular state. The nation, on the other hand, is is that sense of identity shared by people within those boundaries, and sometimes beyond those boundaries. So it is a different kind of phenomena that I am concerned about. This idea that there does exist a kind of community where people see themselves as having a shared identity. Of course, when the nation and the state become one and the same thing, then we have the nation state. And broadly speaking, the goal of the trajectory of the Vincentian experience has been towards the creation of a nation state, where Vincentians who belong to the state also see themselves as part and parcel of the same nation, the same commune of identity, and so on. But what I want, therefore, to insist upon is the idea that this perception, this sensibility of a shared identity, it precedes the existence of the mechanisms of governance and control over those mechanisms of governance within the territory of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And it is in this respect, it seems to me, that the case of medicine really does deserve particular attention, because it represents yet another dimension, yet another arena in the struggle by Vincentian people to craft and maintain a sense of community, a sense of a shared identity. And the benefits of this idea of a shared community, a shared identity, would reflect itself in the kinds of things we would do for one another. Okay, and whether in the context of good governance, in the context of shared burdens, and so on. So it is not that a sense of community, that a shared sensibility is just a feel-good moment. It is also that it reflects itself in what we are therefore prepared to do for one another. And in this particular instance, it would seem to me that medicine is particularly important, because after all, when we are dealing with medicine, we're dealing with nothing less than life and death. And so if we're prepared to protect each other's lives because we have a sense of commitment to one another, then of course that notion of a shared identity that carries actual material benefits, it seems to me becomes all the more important, and so on. Now, so 2 points then become kind of valuable here to observe. And the first is that we did not always have a sense of a shared identity. Okay, that identity as historical phenomena, it emerges over time. And so I'm simply saying that in this instance, medicine is one of the ways in which we can examine the process through which a Vincentian identity is created. So that's the first point. It doesn't exist, in some kind of ideal, permanent kind of state. It is historical phenomena. It emerges over time. Okay. And the second point, linked to medicine, since we're saying medicine and nationality, is that medicine itself, in the context of the Vincentian experience, has not always been, I would say, supportive of the idea of a shared identity. Had not always been, directed to the welfare of all persons inhabiting the land of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So in that sense, in the same way that you can say, and I would say, that identity as a historical phenomena, that we have to examine how it emerges over time, equally we can say that medicine as a partner in the business of building the Vincentian nation is also a phenomena that emerges over time, that it didn't always exist with us. And since it's a phenomenon that emerges over time, then it means it is subject to historical inquiry. We can study it. We can ask, when did it begin? Who were the specific persons? And what were the mechanisms and processes to which this would begin to manifest itself? And so on. And so in asking these kinds of questions, base questions, one of the persons that I want to look at, it seems to me, who is, who plays a pretty outside role in all of this is the great Dr. Cyrus of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Okay. Now, so if that's a roundabout route to get to Dr. Cyrus, it is a necessary route because we have to understand historical, analysis, which allows us to place Dr. Cyrus as a nation builder, not simply in the sense of governing St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He's not doing that, but in the sense of using his medical skills to help in the creation of this sense of a Vincentian identity, where he himself, shares that identity and uses his skills to sustain lives of others, because he sees himself and all those others around him as part of that community of persons within this this Vincentian land that we occupy. Now, so I want to begin with a story that I heard from Dr. Cyrus himself. I spoke with him before the pandemic, so that's about 2018, I assume. We spoke with him at length, and Dr. Cyrus tells a story, or he has many stories to tell, but he told me a story of of a moment which would live with him until the day he dies. Those were his words. That he was asked to perform a surgery on a young woman who was about to be married. And Cyrus himself at that time in his life, was at the height of his skills and power as a surgeon. And so she comes to him for his, medical intervention in the specific ailment that she had identified. She needed surgery. Cyrus's own medical evaluation is that the surgery is, necessary, useful, but that in the conduct of the surgery, all she needed to have is a local anesthetic. But the woman was afraid. She didn't like the idea of actually seeing the surgery being performed while she is fully awake and aware, even though Dr. Cyrus said, look, you will feel no pain. It's like, I suppose it's like going to a dentist and having a tooth taken out where you are given a local anesthetic and you're good. And if the dentist does his work very well, you probably don't even know when the tooth has been removed and so on. Except the woman was afraid. And so she said she would prefer to be, to go under, to be completely knocked out as Cyrus performs the surgery. And so to do this, Cyrus had to engage the service of the anesthesiologist in St. Vincent at the time. And his job is to put the woman to sleep while Cyrus performs the surgery. And then he has to wake her up, bring her back to consciousness when the surgery is over. But bear in mind that Cyrus's own view is that you really don't need this total blackout. Local anesthesia would be sufficient. But nevertheless, informed consent is a fundamental principle of the practice of medicine. And if this is the patient's desire, and it doesn't really violate any, major, element of the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm, then, okay, Cyrus agrees that, okay, we shall go forward in the manner that you would prefer. And then we have tragedy. Cyrus performs the surgery successfully. And then the anesthesiologist could not awaken the patient. She dies. And Cyrus says he will live with this for the rest of his life. He has never forgotten it. because, in his own words, she should never have died. And Cyrus, being a pretty plain-spoken man, pretty honest scientist, he placed the blame exactly where it should lie, with the anesthesiologist. That the anesthesiologist had failed to do his job. The reasons for that perhaps is a different conversation, but Cyrus's own judgment is that the woman died on his table because his co-worker, an anesthesiologist, failed to deliver the kind of care and failed to act with the kind of ethic, failed to demonstrate commitment to the medical principles, which we demand and should demand of our doctors, and so on. Now, that is one story of failure coming from Dr. Cyrus himself. Now, I want to contrast this story from Dr. Cyrus with a story of one of his patients. And this patient is a woman who comes to Cyrus with her son. She had taken the son to several doctors, carried the son on her back. She's a poor woman. And the year is 1974. And she cannot receive the kind of medical advice that could bring relief to her child. Her child is in pain. He had cut himself on the leg, and the leg had become, he had gone to the hospital. It had been treated at the hospital, at what we called in those days the casualty. I think perhaps now we call it the emergency room. The leg had become infected. But apparently, the woman could not receive, effective medical intervention from any of the other doctors that she went to. She then took the child to Cyrus. And when Cyrus saw the child, according to the woman, his immediate response is that this child needs to be hospitalized. Mind you, she had gone to several other doctors before. None of them had intervened in that very direct way. The child was hospitalized. The child spent 5 to 7 days in hospital, was given a regime of penicillin. And what clearly had happened is that the child was suffering from some kind of, tetanus. He was in trouble. And from the perspective of the mother, Cyrus saved the life of her child. That is the kind of story where Cyrus is represented as the savior, the doctor as the savior, versus the one where Cyrus represents himself as having failed. So these two different stories, one by the doctor himself, where he speaks of a failure, and one by a patient who speaks of Dr. Cyrus as a savior. And indeed, I can tell you many more stories of many other patients who would speak of Cyrus, say, after God, it is Cyrus. Okay, so both of these stories, even though they have quite different outcomes, they do merge on a fundamental principle. That is, in the instance of Cyrus's own pain of the loss that occurred under his watch, he was deeply interested in providing care for this woman. That she didn't get the care that he thought she needed would haunt him for the rest of his life, according to Cyrus. In the instance of this woman who took her son to Cyrus, and Cyrus saved the son, what we see once more is Cyrus's care for his patients. And so that principle of care connects both stories, even though they produce different outcomes, and that the narrators are different. One, Cyrus himself, and the other, the mother, who sees Cyrus as, well, after God, dear Cyrus. Could you repeat that? How many minutes? Okay, thank you. Now, so what I want to say here is that in the history of medicine in St. Vincent, that kind of care, that kind of concern for the afflictions of the poor, of the wealthy, of men, of women, that was not always part of the Vincentian experience. In fact, if we go as far back as slavery itself, then of course the enslaved Vincentians are first and foremost, seen as producers of wealth. That's why they are working on the plantations. And to the extent that health is needed, not to the point where it interrupts the capacity of the planters to generate wealth. And the death rates of slaves were such that it was always, the death rates was greater than the number of live births. The slave populations in St. Vincent, throughout the history of St. Vincent, could not maintain themselves by means of natural reproduction, because it made more sense to bring new persons from abroad rather than to raise children and take care of those who were ill. So in that sense, the medical ethic was turned upside down. What was driving the planter class was profit, not care for the enslaved. Even after the slave trade ended, the planters would still find it enormously difficult and never succeeded in correcting that notion that they could, protect the lives of the enslaved to such a degree that they could maintain themselves by means of natural reproduction. In the work that I have been doing with my colleagues and so on, we see that after slavery, if notionally the planters were responsible for the care of their enslaved during slavery, after slavery, where we have specific laws which proclaim that the planters had specific obligations towards the enslaved in the context of their health care, we also see that that is really words rather than reality. That broadly speaking, the formerly enslaved had become responsible for taking care of themselves. And so the emergence of a public health ethic, where the government itself sees as one of its responsibilities providing health care, for Vincentian people, that really doesn't begin to come into play until the 20th century, and particularly so after, ironically, the first pandemic of 1918, what is generally called the Spanish flu. And I've told my colleagues that St. Vincent itself suffered not as harshly as other countries did within the Caribbean, but the Spanish flu did hit the Caribbean hard. Thousands of people did indeed die, and there was no medical intervention that could help. What could and did help was public health, measures such as quarantining, such as making sure that ships arriving in St. Vincent were properly monitored so that their people couldn't infect the rest of the population and so on. But what we had there in the instance of a contagion was the elites' fear for themselves of being infected by the contagion and not necessarily care for the broader population. So Cyrus entered the medical field with a mission, and that mission was to help Vincentians. And so when he left St. Vincent to study and returned in 1964, he was committed through his experience as a Vincentian living on the ground that what he wants to do is to transform the health care of the Vincentian people. And he would therefore set out to revolutionize medicine in the context of using locally made materials to develop surgical tools, which were not available in St. Vincent, to put in place a program to professionalize the nursing profession so that the nurses could exercise the kind of care, to the patients that would allow them to, to recover, to recuperate after surgery. Cyrus would meet people on the road and say, you need help. And all you need to do is come to me and I would help you. Okay. So this kind of proactive and dedicated fashion within which Cyrus went about, trying to transform healthcare in St. Vincent. This is new. And Vincentians themselves would come to respond. Vincentians themselves would begin to recognize that we have at the hospital a man whose mission is nothing less than providing care for Vincentians. And so, in that sense, that original point I began with, the idea of that sensibility that we are Vincentians, that we are connected to one another, and that with this connection comes a certain kind of responsibility, a willingness to act, to protect one another. Cyrus demonstrated that. Dr. Cyrus did. And other Vincentians recognize it. And so in that sense, it seems to me it is fair to say Dr. Cyrus was very much engaged in the construction of the idea of Vincentianism. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Dr. Denny, for that excellent presentation. We're now open the floor for any questions, both in the virtual as well as the face-to-face audience. I see Mr. Tony has his hand, and then we'll be followed by Mr. Providence.
Thank you very much. My name is Joel Tony. I am excited about the last presenter and the name of Dr. Mr. Cecil Cyrus, because I had a particular experience with him. But I want to ask two questions. One from an earlier presenter, Dr. Joyce Tony, who spoke about migration from St. Vincent, out of St. Vincent, and in particular, the organizations that Vincentians that migrated to New York developed for themselves by creating organizations such as the Cricket Club of St. Vincent, which operated in New York for many years, the Benefits and Educational Club, and others. And then I will get to Dr. Denny's question after.
Okay, Dr. Tony, if you would care to respond.
But first, let me just say that my asking these questions to bring some light to the value of the organizations that Vincentians produced for themselves in the United States and in New York in particular, such as at least two organizations that I mentioned, because the contributions of those organizations, and the first one being established almost 100 years ago, and it still is established now in New York City. And the resources sent back by Vincentians in the diaspora to to St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the building of a nation of migrants who migrated out and sent back the resources is so very important. I'd like Dr. Tony at least to speak about some of these organizations. My last count was there about 17 to 19 different organizations in New York that carried on these activities. And Dr. Denny, before I sit, I would just like very briefly to speak of Mr. Cyrus.
Mr. Tony, if we can have the questions answered in order, please. So if you can pass the mic to Dr. Tony, and we will deal with that briefly, and then we can get to the comments to Dr. Denny. Thank you.
Yes, well, part of it, I'm sure, during the last eruption that we had last year, that more Vincentians today would have realized how much those in New York, they put their whole beings into it. People met at nights to organize, and they contacted people who they thought would help. And that has been something that's been going on, as Joel said, maybe over 100 years. And so to that extent, you know, I agree with what he's saying. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Tony, very briefly, your comments to Dr. Denny, please.
Yes, and it's brief. Dr. Denny, once I was a young man, and I got into an accident with a friend of mine who was riding a motorcycle. We went to the Russell's Theater very often at nights. And in those days, we did not have the helmet laws for motorcycle riders and their passengers to wear a helmet. We collided with a bicycle rider in Villa who did not have any lights on his bicycle. And the back of the driver of the motorcycle, his name was Fred Stevens, struck my face and broke my cheekbone. We both went to the hospital, and of course I was in shock. And we had an x-ray taken of my broken cheekbone, and after the anesthesiologist looked at the cheekbone, he says, "Young Tony, there is nothing we can do for this. You have a broken cheekbone, but we can't bandage it, we can't splint it. We will have to leave it for nature to heal it." And I, being in shock, says, "Okay, I want to go home." And I went home, and the next morning, my side of my face where I had a broken cheekbone was swollen, and I had double vision. And a double vision as a school teacher in the Calico Anglican School, where I taught at the time, I couldn't work because I had double vision. After about a week or so, I went to see Mr. Cyrus, who was on vacation. And he says, "Repeat to me what the doctor told you when he looked at your x-ray." And I told him. He got on the telephone because he was on vacation at the time. And he called up a sister in the hospital, and he said, "I am sending young Tony for you to shave him up and get another x-ray. And call me when the x-ray is ready for me to come down." As I said, he was on vacation. And he went down to the hospital, did surgery by lifting up the two pieces of the cheekbones that were separated and broken. And it healed back. My double vision was corrected as soon as the two pieces got back together, and the rest of my life went on. That was the end of my life, with a broken cheekbone, with double vision, without Dr. Cyrus's intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tony. You may please pass the mic to Mr. Providence for his comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Now, I have to go back to Dr. Cyrus. Dr. Cyrus, on a mission, seemed he was. So, it would seem to me that we should ask the question, do we need now to pay attention to that area of inducing our students to recognize that they have a responsibility to see that their growth in knowledge is to enhance the well-being of their society? Because this haunts me, because when I reflect on the, Dr. Cyrus went to the grammar school. I did so too. He was my Latin teacher for a while. So I was the great Sheikhin, my music teacher. But the point I want to make here is that when one looks today behind the grammar school and the high school and see the condition of that territory there, I call it the corridor of neglect. One wonders what has become of our people who are trained in health, management, etc. Why is this persistent? I myself have been trying to draw attention to that area for about 2 years now, with little result. Thank you. With little result. Nobody is paying attention. And you have in that area also a big preschool. Why are we not doing anything about that? In addition to that, during the eruption, our unfortunate brothers and sisters from the red zone and orange zone had to be housed at those schools. And you had situation where the water from when the bait could not run out from the thing. That is sad. So I am going back to the point. Do we need to induce our scholars to feel that they have a responsibility to this society? Not only to get big marks and decorated with accolades, but to pay attention to our other brothers and sisters in the society. Thank you very much.
Do you wish that question posed to anyone in particular of the presenters? Perhaps Dr. Denny? Dr. Denny, your response?
I would need to hear the question. I have not heard the question.
Is it documented? Yeah. Yes, yeah. Dr. Denny. I was saying, well, you heard me, the reference I made to Dr. Cyrus as being on a mission. Evidently, he was, from what Brother Tony said here, he regarded himself as being on a mission to serve the people, to enhance the well-being of the people. I am saying then, do we today need to induce our scholars to feel that they have a responsibility to use their training to enhance the well-being of the society in which they're living? Because, and I drew attention, what prompted that is my reflection on what is happening at the back of the girls' high school and the grammar school, two leading secondary institutions in the land, and to see a situation where grass growing up on the properties. At one time, there was a tree about 7 feet tall on the grammar school roof. They cut the tree and left the debris there. I meant to go down and roast some breadfruit with some guys there with the wood that was on the roof. True, to draw attention to the fact that that area needs to be cleaned. So Brother Denny, I'm asking you if it's necessary now for us to use our experiences to induce our scholars to feel that they have a responsibility to the society, to use their education and training to enhance our society's well-being.
Can you repeat it? Your voice is much clearer. Well, the answer is always going to be yes to that question. I mean, but that's obviously a question of national policy, both now and into the future. And as a historian, you're not bereft of an opinion on the present and the future. But it's not a historical question. But it's a policy question, and as a policy question, presumably, I can't say anyone taking offense, that if a society exists, so that we could do collectively for one another what we can do individually as persons. I mean, that's why states exist in the first instance, that we can do collectively what we can do individually, which is to provide some crucial needs. So in that sense, and medicine is obviously a foremost kind of service that we always seek, as societies, to provide for ourselves. People do get sick, and sometimes we die, earlier than we would wish. And so medicine is one of those preeminent services through which a society, seeks to, hopefully help everyone. And so on. So the fundamental principle that we should, that whether scholars or non-scholars should act on behalf of aiding the collective, the answer is always going to be yes. And in the instance of medicine has a particular skill because its domain is obviously life and death.
Thank you, Dr. Denny. We have a question via Zoom that Cenas would read out.
Yes, this is a question for Dr. Tony from Cleve Scott. The local plantocracy and imperial policy had held for centuries that Black Vincentian could live off of nature. How does your theory of a culture of migration fits within this colonial proposition?
Yes, well, from my studies in St. Vincent, and it goes to actually other places, people are already also migrating for similar reasons. And I think migration is something that is possible. If you're not happy at home, you look abroad. And in our case, it worked out because we here in St. Vincent benefit from folks who are left, and a lot of people go to school, they do things, and then they give back to our society here. So I think migration fits into that, in that it has helped us to survive in the past, and it continues to do so today.
Okay, we have a question for Mrs. King. I'm not sure if you'll hear me. I've passed it on to the facilitator. But the question is, how do you respond to the critique that your analysis is grounded in an outdated approach to historical analysis, which is the great man theory, and ignores the role of ordinary men and women? Let me repeat. How do you respond to the critique that your analysis is grounded in an outdated approach to historical analysis, which is the great man theory? It ignored the role of ordinary women and men, and the question is for Mrs. King.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the person for that question. I think the critique would be valid if the topic were about politics generally. It was geared towards the elected political leaders of the country on the road to independence. I am glad to see that we are now in a different era, and I would like to remind my sisters that the field is still open for the first female Prime Minister of St. Vincent.
Thank you, Mrs. King, for that very spirited response. I would now take the question from the young lady at the back.
This question is for Mr. Robinson. What measures would you recommend for the identification, preservation, and celebration of Indigenous art for its continued survival in St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
Okay, there are many craft centers around, and local craftsmen are willing to take on students to carry on this tradition. They have the blind, the Society of the Blind, which is teaching basketry. It's all about the creative art. If you have an interest in art, and we have to put it to the people in charge also, to expose the talent of local artists. So if you're interested in the art, there are many outlets. The Department of Culture also have little programs going on. Okay, me personally taking it to the schools. We're taking it from the primary schools. Because the youths tend to take on this culture more faster than the elders. And from experience with dealing with craftsmen in the business, even in the market, elders do come around appreciating the art and ask some of these guys if they can come and sit with them and learn this craft, especially basketry.
Okay, if that answers your question. Yes? Somewhat. Do we have any additional please pass the mic to the other young lady in the back.
Thank you. Okay, so I didn't really have a question as much as a comment. Is this on? Okay. Based on the question that was asked by Mr. Providence to Dr. Denny. My comment really is, I fully appreciate Mr. Providence's question. And I am thinking to myself that what we have really is a sort of a cultural problem, I would call it. If you go back to that era where Dr. Cyrus practiced, we were a different kind of people, in my very humble opinion. We were more together. We looked out for one another. We thought about our own, and we wanted to give back. But today, when most of us go away and we study, we want to better ourselves, not our nation, not our fellow men. So it is more, we have become a very selfish people. We have also become a very divided people. So that we have to try, and I don't know how we are going to do it because it is in many sectors, but it's to change the mindset. For us to start looking at St. Vincent as our home and Vincentian as our brothers, so that my skill, my knowledge can help you and help us and help the generations to come. Thank you very much.
Do we have any additional comments?
I would like to speak, moderator. It's not a question, it's a comment. Go ahead. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to everyone in the conference in person. Sorry couldn't be there, transportation problems. I want to make a general comment. in relation to a lot of the presentations yesterday and today. And it's about this notion of origins. It is one that, among other intentions, and Caribbean people, we are preoccupied with this notion of origins. And this came out in Mr. Robinson's presentation. Now, we do know that the Garifuna were present in St. Vincent, and we are all aware of the Garifuna's history. But I want to make this point, that we have to appreciate, as Dr. Tony expressed in our presentation, that St. Vincent and the Grenadines is and has been a country of people moving to and fro. And when people move to and fro, cultures move, they mix, you have hybrids, we have creolization, etc., etc. So that when Mr. Robinson spoke about quadrille, I want to suggest to Mr. Robinson and others that the quadrille had become the most important piece of cultural dance to people of African descent, particularly by the immediate post-emancipation period. In fact, just a few days ago, in the History Authors of SVG meeting, we were having a good laugh of this incident where a newly freed man was at a quadrille and another man cut in on him and he challenged him to a duel, not remembering that he had stolen a sword from a police. And so the magistrate arrested him and charged him for stealing the sword. So that's the contribution I want to make, that we must appreciate that things change over time, and what should be important to us is not the origin, but what it meant to people at a particular time. Just like Carnival, what it means to us now, Carnival did not originate in St. Vincent, it did not originate in the Caribbean. Or even, for example, Guy Fawkes Night, what it means to us, lighting up graves, all of these things. Cricket, West Indies cricket, what it means to us. Thank you very much, moderator, and I wish everyone a continued good conference. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you for your comments. We have two final comments/questions. We take Ms. Batiste first, then back to the young lady in the back, and then we will wrap up.
I would like to endorse the comment that was made earlier before the last one. I have experienced the same thing. For example, at a hospital, you have doctors who are kind and helpful, but the majority give you the impression that they don't care if you die or live. It's about the salary. And I have also encountered nurses with the same thing. There are few who are very kind, helpful, and most of the others, in my opinion, is about the salary, not about helping people and seeing that you are feeling better and going the extra mile. So if you are late, like I encountered one time, the doctor left, although she's supposed to be there from 8 to 4, but it was 9:30. So I don't know what we can do about it, but we really have a problem, and it's not just at the hospital, it's in teaching, it's all over, where few persons are dedicated, the rest is just about the pay. Thank you.
I beg to differ with the gentleman who was just speaking on Zoom platform. I think fundamentally, when we are making callaloo soup, we all know how to make callaloo soup. When you make callaloo soup, it does not matter what you add in. At the end of the day, the callaloo is what is the base, and everything else helps to enhance the flavor. Jamaica, Trinidad, they will all tell you that they are melting pots. Every other culture in the world, they will tell you that they are all melting pots. But the essence of what makes them Jamaica or Trinidad or America, it remains the same. The base flavor is the same. Therefore, yes, migration is a part of who we are as a Vincentian people, but it serves to enhance, or rather, it should serve to enhance who we are as a people, the basis of what makes us who we are. Miss King, I think she would have mentioned, oh no, not Miss King, hold on, let me get the name right. Dr. Tony would have mentioned that it would have cost a little over $1,000 to get persons to New York, but the remittances that they would have sent back was over $68,000. That would have shown that they enhanced the flavor, quote unquote, the flavor of who we are as a Vincentian people. Therefore, our art, people's going away to study and coming back, the concept of who we are as a people, it should be taught our origin. We should celebrate our origin, where we came from, so as to inculcate in us that sort of national identity, national pride, duty to country, what we can do for our country and not what our country can do to us, that Dr. Cyrus has, and that we all celebrate and love about Dr. Cyrus, and not just saying that, oh, it's a melting pot, we change, it is different. So based on that, I would definitely disagree with the sentiments expressed by the gentleman over Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that comment. When we putting this conference together and we started receiving abstracts, the first challenge we had was to group these into like-minded slots. This particular session proved to be the most difficult because the areas were different. We were talking about medicine, we were talking about art, we were talking about migration, we were talking about the road to independence. And yet at the end of the day, we came up with a common thread because we have to always know where we came from, to know where we're going, to know when we get there. If not, at the end of the day, we're going to be totally lost. We're going to be repeating the mistakes of the past. We're going to be forgetting who we are. And I was challenged with some of the information that was put out. For instance, from Dr. Tony, the culture of migration, having no idea of the roots of this migratory pattern, where it originated, and it has opened our eyes to why we did it then, and to some extent why we continue to do it now. The art of the indigenous peoples, I am more than pleased to meet Mr. Robinson, because several years ago, 2009 to be precise, the university had its first summer program for children, and it went right back to that. Focus in on the art and craft that was indigenous to our country that we were losing. So Mr. Robinson will be hearing from me at some point in the future. And modern medicine in the making of the Vincentian nation. Dr. Cyrus was a household name. He treated every single member of my family with one exception, me. And as I became very familiar with the phrase, after God, Dr. Cyrus, and yes, there was that sense of nation building. We see it even from the cricket, what it meant to cricket then versus what it is now. And perhaps, Mr. Providence, that sense of who we are, where we came from, and what something meant at the time is probably why West Indies cricket is in decline. It is no longer a matter of national pride. It is, unfortunately, the rise of individualism, the self, the me, the what is in it for me. And therefore, I think at the end of the day, we are going to have quite a challenge on our hands to change the mindset. It is, I think, perhaps a little late to start at a particular level. We have to go back to the small ones and start to get them back into the thinking of what can I do for my country. But nonetheless, that being said, we must appreciate that there have been challenges when persons have returned home, all fired up, all willing to give back, and they have run into some brick walls. And there are many of us in this in this room can call the names to say they came back, they tried, and they left. Nonetheless, the point of the conference is to remind us from whence we came, the rich history, the rich heritage, and how we can then use that going forward. So thank you very much for your active, spirited, and lively participation in session 5. We would now break for lunch, and we would resume at 20 to 2, and at which time we'll have our 6th session and our wrap-up and closing ceremony. So thank you again both to our presenters, our virtual and our face-to-face audience. It has been a pleasure.
Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. I looked up the Jordan and what did I see? Coming for to carry me home. Band of angels coming after me, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. You get there before I do, coming for to carry me home. Tell all my friends I'm a coming too, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. On the upward heavenly way, coming for to carry me home. Since Jesus washed my sins away, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Oh, swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, yeah, coming for to carry me home. Oh, coming for to carry me. Oh yeah, swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home.
Previously worked as a marketing assistant at the St. Vincent site. He has a keen interest in post-independence history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and he did not say this, but he's also a PhD candidate. Welcome, Ronnie, please. Over to you.
Mrs. Dalrymple, I wish I were. Not yet, not yet. Colleagues, thank you, Mrs. Dalrymple, for the introduction, and good afternoon, colleagues in cyberspace and colleagues and friends here present. Indeed, it has been an exciting day and a half, almost two, of presentations and questioning and interrogation and etc. Interspersed with the cultural talent of our people. Our final session is a very interesting session. It speaks to the smallness of our societies, in this case St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and it speaks to the vulnerability that comes with smallness. Of course, smallness also has extraordinary advantages. And so, although today we will talk about the vulnerability in terms of geography and size of population and perhaps economy, and what that has to do with the context of the climate crisis, I'm sure we'll also look at the extraordinary consequence or benefits of smallness. And so this afternoon, our session is titled Living with Vulnerability. And we have what we anticipate will be three exciting presentations. First, Dr. Adelia Ferdinand will talk about vulnerability rooted in our history, but from the ashes we rise. Professor Richard Robertson, Jenny Barclay, and Monique Johnson will present on La Soufrière volcano and its lasting impact on the history and heritage of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And of course, Dr. Rosen Smith would present on the response and resilience following the 2021 La Soufrière eruption, land identity, environmental justice, and the indigenous people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And of course, we'll have, at the end of the panel, we will have a Q&A, and then later on, we'll bring the session to a close. Dr. Ferdinand is a senior education officer in the Ministry of Education and National Reconciliation, with responsibility for research and school safety. She has over 20 years experience in disaster management through her involvement as a member of the Cadet Force of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Dr. Ferdinand holds a PhD in disaster management and sustainable development from Northumbria University in the UK, and also a master's by research in disaster management from Coventry University in the UK. And of course, she's a proud graduate of the University of the West Indies, the best and baddest campus, Mona campus. She has been involved with the school safety agenda in SVG since October 2013, and has been involved in promoting the idea of safety, not just in schools and building the physical built spaces, but also generally, broadly speaking, when it comes to the issue of the climate change and climate crisis that we face. Our second presenter is Professor Richard Robertson. He is affectionately known as a geologist and volcanologist who has worked in the Caribbean region for over 30 years. He has a keen interest in the dissemination of scientific information to vulnerable island communities and in building capacity at the community level to cope with hazards. His paper was co-authored with Jenny Barclay of the School of Environmental Sciences, the University of East Anglia, in the UK, and Monique Johnson at UWI, the Seismic Research Center at St. Augustine campus. And they will present virtually. Our final presenter, Dr. Rosen Smith, who is here present, will she's a lecturer at the Department of Geography and Geology at the University of the West Indies, Jamaica, the Mona campus. Here we go again, the Mona campus, where she lectures in several courses, including disaster risk management. She's also a climate change adaptation and disaster risk management consultant. Her research interests include disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and sustainable livelihoods. And if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Smith quite recently published her first book, and she may tell you a little bit about that. But it's time to invite Dr. Ferdinand to make her presentation. Dr. Ferdinand, please welcome her. You have 20 minutes, and we will also indicate that when you are about 15 minutes. All right, so the floor is yours.
Pleasant good afternoon to everyone, both face-to-face and online. My presentation this afternoon is based on a combination of my PhD research, which look at mainstreaming disaster risk reduction into community development, so focusing on building community resilience, which I looked at La Soufrière and communities close to the volcano and how they cope. Also, it focused on other Windward Islands, but today my focus will be on those aspects that are related to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And it also has reports, and it also examines our current experience in terms of the La Soufrière eruption and how we are coping and moving forward. And I also share about how our vulnerability is very much influenced by our history and other factors that are grounded in our islandness. So I explore the issue of island theory. Okay, and the slides will be shared as I go through the presentation. So the focus is on island vulnerability and some of the factors that influence island vulnerability. I will explore our disaster experiences, the impact of La Soufrière, and our road to recovery and resilience. Now, island vulnerability basically looks at our island economies that are generally dominated by three key sectors: banking, agriculture, and tourism. And all these sectors we know are vulnerable. Agriculture to various weather extremes, among other things, market conditions. Banking to international financial regulations. And tourism is based on the economy of the developed world and the exposure to hazards. So in our small island economy, a small event can have a big impact because the damage adds up, right? The damage of a small event is incremental, it builds up, and it impacts us and can be very costly. In a state where we have one main airport, one general hospital, one main port, and so on, if these are affected, it means that the country is generally shut down, right? So for example, during the La Soufrière eruption, things would have been slowed down and stopped for a while because we do not have the privilege of large economies where when one part of the country is affected, take for example the United States, when one state is affected, then things can continue as normal, right? But because of our smallness and islandness, then small events are incremental and single events can have a big impact. And in some instances, they can cripple our country economy. And especially we've seen over the last few years the impact of COVID and the other cascading events and the impact they've had on us. It is, based on my research, it is generally believed that many of our vulnerabilities now are rooted in our historical experiences, and in particular, those of colonial rule. In this particular slide, which was part of my study, I used Blakey et al. Vulnerability and adapted their vulnerability module to highlight our own vulnerability. So it examines the progression of vulnerability and how these contribute to our present-day vulnerability. So for example, we have on the first diagram,
The root causes, for example, colonialism, partisan politics, trade liberalization, and I'll explore these further shortly, globalization, and of course, islandness, which I spoke about earlier. Then there are dynamic pressures, so the state of vulnerability, it progresses. There are dynamic pressures, and some are internal and some are external. And then in our own society, there are unsafe conditions based on our physical, economic, and social conditions. And of course, we know that we are exposed to many hazards, right? Based on our experiences. There are hurricanes, storms, earthquakes, floods, landslides, volcanic eruption, drought, pests and diseases, and of course, there are always new and emerging threats. And so when you combine hazards and vulnerability, then we see our exposure to risk. And if we do not address our vulnerability, then we are likely to face disasters. So it is on this basis that I examine our vulnerabilities, our recent disasters, but yet we are able to, just over a year after the eruption, to rise from the ashes on a road to recovery and resilience. Colonialism and vulnerability. So take, for example, in our discussions yesterday, we heard about wealth accumulation by the plantation owners and the exploitation of the land and people, and the fact that much of the wealth did not remain on island. And as noted by Potter, 2004, because of this, many of the islands remain more underdeveloped, and it resulted in social unrest. So that would have retarded our development at a very early stage in our existence. Hence, we are still in a way undeveloped, and we are actually referred to as developing. So colonialism basically have altered our physical landscape, our social and our cultural landscape. The indigenous people, they were forced to resort to remote and marginal lands because the best lands were owned by slave masters. We also heard yesterday of the banishing to Baliso and eventual removal of the Garifunas to other countries. Some also died from diseases, and others from fierce battles, which we also heard. Cultures evolved, yes, but a part of our culture had to do with coping and how persons in the early days cope with the experience of hazards. And so some important parts of our cultures naturally would have been lost with the removal of those indigenous persons. We had land clearance, which would have contributed to deforestation and overexploitation. And there was a focus on a single or a few crops, which we know were exposed to trade liberalization and other tariffs. And in the end, we did not benefit much from those monocropping. Then we had development of a single urban center. So there was a skewed pattern of settlement and development. And even today, most of what we do is concentrated in Kingstown. So we can see still our other tongues have not really developed. And so that is not new. That is something that has existed in our history. Traditionally, the response to hazard was to provide relief and aid, but no capacity building. And this has changed somewhat. But our people are still generally vulnerable. In our next slide, I explore how poverty is related to vulnerability. So poverty and vulnerability, they are not synonymous, but generally the poor suffers more when they are exposed to hazards. Usually, they are the ones who construct their homes in unsafe areas and below the required standards. And while not only the poor are vulnerable, and not all poor are vulnerable, there's a strong connection between poverty and vulnerability. The lack of financial power
result in construction in hazardous and flood-prone areas, in riverbed and in hill slopes, and on exposed coastal lands without proper mitigation in place. And if we look forward to the eruption, we would have seen the evidence of some of this. So many persons cannot return to their homes because their homes were in riverbeds, they were affected by lahars. So what the eruption did not damage, then the lahars would have affected them. Sometimes poor communities, they do develop their own coping mechanisms, and sometimes that coping mechanism may resist better disaster risk reduction at the community level. And in my research, this is referred to as a double bind, which you will see in the next slide. So basically, they develop their own pathway where they manage their vulnerability so that they can cope, but they do not actually reduce that vulnerability. So already, we can see some of the things that need to be addressed if we are to move on to that road of resilience. In our poverty assessment of 2007-2008, it indicated that in the Sandy Bay Census District, over 50% of the population were in poverty. Again, those are the areas that have been impacted by the eruption. So really and truly, poverty and vulnerability, there's a strong connection there. And so if we are to address and reduce our vulnerability, then we need to address things like poverty. Continuing on to land use, settlement, agriculture, and development. So land degradation, according to Potter, began with colonial plantation system when lowland forests were cleared to establish sugar plantation. Adding to that, Lewis and Kelman 2010, they emphasized that the removal of the natural vegetation for agriculture, mainly sugarcane, represented a major change in the landscape and possibly long-term environmental degradation on many islands. And we know that St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we were engaged in sugar cultivation and we were engaged in banana cultivation, right? But on different levels. So destroying the land, removing the large forests, removes some of the buffers that protects our land from weather extremes. Agriculture generally has dominated our economy. And up to a few years ago, we were still planting bananas, which was of course influenced by international trade agreements, impacted by pests and diseases and extreme weather. This affected productivity, market price, cost of production, and the lives of those who depended on them for a living. In most cases, continuing on to the next point, underdeveloped interior road and infrastructure. So as I indicated, that most of the development were concentrated in one urban center. In addition to that, it was also concentrated along the coast so that trade and so on could be facilitated by sea. And so in most cases, development was concentrated in those areas while interior areas suffered. Is that similar to what we have today? Most of our development takes place on that low-lying coastal areas while our interior still remain untouched. Our next point is on migration pattern and remittances. Now we've heard some of this in some of the discourse even today. And this is quite interesting because in my research, I would have uncovered 5 different phases of emigration. So the shift in migration patterns in the Caribbean also contributed to vulnerability, and it perhaps still does. Based on my research, the emigration patterns shifted several times and identifies at least 5 phases. Initially, it was the wealthy who left, and when there was economic hardship in the islands, and they also sent their children to get a better education than what the islands offered. We are all too familiar with this. For many years, we had 2 secondary schools, and there were limitations in who could attend those schools. Quoting from Potter, 2004, emigration to the colonial mother country was for the privileged elite class and was an option for their sons and daughters who were duly shipped off to more education in European institutions as befitting of their social station in life. So that was phase 1. In phase 2, the migration was for the poor as a livelihood opportunity, looking to greener pastures. However, this was gendered as it focused mainly on men who went to cut cane or other manual tasks in Latin America, in Latin and Central America, as well as Cuba. In phase 3, migration included British moving to the mother country to work in the British transport, health, and education sector. There was large-scale movement of persons which caused depopulation in some way. Right, so in the early 1950s, many people from the British West Indies grasped the opportunities that were being offered in the UK, mainly by British transport and health services. There were also opportunities for further education. These opportunities were taken up by persons from all classes in society. So I call this the classless migration. People left the islands in large masses, which resulted in the depopulation in some of the Leeward and Windward Islands. Migration to the UK slowed down in the 1960s, but picked up in the USA and Canada, mainly due to changes in immigration policies in the UK. These countries eventually tightened their immigration policies, which takes us to phase 4, right? This started with the US and more recently in 2012, Canada. Immigration policies today favor more skilled and educated persons from the Caribbean, which both reduces and increases policy simply because it is connected to remittances. The islands benefit economically through remittances for many islanders who are overseas. Remittances have contributed significantly to the GDP of small island developing states, as evident in the 2006 data, which shows that there's a 20% contribution to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We also saw that support from persons who would have migrated coming back to their families and friends and those who are affected by the eruption. So there are some benefits, but also there are issues in terms of families, the breakdown of families, and especially in the case where the father leaves and, you know, the children, and then sometimes the mother goes, the children are left with grandparents, and so on. So there are benefits, and there are also vulnerable elements. So we come to the point where we've highlighted our vulnerability. We will now highlight some of our disaster experiences. So we've been impacted, like I said, by many events. We had hurricanes, and we can go as far back, based on my research, as 1955, we had Janet, we had Hurricane Allen in 1980, Lenny in 1999, Ivan in 2004, Omar in 2008, Thomas in 2010, Elsa 2021, and others. We've had floods, volcanic eruption, and other issues. And over the last 2 years, next slide, 2 to 3 years, we have been dealing with the volcanic eruption. The volcano erupted at a time when the population was already under stress and shock from dealing with COVID-19, which would have affected all our sectors. We were also affected by dengue fever, which started in July 2020. And this would have also increased the demand on our health sector. The La Soufrière eruption of 2021 would have affected us significantly and would have resulted in over 23,000 persons evacuating. And while many have returned home, many remain in government-assisted transitional housing and private accommodation. The impact of the eruption would have caused damage in all sectors of our society. And while there was no direct loss, there were many livelihoods that were affected. And we note that persons in the orange and the green zone, they mainly depended on agriculture, and those are the sectors that were significantly affected by the eruption, as you would see in the next slide. The eruption also would have destroyed whatever little possession that many persons had. But for them, they would have lost all they had, and they were doubly affected. So their livelihoods were affected, and their homes were affected. So for many, their future is still uncertain. And the next slide, taken from the post-disaster needs assessment, gives an idea of the cost of the eruption, which is over 6 million. So to go forward to my closing slides, how do we rise from the ashes onto a road of resilience? There have been institutional improvements. So there have been improvements in our monitoring and other mechanisms to deal with warning, sharing knowledge to the community on eruption, and so on. However, there are some gaps in terms of addressing people's situation. And while there was no loss of life, we saw that many persons were in shelters of different kind. And we saw our people provide support in many different areas. We had over 1,700 shelter volunteers. And there were volunteers at many different areas during our response. We saw the external support for whether shelter, relief, and other items. We saw donations from individuals, families, businesses, organizations, community groups, church, locally, as well as internationally. There were persons and communities who provided house cleaning and house roof cleaning, road cleaning, cooking. They celebrated with the shelteries, their birthdays, Father's Day, Mother's Day, baby showers. There were entertainment packages. So we saw the best in our people, but we also saw the worst. And today I choose not to really focus on the worst, because I think there are opportunities to improve and to build resilience. So how do we move from vulnerability to resilience? The progression of vulnerability resulting in disasters highlight the needs for us to identify and address vulnerability, including factors such as unemployment, educational achievement, poverty, lack of resources, informal settlements, substandard housing, construction and land management issues, as well as viable employment opportunities for persons, in particular in the orange and red zones. We have invested significantly in monitoring response, recovery at the institutional level, but there's much to do to influence perception of risk, as experience is not necessarily the best teacher, as we may have recognized from 1979 to now. People tend to forget or get distracted by recent and pressing issues. So despite the high level of vulnerability and disaster hits and misses, there are many good examples of recovery and building the resilience of what may seem like doom and gloom. Disasters are detrimental, but they provide opportunities to make changes and improvement to reduce future risk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ferdinand, for that very comprehensive presentation. I'm sure we'll have a few questions for you a little later. So thank you very much. I now have the pleasure of inviting Professor Robertson to make his presentation. And this presentation is done in collaboration with his colleagues at the Seismic Unit and the University of East Anglia in the UK. Professor Robertson. Professor Robertson, your floor is yours. You have 20 minutes. Sinas, could you just indicate he's not here? Okay, Professor Robertson, if you're hearing, you're on the floor now. You have 20 minutes. Oh, he's preparing the slide. But let me, in the meantime, acknowledge the presence of our Minister of Education, the Honorable Curtis King. Thank you for visiting us on our second day.
This presentation is done in collaboration with his colleagues.
Professor Roberts, it's your turn now. You're a bit distracted by the YouTube, so it's if you're hearing, you could go ahead.
Good afternoon. I need to be able to share my screen. I don't seem able to do that, so that I could show the slides. Hi. I need to be able to share my screen. All right. Let's see. Right, are we good there? Right, okay, good afternoon, folks, and thank you for having me. It's been very interesting, and I know I have 20 minutes. I'll try to get through this in 20 minutes, and thankfully, a lot of the presenters have touched on some of the areas I've touched on. I intended to touch on, so where there's overlap, I'll kind of go very fast. The photograph there on the slide shows you nicely and tries to introduce the topic I'm talking about, which is La Soufrière volcano and its lasting impact. And it shows you, and throughout the presentation, I will show you different pictures of the volcano as it looks like now, because La Soufrière is the most recent representation of the volcanic geology that has shaped the landscapes we occupy in St. Vincent Grenadines, in fact. And so its activity, it's not surprising that its activity has had the most lasting impact on our history and heritage. And to a large extent in the presentation, we are arguing that it's been an agent and catalyst of change in the island, both impacting just not the physical hazard and the way in which we monitor it. So volcano monitoring and volcanology has been advanced because of it and because of what we learned from it. Early warning systems, disaster risk reduction, things like that. But also its influence settlement patterns and economic activity. And finally, I'd like to propose that given the ongoing and past impact of La Soufrière, that we really need to use the opportunity of the eruption and what we have now is provide an opportunity for us to develop a more significant sustainable plan for using the landscape that makes greater use of the knowledge that we have of it and engaging in a more meaningful way the communities that live on it, that have lived on it for quite some time. A lot of what we have here and looking at the challenges that St. Vincent face in terms of development have been touched on by previous speakers. The key things I'll say is the fact that the realities of our state as a small island developing state makes us increasingly vulnerable to natural hazards. We live in a multi-hazard environment given our history. Over the last 1,000 years or so, we have been impacted by windstorms, by hurricanes, by volcanic eruptions, and that itself poses a challenge to development. And we've had relatively short period of managing ourselves, so that our colonial past has had a significant impact, and that's going to be one of the things I'm going to focus on. This is just by way of introducing Soufrière itself, in case you didn't know. The volcanic geology of the island is such that we have a mountainous backbone that is flanked by steep slopes, comprised largely of loose fragmented materials from volcanic deposits, volcanic eruptions in the past. And that landscape itself, both produces a rich landscape that is attractive to settlement, attractive to development. And the picture there at the bottom of Chateaubelair and Fitzhughes, with La Soufrière and Richmond Peak in the background, is really, I mean, it tells a story about the nature of the land and both its attraction as a resource, but also its potential for creating hazards, because those same slopes that produce that rich alluvial soil that is replenished by the volcano from eruptions also is prone to landslide, is prone to flooding, so that we live with vulnerability because of the nature of the land that created our landscape, but also it makes it attractive to development. And Soufrière, as the most recent manifestation of that, certainly in our historical period, that's the volcano that has been erupted, you would expect it to have the greatest impact. Past eruptions, we've had at least 7 explosive eruptions in the last 1,000 years, and a number of effusive ones, which, the explosive ones destroy the domes, destroy the evidence of the effusive eruptions. We're not sure exactly how many, but it's caused impact on both the natural environment. You could see the picture of the damaged vegetation, as well as the built environment. The picture there on the bottom of Wallabu Plantation that never survived the 1902, the impact of the 1902 eruption. So the next couple of slides, I'm going to focus on largely some work that we've been doing, looking sort of historically in a longitudinal view, looking at all the eruptions that happened in the past during the historical period, and seeing if from the historical record we could determine and better understand what actually happened in the eruption, both in terms of the physical phenomena, how much explosions you had, as well as where the deposits went. And also we've been partnering that we're trying to see how people have coped, and if we could determine how vulnerability has been affected. And the specific study I'm speaking about here, which is captioned in the slide here, disaster aid, the whole question of the exploring role of the British colonial rule regarding the response and recovery to natural hazards. And using Soufriere, we actually worked in Montserrat too, and I'm speaking about Soufriere and St.Vincent here. Using that, I think, as an example to identify practices and norms that had a negative bearing on coping with eruptive crises and the extent to which the volcanic eruptions and how people manage them, how the colonial aid was managed, and how that by itself created vulnerabilities and amplified it. And the slide here shows the sources. We usually essentially we troll the UK archives, they classify records from the colonial office, communication between the British administrators on the island and in the UK. And looking at that and seeing what they said, but what they said about people who were not represented in the record, because these are records of landowners and of colonial authorities. You don't have a large amount of representation of the large amount of African slaves and others who were there. So you're trying to get glimpses of these mediated voices from looking at the record. And I'm going to go through some of the results of what we came up with. But before I do that, this slide here is a timeline of hazardous events in the context of other environmental challenges and socio-political changes that happen in St. Vincent. It looks at the kind of period that we were looking at, from way back from the early eruptions in the 1400s, when in fact even before that, where the record goes. And as you can see, some of the things to note from this is really how much explosive eruptions we have, obviously. You can see that. And how you move from one, say, volcanic eruption to perhaps a hurricane, and how the hurricanes interplay with the volcanic eruption. Because often in our island and in lots of other regions in the Caribbean, you have had situations where one major event has happened, and you're still recovering from that one before the next one happens. And in that context, you see it here with the hurricanes at the turn of the 19th century, and the volcanic eruptions that happened. And this nicely shows you that. Well, I mean, as the historians have shown, and I have there in the map, the Briars map, which was created in 1777, which was one of the first things the British colonial authorities did when they took over St. Vincent from the French, is that they basically divided up the land, they surveyed the land and parceled it out for sale and profit. And throughout, between the 1800 and the 2000 period, which is what we're kind of looking at, is characterized by tensions in governance between the resident settlers who bought the land and came and used it, the absentee landowners, the colonial government, and the desire by the colonial authorities to essentially settle and develop colonies which were producing crops for sale externally. And a lot of that, a lot of the response to hazards in that entire 19th century period was embedded in this hierarchical system of governance of landowners and administrators governed by the UK, and that affected how they responded to hazards. And I'd like to look at some of that as we go through. Looking first of all at the 1902 eruption. The 1902-1903 eruption, most people speak about the 1902 eruption, not realizing that eruption actually went on for at least a year in terms of explosive activity, in terms of recurrent explosions, but it was actually preceded by about a year entirely of elevated seismicity, such that the people who were living still close to the volcano, certainly people in Monrond and Wallabu, started to move in the early days of the eruptive activity, which in the climax of the eruption was the 7th of May, 1902, but they started to move from the 6th. And essentially, during the 19th century, the modus operandi from the authorities there was, if there was a hazardous event, they actually they had set up a fund which was called the Mansion House Fund, which is a central repository relief funds, which is managed by the Mayor of London, and that's where all the money went into that then was used, but this was then dispensed by the Crown to respond to the eruption. And the 1902 eruption, because of its longevity and its significant impact, is one of permanent change. As the map there on the right shows you, there was movement of people from areas around the volcano, and in some cases there was a lot of development of villages to the south, because the eruption, the initial explosions on the 6th and then on the 7th, and the damage that was caused was so significant that relief from the UK and its colonies was mobilized quite rapidly during this eruption. They created a super relief fund that was then utilized to respond. I think in the context of this eruption, though, the status quo which existed, where the landowners, especially the absentee landowners, those were the ones that were compensated and had access to the funds, but not the majority of the population. Also in 1902, a lot of the assessment of the damage and the impact of the eruption was couched in looking at the impact that it had on the farming and on property, rather than say the impact it had on people. So the estimates of death and destruction, well, say death, for example, because a lot of the people who died were not necessarily landowners, but were peasants and people who had free slaves who had been living in areas around the volcano and working. That was underestimated. The government or bilateral aid and charitable associations aid was often driven by the need to preserve existing social hierarchies and the belief in a market system being one to create economic stability. So there was a kind of a paternalistic approach to providing for the colonies. They knew what the problem was, and they provided the solution rather than looking at what really people needed. But the main thing was 1902 is the tremendous change that it wrought in terms of the permanent and change that it wrought in terms of the settlement patterns in the island and the fact that people moved south. There's been previous presentation about the impact on migration and things like that. That again drove that because a lot of what was driving the aid was the needs of, not so much the needs of the most vulnerable, but what the British government and what the UK needed in terms of colonizing power. In 1971-72, the eruption, which was an effusive eruption that began with steaming of the lake, and then a dome grew and went on for a couple of months. And I just slide through some of these responses. But by then, you had the local aid was now, the need was now being defined by local elected government. But to a large extent, response was still one where preparedness was to a large extent a co-cousin of relief. So you responded to the eruption, to the disaster, rather than had proactive measure. And if you go through the responses here from the colonial authorities, you see that there was a challenge of expend funds before something major happens. So because you had an effusive eruption where you didn't have an explosion, nothing spectacular happening, people weren't killed, there was a reluctance to mobilize funds to aid St. Vincent, despite the fact that at that time we were still a country where you were granting aid, you weren't fully independent, to respond. So that you saw that people actually started to move. On the 24th of November, there was already a preliminary evacuation period, people, and there were plans for evacuation. There was an attempt to get aid from the UK by sending a British ship to St. Vincent to help in evacuation, but then there was a lot of rigmarole about who would pay for it. As you see the communication there on the 24th, as I said, it says that you cannot act until a disaster has occurred. And then even after the evacuation, and you'd had evacuated people, and you started to evacuate people, there was still a question on the 9th of December from the Foreign Commons Office in the UK, between the UK and the foreign and the government office in St. Vincent, where they were looking at trying to press for the relaxation of the no evacuation, no payments rule, and things like that. So throughout, despite the fact that you had learned a lot from essentially they hadn't learned very much from 1902, and to a large extent, although the needs were locally defined, the imperatives was still it really was still determined. What you got was determined by what the donor wished, and the reluctance was to create a precedence for giving aid before something major happened. And throughout there was a desire on the part of the British to retain oversight of other donor agencies and to appear to look like if they were being generous and giving rather than actually doing things. So there was a lot of time wasting and debating whether a passively erupting volcano did or did not conform to some established procedure which they had in the British Colonial Office in terms of how we respond to disasters. So that was some effect. By 1979, and interestingly, I should go back and say that there was an eruption in St. Vincent between, as you all know, between 72, and that affected things. And there was a government that came in, I think it lasted 2 years, when Joshua took over from the SPLP, the PPP took over from the SPLP. And that also played out in it. I don't have time to go into that. But by 79, things happened, and I'll just go through with some of the responses. You could look at them quickly. There was some evidence that there were some lessons learned between and across institutions in terms of how aid responses, how things were managed. Aid response was still rooted in learning from what had happened in 71, 72. There was a lot more preemptive action in terms of what was needed. Fortunately, I think the volcano behavior, the fact that things ramped up very quickly, facilitated rapid decision making. So that, but still, the provision of long-term rehabilitation in wake of the crisis still remained troublesome. So that, if you notice, by the time the events ended in 79, there was a change in government in the UK, and that resulted in a shifting of attitude towards long-term support rather than immediately providing support for St. Vincent. And I dare say, I would not be surprised if one of the reasons that the UK was so willing to give us independence was partly because they didn't really want to have to manage the repercussions of dealing with the relief that would have been required from 79. So there was some change in that regard. So in terms of long-term, what we could note, and this is a sort of a long-term view, one of the key things here is that throughout, certainly in 1900, certainly the 1902 eruption and the 79 eruption, there were some what we could call index events, the ones that are put there in red, where there was some hydromet events, hurricanes, big hurricanes that happened just before and which the country was recovering from, or in the case in 79, a hurricane happened just after, I believe it was Allen, happened just after 1980, that affected the recovery effort. And so when you look at what happened with the volcano, it was mediated to some extent by what was happening in terms of hazards. And in that context also there were some Caribbean-wide initiatives on the part of the British in terms of how they dealt with aid, the West Indies Relief Commission, the Mansion House Fund. These were ways in which they responded to particular events and tried to deal with issues in terms of providing aid to St. Vincent as a result of the effects. So in summary, in a sense, what we discovered is that systematic vulnerabilities to natural hazards throughout the period that we looked at were related not only to the hazard impact, the impact of the volcano itself, but also it was related to inadequate aid responses. I spoke about the issues about trying to look good rather than actually doing what was needed, and also looking at making sure that there was actually a disaster before you respond. There was nothing about mitigation or preparedness in those days. Also, it was related to long-term chronic problems. The fact that there was weak governance structures, the old colonial structure that you had, and financial management on the island. All of that resulted in vulnerabilities that were systematically maintained and in some cases reinforced as you moved throughout the colonial period. And in terms of looking at learning from this, I think we believe that vulnerabilities can be reduced by analyzing hazards in an integrated way. The volcanoes produce a number of different hazardous events, and you need to look at them across the range of hazards that they create, as well as the other hazards. You need to look at that across hazards and to identify actions that closely match more the time scales of political decision making, because again, that was another thing. I didn't get into much into the politics of it, but really that was a factor in terms of long-term, putting in place long-term responses and reducing your vulnerability on a long-term in terms of the volcano. And also there is need to incorporate local knowledge and experience into the analysis of risks, and that will enable more effective use of aid resources ahead of future emergencies. And then we need to couple long-term, sort of looking at response immediately in the context of long-term development. So when we look at what we need to do for the volcano that erupted, side of the volcano eruption recently, we need to look at it in a long-term context. And that's all I want to say in terms of vulnerabilities. So that shows how SUFRE, throughout its activity, has, to a large extent, both in terms of how we have managed it and how we have responded to the hazard. We have dealt with some aspects of our vulnerability, but it continues to be an issue. The next set of slides, I want to look more proactively forward as we look at what the volcano has done and what opportunities this could pose. Today, I would say that if we look at what SUFRE is today, I have about a minute left. Right, good. I only have about 3 slides left, don't worry. It's still prominent in the psyche of the intentionality. That slide shows you how it is now on the right, how it is now in the past. And the changes have been wrought. It's still a source of sustenance for the farming community. It's a place of beauty and challenge for the nature lover. And it's a story of destruction and trauma, as I said, for people who have experiences. I think there are opportunities, given its ongoing and past impact on history and culture, to develop and implement a more sustainable plan for managing the landscape. La Soufrière would be a national park. I think we have a chance to reinforce that as a fact now, before the cultivation starts again in a major way and unchecked. We need to make greater use of our understanding of what the volcano is doing and engage vulnerable communities more. And 2 specific ideas I'll say, these are not new. I think we need to push this whole idea of La Soufrière as a geoheritage site, and La Soufrière also as an environmental field study site that could be used to attract things. And in the context of La Soufrière as a geoheritage site, there's been attempts to do that before. I believe in 2012, the National Trust had a proposal for it to be included in UNESCO World Heritage Site in the context of various specific categories. But in that context, I think we need to look at La Soufrière more holistically also, not just on the landscape as a physical phenomenon, but also as a place where people have developed certain kinds of heritage experiences, and both negative and positive. And I think the penultimate slide now is the fact that it's already an educational resource. Just before the eruption, there was a big thing about Volcano Awareness Week and people making annual treks to the volcano. We all do that. I think there's opportunities to push that a lot more and to utilize the landforms and the beauty that we have in a positive way. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Robertson. And we also express our thanks to your colleagues at the Seismic Unit and at the University of East Anglia in the UK. We are getting there. It's now a pleasure to invite Dr. Roseanne Smith to make a presentation, after which we'll have a conversation on the 3 presentations. Dr. Smith.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks. Pleasant good afternoon to everyone, including those in the virtual land. What's good about this presentation, especially when you're dealing with vulnerability, volcano, and so on, is that persons who present is almost as if we are in unison, because it's the research that is speaking. So you will be hearing some repetitions of certain things, and I will not prolong those, but I will deal with things that have not been mentioned, because today I'm focusing on response and resilience following the 2021 La Soufrière eruption, and I'm looking at it within the frame of land identity, environmental justice, and the indigenous people of St. Vincent. So I will ask the person to display the slides. Right, so today I will be presenting, this is the outline, revisiting the history of the indigenous people. I'm quite certain over the past day or so, you would have been hearing. So this is like a recap. But for me, I want to bring out a little about the Carib land relationship. Because even as we look at the laissez-faire and we speak about resilience and we listen to some of the things that came out in terms of permanent relocation, we must consider the Carib land relationship. Also want to speak a little bit about the legacies of European colonization as a root of environmental justice. Ideally, I would have mentioned this, Richie mentioned it also, in terms of the connection to our vulnerability. And then I was just touch briefly on the impacts of the volcanic eruption on the Caribs, and then I'm going to look at environmental justice or injustice in looking at the response to the impact. Three of the themes I want to speak about are governance and the issue of safety and well-being of the indigenous Caribs, inclusivity, relocation, and environmental justice. And I will briefly touch on transformative recovery and environmental justice, and then end with a few recommendations. I don't think my slide guy working with me. I'm past that. So let's speak a little bit about revisiting the indigenous people. And I'm quite certain we know that they were a farming people, really farm sweet potatoes and some of them fish, right? But the whole idea of that connection to land and their collective identity, which was based on communal land tenure, is of importance. Because even as we speak about the Caribs and we look at them, and you will hear a lot of things coming out from them, one of the things that they have is that strong bond, that social capital, and I don't think we can move forward without thinking about their connection to land. And I found something very interesting in the literature, and I will point that out in a little. And we have to think about the legacies of European colonization. Yes, they were defeated, they were exiled, and because of that, we have just a small percentage of our Caribs remaining in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And as have been stated, they have been marginalized, they have been declared vulnerable. I think the 2008 poverty assessment report put them in one of the most vulnerable area in St. Vincent, and also areas of high poverty. Right? So even as we think about European colonization and what it would have done to them in terms of, just stripping them of their resources, stripping them of their identity, and now they are here trying to form themselves back. And when I was growing up, and this is something that I mentioned, I am so glad that I did my PhD research in those communities, because growing up and we hear about the Caribs, we have not heard about the Caribs in a very strong light, right? And as one author put it, they were once an embarrassment associated with savagery, cannibalism, which was the description put forward by Columbus and other British. They put forward it, yet as the Vincentian public, we adopted it and we believe it, and we see the Caribs as stupid and soft, and that is something that we need to rid of ourselves of. Because when we study the history, these are the fighters, these are the persons who stood up, and these are the persons now who are still in a position where I think we have to work to bring them out. 2006 argued that the Caribs were viewed as unable to progress beyond the most menial of occupations, and hence condemned to remain at the bottom of the social pile. If we think about resilience, we have to ask ourselves, how are the Caribs today? To what extent have they moved beyond what we would have learned in terms of their history? So we have been hearing a lot about resilience, and I have two definitions here of resilience and also environmental justice. Because we speak about resilience as the ability of a system, community, or society exposed to hazards to resist, observe, accommodate, recover from the effects of the hazard in a timely and efficient manner, including through the preservation and restoration of essential basic services. Resilience speak about, not just the opposite of vulnerability, but more of a transformative process, a transformative rebuilding process, meaning that if the laissez-faire impact these persons and we are saying that we want them to be stronger so that the next hazard do not affect them in the same way, it means that we have to build them up. We have to empower them. We have to strengthen them. And so when we are thinking about what we are doing in terms of actions, we have to think about to what extent are we empowering our local Caribs to deal with the issues that they are facing. In terms of defining environmental justice, it states it's a right to a safe, healthy, productive, and sustainable environment for all. And environment here is viewed as totality and includes ecological, physical, social, political, aesthetic, and economic components. And a big part of that is the whole idea of self-actualization and personal and community empowerment. So as I speak, I would want for you to see to what extent are we achieving environmental justice, or if some of the things that we are seeing or have seen in relation to the response to laissez-faire are forms of environmental injustice. So just to touch briefly on the impacts, and I just have pictures here because we all are aware of the impacts of the volcanic eruption, but I have some pictures here because agriculture still is a very important livelihood to the Carib population. They are highly dependent. A lot of them are self-employed. So that is their livelihood, and that was destroyed. And we are speaking about people with high level of poverty and their livelihood has collapsed. How do we bring them back? Then we have persons, as would have been mentioned, living in hazard-prone areas. And even as the volcano would have caused the impact, it means that some of them are at risk to other impacts from climate change. So we cannot separate the fact that we are living in a multi-hazard environment. Then we also have the impacts in terms of, again, housing, those physical infrastructure, with persons losing their home. And we are speaking about persons who do not have peril insurance. So they cannot come back by saying, let's wait on the insurance company. They have to rely on some form of aid, right? So if we are to empower them and to bring them up, it means that we have to address their economic circumstances where they themselves can stand on their own 2 feet. Aid cannot be the way forward. And this is just, again, a picture on agriculture. So when we speak about environmental justice or injustice in terms of response, we first have to look at the disproportionate impact on the communities. And this disproportionate impact is on account of their exposure and their spatial proximity to the volcano. So they are in the red zone, and already there's a justice issue there because they are located too close to the hazard. In addition to that, there are also differences in terms of their socio-demographic and socio-economic characteristics. And these socio-economic characteristics are affecting their capacity to bounce back, to be resilient. It means that when we hear them crying out, I remember one of the things that persons were very upset about is when they enter shelters and persons were saying, so they don't know they're supposed to carry 3 days of food or 4 days of food. That is true. They know, but from where? Because if you have persons living and they are unemployed and they do not have any money, then they might know what they're supposed to do, but they cannot do it. And so we have to think about that in looking at how we deal with them. So let me touch a little bit now on governance and the issue of safety, well-being of our indigenous people. Remember, environmental justice speaks to a right to a health and safe, productive environment. We know that the all clear was given to return on the 17th of August, and it was said that residents had up until the 23rd to leave, and that is from the Searchlight newspaper. And according to our Prime Minister, scientists marked the area safe. Water and electricity were restored fully to all areas in the north except Fancy, which is the last community on the windward side of the island, and they also had access to the Georgetown police station. And I put it here that this station is 15.1 kilometers from Oria, but it would be available. We also have to think about the context because we know that transportation is not we don't have a lot of transportation in those areas. So when we say that they have access to Georgetown Police Station, we have to think about how would they get there if there's an emergency. Do we have police force within the communities, police who are living there, who we could have utilized and used that as a route before going to the Georgetown? Now, persons did return, but these are some responses that came out on persons having returned. One person wrote, last night I had to use 2 buckets of water from the neighbor's drum to bathe, and this morning I had to go to the river in rain with fear. Another said them should have cleaned the place before then send people home because it's really dirty. Clean the ash, make sure the water they in the area before them send people home. Now this is 2 different or divergent views, because we heard before that the area was safe, water was there, electricity. So why did they have to go to the river? According to the residents, the community was not yet ready to be occupied because of the lack of water, lack of electricity, the ash and damage to some homes, and the lack of health services. So we had a dilemma, and the dilemma was, which was not coming out, was the fact that we use shelters as schools, and we had to restart that process. And that is something that we need to bring into the discussion. It's not simply about just sending them back, because we are saying sending them back to where and was the place ready. I would have interviewed our lead scientists and a couple other persons in terms of gathering information here for this piece of research, which is really ongoing, so it's not completely rigorous, but it's something that came out in the discussion. When you use schools for shelter, you also have to think about the right to an education. So the students need the school, but then you also have the dilemma that persons need to move back, but the environment is not yet ready. So it brings into the conversation whether schools should be used or what other things should be put in place as shelters, as backup, if in the event that we need to move forward. That is something that we have to speak about. Now, this is something that I really do not like to touch on, but we cannot ignore the influence of bipartisan politics and environmental justice. This is something that came out in the research when I was doing my PhD and I was looking at Hurricane Thomas, and the same things were being repeated here. And it's something that even if you study other areas, other countries, it still shows up. It's dirty head. It's almost like it's cancerous, right? And one of the things that came out is the way in terms things were done in terms of who are given jobs to clean and how are the resources distributed. And it is said that the distribution of goods and services remain highly politicized, as those in authority still suffer those who should receive, right? We do not like to speak about politics because it gets into the way of, what is right, what is true, and people just think political affiliation. But at the same time, we cannot ignore that if we are to achieve resilience, we must address how we go about our distribution. Because if those who already are in a position are on the road to resilience or at a better place are getting things that are meant for the poor, it means that we are leaving the poor in a very vulnerable state, right? And they are going to remain vulnerable. There is no road to resilience if you are not helping them out. So we have to find a way in terms of resource distribution, even in terms of cleaning. Persons were saying that only persons of a certain political affiliation were given jobs, and there were some issues there, right? It might not have been, I don't know the extent because I have not gone into detail, but if it's raising its head, we have to address it, and we cannot ignore it because it's something that needs to be addressed. Braun 2011 argued that inequalities and injustices in governance perpetuate environmental injustices and fail to create the conditions that allow us to realize the right to a safe and healthy environment. And so earlier we spoke about our social capital in the past and how we are together, and we mentioned Dr. Cyrus and how he looked out for us. That is the Vinci I know before I left St. Vincent several years ago. That is the people I know, and that is what we need to bring back, even if we are to achieve our resilience. Right, another thing that came out from my research is the whole idea of permanent relocation versus return to vulnerable communities. And this was quite interesting. The PM said, as far as I am concerned, and as far as the ULP is concerned, north of the Rabaka Dry River, that's the soul of this nation, Garifuna and Kalinago and all that they represent. But don't ask me to say that we must not go back and rebuild North Windward, particularly over the Rabaka River, which is where the bulk of the damage would have taken place. Kalinago is the name that the original Amerindians refer to themselves. Many residents also wanted to return. And this brings to light a very important part of the discussion. When you're relocating, it's easy for persons to say, get them out of harm's way. But at the same time, it comes to the whole idea of place attachment and connection to land and how we go about it. The lead scientist said it is important that the government agencies and the planning people stop people from putting themselves in harm's way. They need to be very forceful in ensuring that that doesn't happen, especially going forward in St. Vincent. So here we have a situation where there's a place attachment, there is a land identity, there's a connection to land, but at the same time, this place attachment, for some of them, they are in a vulnerable situation. So here is another dilemma. Permanent location as a response to vulnerability versus place attachment and an inherent resilience exhibited through the strong social capital of the Caribs. We cannot separate them. Because when other persons look down on them and when persons view them in a certain way, their strength comes from their togetherness. And you just need to visit that area, right? And so it brings to the forefront this connection to land. And I have here a sort of trajectory in terms of the connection to land. So we have the 1700s. We know about the communal land tenure, which was associated with their agricultural practices. And we know about the Second Carib War, which was to maintain their territorial autonomy. It is their land, and they fought to it. In fact, we know that they were among the last to be colonized. Then we have the 1902 eruption, and I found this interesting. We have the 1902 volcanic eruption, and following that, you have the Borners that bought the Orange Hill Estate from Alex Porter. Well, Dr. Adrian Fraser is here, so he can correct me, but from the literature. Then 1979 Lassofre eruption, that there was a sale of the Orange Hill Estate by the Barnard family in 1985 to the Windward Properties Limited. By the 1980s, there was a political mobilization of the Caribs in opposition to the land being sold to foreigners. They pursue claims to that part of the land as part of their ancestral heritage. In other words, it's for them land, right? After a series of legal battle, the government repurchased Orange Hill Estate and created the state-owned Rabaka Farms while seeking compensation for the Caribs. And there was a lease process that the Caribs did not like. 2021 Lassofre eruption. What came to front again? Same Orange Hill Estate as a place for relocation. It's almost as if the ancestors speaking and say, give the people them the land, it's theirs, right? Because here it comes up again, and the Caribs, it was said that they were part of that discussion where they said that if they have to move, there is a place that they will want to go. So we have the Orange Hill Estate once again becoming a significant part in terms of the relocation process and in terms of that connection to land and land identity. And that is something that we cannot ignore. So in terms of, and I should mention that in terms of relocation and part of the discussion, there were different views there. We know that there was a meeting at the Sandy Bay Secondary School. Persons were saying different things in terms of this. Many felt they were not included. They were told who would be relocated, and that was done through a physical mapping process. If you're located, and we cannot ignore, if you're located in the valley at a high risk and you have to move, you have to move. But at the same time, while we may know that, it is always important to bring people in discussion, and we have to look at how we do consultation. Consultation is really not a telling process. It's also a listening process. So before you even come to a point where you have the solution, you should bring them in to feel as part of the process, right? So at the end, yes, they might have to move, but they feel as if they are part of the decision. Because here we had in one of the newspaper articles, one lady saying, I should have been part of somebody to relocate. I have been flooded over and over. And then we have the representative of the area said, yes, I think so too. Right? I think so too, but it wasn't up to me. But at the same time, it begs the question, to what extent were the Caribs themselves engaged in the conversation? Because if they were engaged, apart from the physical mapping, it means that you would have been supported by other information that will say that if one or two of these persons were not a part of the map, but they have reported ongoing hazardous situation in terms of flooding, they too have to be a part of relocation, because at the end of the day, in terms of environmental justice, it is a right to a safe environment. We also have issues with persons actually building, because some of them did not want to move because over time they have been neglected and they build themselves up. So where both houses were, we now have wall houses, wall structure, 4 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms in hazardous areas, and these are things that we have to address. We have to nip at the bud, because now we are saying about moving, and their argument was move to a 2-bedroom and leave my 4-bedroom. They cannot see the situation at hand, and hence the reason that a part of the solution must be including them early in the discussion and not at the end phase after the decision has already been made, right? So an interview with the senator for the area, live as a community member and also a senator in the area. She states, if government consults with residents often, then we'll be able to build a better community. Inclusiveness is essential to the development of the communities above the Rubaca Dry River. This is another comment from a resident. They said they didn't give us a chance to choose because I wanted to move from where I am living. They didn't give me that chance. This is the 4th time my place had been flooded out, but this time it's worst. I live in the main road, but all this stuff came from the mountains and flood my house, right? So this is not me giving a decision on whether this is true or untrue. I am saying that we need to listen to the residents, because if somebody states that they have been flooded 4 times and this have been the worst, then how come they were not a part of the group that were on the list to be relocated? So it's not enough to speak to 2 or 3 residents and say they represent the voice of the community. We must find a way to engage. I am a disaster risk management. I'm in academia, but I always say we need to bridge the gap between academia and the practice. So we do the research, you learn from the research, and you see how you can better it. Connection to place and each other is an important feature of the Caribs' resilience, who have learned to rely on each other, as often they are cut off from services, fall in a hazard because of their resources, or are neglected by national authorities. Over time, they build a bond between each other. So we must address them and incorporate them into the conversation. And I think I'm doing excellently with time, because I'm going to conclude and offer these recommendations. Environmental injustice for these communities are embedded in their social, economic, and also political factors. From a historical perspective, the justice issues are linked to the legacies of colonialism, but these have been perpetuated. So we have, with that, we have disproportionate impacts of hazards that are exacerbated by existing levels of vulnerabilities and poverty. Yes, we could blame colonialism, but what are we doing now to really bring them out of that position? Because if we do not move them, empower them, they are going to remain vulnerable. The poverty levels are going to be high, and we will ever be seeking to provide aid. And we know that the government, they may have resources, but they do not have all of the resources. So we have to find a way of dealing with it. In contemporary times, the environmental inequalities faced go beyond their spatial patterns of proximity and exposure, and are perpetuated by years of marginalization and neglect. Environmental justice analysis need to be integrated into response and recovery decisions. There's a need for prevailing governance to be more inclusive to these communities, and it requires a formal and organized approach to the issues that provide opportunities for indigenous communities to become more involved. You will notice that that is a conclusion also made by Richie, and I think I also heard Idelia also mention it, that whole idea of social inclusion rather than exclusion. And that brings me to the end of this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Smith, for that very comprehensive presentation. And now we are moving into the question and answer section. And I just want to, there are three major common themes that came out from all presentations. And Dr. Smith ended with one. The whole, there's a call coming from all three papers for a more inclusive approach to the whole question of the climate crisis and to include as much persons and institutions and organizations as we can. There's also a call in all three papers, and all three presentations, for a shift in the mindset in terms of how we approach. And I suppose this one has to do with educational awareness and so on. And that came out strongly in both, in all three presentations, more so Professor Roberts' presentation. Again, this is not unrelated, but there's also a common call in all presentations about the importance of long-term planning in order to mitigate some of the more dire consequences of climate change. And this, broadly speaking, although we are speaking about the recent eruption of the La Soufrière, Dr. Smith took us back to at least 2010, Hurricane Thomas, and then 3 years after that, the Christmas Eve trough system that surprised all of us outside of what we consider to be the usual hurricane season and so on. So those are the three themes that came out very strongly in all presentations. The inclusive approach to planning, including local knowledge on the ground, the need for a shift in the mindset, and here's where education comes in, and of course the need for long-term planning to mitigate the negative impact. So I want to open up the floor now for any questions or comments that you have for any of the panelists, and I'm sure they will try their best to respond to you as best as they're able to, given their research and their expertise. So questions? I know Dr. Scott has he did indicate that he had a question, but I'm unable to see us. I don't know if he posted it in the chat, in the Zoom chat. No? Okay, Dr. Fraser has a question. Is there a mic, Dr. Fraser?
This is not a question, but it is a comment based on what Dr. Smith said. Just a small comment. You mentioned Porter and the estate being bought by the Bernards. I think what a lot of people don't know is that all of those areas where the indigenous people lived were not owned by them. Sandy Bay became part of the land settlement estate in 1911. Fancy was bought in 1961. Most of the people living in those areas, Waterloo, Overland, and so on, the indigenous people were able to live there because there was a contract. We allow you to live there, but you provide labor to the proprietors. And in the early years after 1797, because the indigenous people were such excellent seamen, what they were doing was taking the sugar by their boats out to sea to load the ships that were off there. In fact, there are a number of petitions of people asking for land, and particularly at Waterloo, they were saying there were some lands up there, Crown lands. We would like to occupy that because we are having problems with the proprietor of Waterloo not observing the contract. They were then reminded that those lands were not Crown lands. They were lands belonging to proprietors in those areas. So the whole question of land is really a very important one. And there's really a need for a lot more information and dialogue with people from that area. After the last eruption, people were saying, why did they put them to live on those lands? And I made, in my presentation, I made the point that those were the same lands that the indigenous people fought for quite a long time. But a lot of things happened. They destroyed the vegetation by planting sugar, and a number of things happened after that, which are creating problems even today. So I just wanted to make that point about the land, because these people did not own the land, although originally it was their land, but they were renting their own land from proprietors.
Okay, thank you. You have another question?
Carrying on from what you were saying, because the Caribbean states during slavery was some of the most productive estates. I think Toroma had one of the largest sugar production during slavery. But the point I want to focus on is natural hazards in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Between the period of, say, 1838 and 1938. I want to do this to show you the impact that natural hazards have on the population. Because how it impacted the population, it made the Vincentian population growth after slavery very sluggish. I'm going to give you evidence. The first natural hazard in St. Vincent that affect the population very dramatic was the 1854 cholera pandemic. And that was a Caribbean pandemic. That put 50% of the Vincentian population at that time to rest. The population was 30,000. 1854 cholera pandemic in St. Vincent killed 15,000 Vincentians. So the century after slavery was a very hazardous century in regard to St. Vincent. So that's 15,000 gone so. What we're dealing with right now, the 1902 eruption, that's a 2000. So the 100 years after the end of slavery, natural hazards in St. Vincent killed at least 17,000 Vincentians. And that's an understatement. Because the 1902 eruption, that was the zenith. The 1902 eruption, that was a zenith because 1898, we just forget, 1898, St. Vincent witnessed one of the most terrible hurricanes. It terrorized St. Vincent. I think we have a figure about 800 Vincentians get licked down with that. Terrible. That's one of the most terrible hurricanes. That time hurricane they had on him, the Javier. The hurricane, check it out, the hurricane of 1898. And then after the hurricane of 1898, 4 years after, we are suffering. 1902, the early part of the 20th century was very hazardous worldwide. Montpellier in Martinique, Europe, 2 days. Within 2 days, in 1902, volcanism killed 32,000 people. 30,000 in Martinique and 2,000 here. To show you I just want to show you the impact on natural hazards on the demography of the wall or St. Vincent for that matter. So, because sometimes we talk about 1902 and all, but before 1902, 4 years before 1902, the volcanic eruption, St. Vincent witnessed one of the most, and I repeat again, terrible hurricane. And that had a figure about 800. So I just want to illustrate, and the consequence of all of what I'm talking here, makes St. Vincent demographic growth very, very sluggish. During the 19th century, Trinidad doubled its population. We sluggish. In 1946, St. Vincent doubled its population in 1902. Everybody have a pleasant evening.
Thank you. Okay, there's a question over there, Brother Providence. Wait for the mic, please. Speak into the mic, thanks.
Yes. Thank you. Now, considering all the issues that the historians have brought up, it would tell us that our life is, and the response now is rooted, the answers are somewhat rooted in our history. So considering that, now the French, I want to make, occupied this country here during the British dominance. Isn't that so? Therefore, I am saying that and the French also had representatives here who transferred to their homeland information. Our history. Pardon me? Information which had vital impact on our society here. Now, some decades ago, some students or a student was able to access information in France, which showed very important and interesting revelation. So I am saying, we have the evidence of the French presence here. A lot of the places, La Croix, Sanssouci, Bellevue, Belmont, are of French origin. We heard the other day about the impression of the impact of some local families whose names we know, who participated in the slave business and so on. But I am saying now, if those records were accessed nearly 20 years ago, and the information is of vital interest to us in St. Vincent, on the basis of which we can act in the future, why are we still not having those documents lodged in the archives so that our young people could access the information and plan their lives accordingly? Now, on the point of that, the funding to provide that service was given by the Europeans. Okay? Now, we are now going to be talking, I hope, very soon about reparations for slavery. Would the people not be able to say, well, we couldn't give those folks money. Look, we gave them some money for, for a historical resort. And that was done so many decades ago, and they still haven't lodged it in their national archives. That will not work in our favor. So I am asking, I want us to take a decision here now to ask the authorities to have those documents lodged in the archives within the next 48 hours so that our populace can access them and guide their way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good evening, everyone. And for those of you who don't know me, my name is Cleve Scott. I'm a professional historian specializing in St. Vincent and the Grenadines over the last 30 plus years. I want to begin by congratulating Russ Ferguson on that presentation. That's one of the points I was going to make. And just to add, Ferguson, that one of the earliest studies of hurricanes was experienced in St. Vincent in 1831 by Major William Reed, who later published the first detailed study of hurricanes. And he published that study while being stationed in the Bahamas. And in fact, that hurricane He studied what's called Reed's Hurricane, the first hurricane to get a name. But I want to zero in on two issues. One of disaster and disaster preparedness and climate change. I want to pose this question to either Professor Robinson, Dr. Ferdinand, or Dr. Smith. Now, we know that St. Vincent and the Grenadines, from the very beginning, was set up in a way to cater for the vagaries of climate change. In fact, we know the earliest legislations to create forest reserves. The reason why St. Vincent was prohibited from having very large estates or plantations, as in Jamaica, towards the end of the 18th century, was to cater for this. So my question is, one, to what extent can we say the rest of the region or the world have learned from the experience of St. Vincent and Grenadines, either in terms of how we handle or respond to natural disasters, or those hurricanes or the volcanic eruption? Okay, that's my question. Secondly, my question directly to Dr. Smith is about this notion of identity. Dr. Smith, have you taken into consideration that in the 21st century, to define a person as a Garifuna or Kalinago ignores the reality that many Vincentians are part, that if you do a DNA analysis, as many have done within recent times, you will find that you possess a trait that can be traced to either Kalinago or Garifuna. Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. So the first question has to do with lessons learned from, lessons for the rest of the region that St. Vincent could be a source. So any of our panelists? And then the second one is directly for Dr. Smith on the question of identity. Microphones, please.
I'm asking a question about what lessons have been learned for the future.
Could you just hold your question? We are just awaiting the panelists to respond to Dr. Scott's questions. Professor Robertson, any response to Dr. Scott's? Dr. Smith, go right ahead.
Okay, thanks a lot. In terms of that question, oftentimes we ask about what lessons St. Vincent learned from the world. But because we have Sidima, and what Sidima represents the Caribbean. So whatever is affected each of the Caribbean island are lessons learned that they use to inform their policies and also.
But yeah. Hi, yes. So in terms of what Dr. Scott said, I think certainly the level of
Professor Robertson, just can you just hold?
Information that's been shared with the world in terms of the 2021 eruption. It is one that will teach the world a lot. And
Prof, can you just hold a sec?
The Seismic Research Center has been recognized by the international global community for its effort in that regard already. So it's an indication that lots will be learned from that eruption. In terms of other events that we have managed, I don't think sufficient is known globally about how we have managed these hazards, these natural hazards, to say that it has learned, or the global community has learned anything about how St. Vincent managed natural hazards. But certainly within recent times, and I would conclude by saying that's why it's important, the work that you guys are doing in terms of the history. It's important for us to write our history, to make it sure that it's out there. And that's how people would both know about us, but also learn from what we have experienced. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not too sure you're hearing me, but Dr. Smith, you may continue. I'm very sorry about that.
Okay, yes. So as I was saying, in terms of, oftentimes we are learning from others, right? You will hear about lessons St. Vincent learned from the world. But in terms of Caribbean disasters and so on, we have CDIMA, which is our regional institution, and they would have been capturing all these data over the years. It is what they help to formulate policies and to inform the different countries, the different islands, in terms of what we should do and how we should go about managing. So in a way, there's a shared sort of information and data within the Caribbean. I can't speak about it on a global level, but regionally, we would have been learning from each other.
Okay, thank you. I think Dr. Ferdinand wishes to, yes.
Okay, and just to add to what was said, opportunities like these are opportunities to share with the rest of the world. I know that some years ago, maybe 2017, UWI Open Campus right here, we had a conference that dealt specifically with disaster risk reduction. And what we need to do is to document and share our experiences a lot more so that others can learn from our experiences, because what we have is very rich. And even when persons like myself and Dr. Smith and Dr. Robinson, we participate in a lot of conferences regionally and internationally. And those are also experiences where we share what we do in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and also others who would take part in these opportunities. So it's not that we are not doing it. And also just to say that I think we are not necessarily a research people here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We need to tell our stories a lot more. And so that is an opportunity waiting to be capitalized on a lot more.
Okay, thank you. I think there was a question from Dr. Scott for Dr. Smith on the question of identity. I can't recall it.
Yes, there's a question on,
are you hearing me?
Yes, there's a question on identity, and I think he speaks about each of us having some form of connection to the indigenous people. But even if that is the case, when we speak about who our indigenous people are, we have to think about how they got that label in the first place. It wasn't the whole of St. Vincent who got the label. It was only a certain group of people. So while we are speaking about identity, and we are living in a period where persons are identifying as different persons, for us in St. Vincent, who we deem as Caribs, Kalinago, Garifunas, are those persons who generally are in the northern part of St. Vincent, or I think Gregs have a group of them. If I should go around this within this room and ask persons if they are Carib, most persons will not identify as Caribs, because we don't really go down to that, DNA aspect of it.
Thank you very much. There's a question online.
Yes, good afternoon. I hope that you're hearing me. All right. Okay. Some of the questions I wanted to raise in terms of the global lessons example that I think has been addressed, but I want to look a bit more inwardly then. Given and perhaps I might move away a bit then from some of the immediate topics we discussed. Somebody said that we are multi-hazard, we live in a multi-hazard environment. And so I want to pay attention a little bit to how will we learn, I don't know if the answers are readily available, from what has happened in terms of how we do consultation regarding things like from what we learned about the quarrying on the impact of quarrying on homes and farming and how people react to that. There was some time ago when a number of students perished in the Fancy area in a vehicular accident. And I'm thinking that disaster should teach us lessons. I'm wondering what at the policymaking level and has been done, and how does that spin out into programs in other communities in St. Vincent where you don't have the same swimming skills that might be indigenous to people in the fancy area, or say in some North Leeward communities like Rosebank and Petty Bordel where you have Carib descendants. And the next question I want to talk about is, somebody just mentioned that we are not a research-oriented people. The question I want to ask about research is, what advice could there be put out in the public to assist people outside of the university environment in pursuing research? Yeah, I'll stop there, please. Yeah.
I think that empowerment is key. We need to get our people to understand that we have to write our story. We have to tell our stories. Too often, whether it's disaster or something that is happening locally, persons come in, they record our stories, they capture our information from us, and they share it. So we need to understand that we have the ability, we have the capacity here, we have the knowledge, we have the experience, we have the skill set. We just need to develop it, and we need to tell our own stories. And it doesn't have to be in a paper. It could be in art, as we heard earlier. It could be in other creative ways.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ferdinand. I see Dr. Smith.
Thank you for that response.
Dr. Smith, and then I see, I don't know if Professor Robertson has any particular response, and then I see Dr. Fraser.
When it comes to research, I want to point out not everybody is trained to conduct research. Research, you must have the skill sets, and you also must have the passion for the research. But one of the things we need to do is actually have funding available for research. Most of the work that I would have done in St. Vincent outside of my PhD research is actually using my own funding. It's not a case where we can say that there's a research fund that you can apply for. So that is something that will need to be put in place, because research takes money. Whether it's transportation, whether it's using the ODK mobile app, whether it's having field surveys, persons who conduct that, it takes money, right? The other thing I want to address is that we are not short of skills here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and that is something that I want to stress. Maybe in the past, but not in this present time. We have a lot of persons with skill sets that are trained. What might be important is for persons to recognize our own capacity, because World Bank and those international organizations, they are even moving away from sending their own consultants. They like to work with local consultants, but still we are seeing, even with our own in our own environment, it's as if we do not respect our locals. We don't think that they can do it. But if we have, and I am using this very loosely, so don't think I'm racist, but it seems like when we have the foreigners or the white people coming here to do the research, we think you are getting the best. You have to pay them more than you will have to pay a local consultant. So by virtue of that, I think we should capitalize on our local expertise, and I can name several local researchers, not only in the university setting, but persons right here in St. Vincent who are capable of doing excellent work when it comes to research.
Yeah. Yes. Some years ago, people in different communities were identifying historical spots and historical artifacts and so on. And they were actually doing research, because the whole idea was to try to target tourism around the communities. And in my presentation, I started making the point that rather than sit back and say, let us import this from Belize or from Central America, that one of the things we could do, because I also pointed out that this idea of teaching the Garifuna language in the schools, I think is problematic because the CXC does not provide any room for that. So my view was that during the vacation, teach the students and the young people the language, teach aspects of the culture which they know and which we have here, and build a tourism around these different areas. So, and in that process, let people do the research. For instance, at Oya, you have the Gunpowder magazine, and I know they have done a lot of research and work on restoring that. And there are a number of other sites. So I am saying that whereas we are talking about tourism, the land, putting up these huge hotels, there could also be a tourism that reaches the people. So you go to the beyond the Dry River area, and in each of those areas they have a story to tell. There are artifacts, there are historical things left there. Try and get the people to do, and as Dr. Smith said, there are people around who could assist in that. And this is one way of ensuring that the research goes on, and that ordinary people is involved in that research. And it is not research to be put in the library, but research which would bring meaning to the lives of those people. And there's a lot we could do about that. I'm sure the National Trust could play a very important part in this. So that's a suggestion I would make in response to that issue of teaching people to do research.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fraser. I think Minister King wants to say something, but I'm conscious that Professor Robertson is still there. I don't know if he wanted to respond, but seen us? He's okay. Go right ahead, Minister King.
I thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Those online as well as those face to face. Just a couple points. I'm going to start where Dr. Fraser left off there. Dr. Fraser, presently, there are in fact persons from Belize who are presently in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, persons of Garifuna heritage who are teaching the language even as we speak. This year they have expanded the program, and they have been coming here for a number of years. And they have expanded the program. They are now doing it at two schools, the Buckerman Secondary School and the Clare Valley Government School. Actually, I was down there yesterday, and that program is supposed to finish sometime next week. What is important there, and I'm talking about teaching the Garifuna language, that they have expanded the program to the extent that they are thinking of bringing 15 teachers next year, and the intention is to have the program run over a period of time where persons, local and persons returning from Belize and other Garifuna settlement will, for the entire day, on that side, be speaking the Garifuna language. So, I mean, the effort is being made. What I really want to comment on, though, is the whole issue of resilience in terms of the education system, because that was mentioned where I think it was Dr. Smith was speaking about schools being used as shelters. And we know that generally the idea behind using the schools as shelters had to do more so with the fact that persons look at disaster, especially in the early period, as mainly occurring seasonally with the passage of the storms and hurricanes. And hence, the schools were seen as shelters that would be in operations over a very short period of time. What we have been experiencing, well, I don't know if I could say so with great conviction, since we have not had a volcanic eruption, let us say, in the regularity that would allow for the use of these schools over a long period. Is only this recent, and of course, in 79. But certainly, what has happened, given the long period during which the schools were used this year as shelters, the issue came up as to whether or not schools should really be used as shelters, given its impact on the continuity of learning and so on. But it's an issue we have to deal with, taking into consideration a number of factors. Not least in importance is the whole idea now of when we talk about resilience and continuity, that we are not just looking at physical school. Because you're taking school now into a different level, in the sense that what we had this year, one, in terms of face-to-face, you're attempted to move the schools into other public buildings, not necessarily schools. Okay? Secondly, and very importantly, you had to resort to online mode of delivering instruction. So I'm saying we have to take all of these things into discussion, into consideration when we are discussing how we are going forward with regards to continuity of learning and building a resilient education system. And finally, there was an issue raised with regards, the point is slipping me now, with regards to the people living in the north, okay? And it had to do with relocation. Now, Doc Fraser and, of course, the historians here, they will recall, certainly from their research, that following the Second War, so to speak, at least after 1797, that, at least that is what we have been taught over the years, that the Kalinago people, the majority of which were living on the western or leeward side of the country, they were more or less relocated to the northern part of the country, which today, generally speaking, the northern part today, which we refer to as Carib country, okay? They were relocated there. And the argument over a long period of time, though, is that those lands belong to them. And it was only after the British came with their different idea of ownership and property rights and so on, that they were deprived of their lands. Okay? So that my question really has to do with the sale of large areas of lands in that particular area. So that, Doc, when Doc Fraser, when you say that the lands were sold, I think you give some time, period 61 and whatever. But who sold the lands at that time? I assume, naturally, it would have been the colonial government. And some of those lands, I believe, were not even sold, but were basically given as reward for persons' involvement in whatever pursuits that the British government were in. So my point is, Doc, to what extent can we associate, if you like, relocation in that whole area relating to some of these natural disasters, given that it would hardly appear that the people were ever relocated outside of that area following these, the passage of natural disasters.
I think Dr. Fraser wants to respond.
Yeah, no, the fact is that after the expulsion or banishment in 1797, the lands, all those lands were taken over by government. In 1805, some of them who surrendered, I can't remember the number now, were given lands at Bon Rond. Many of the others, and nobody knew how many of them remain, but they went into the interior in settlements. So all of those lands, Orange Hill going back, were owned and continue to be owned until a long time. And the point I was making is that during that period, they were only allowed to occupy those lands if they could provide labor to. So I'm dealing with an issue that started just after the people were banished from St. Vincent, and this continued for quite a long time. And in fact, one of the issues I wanted to raise in my presentation, but just didn't have the time, was the relationship between land and identity. And I was making the point that now we have moved from Carib to Garifuna. And I was making the point that during the period when what Garifuna, or the Black Caribs as they call them then, once they controlled the lands and they controlled themselves and what happened on the land, the fact that they were associating Garifuna with cannibalism didn't really matter to them, because they had an identity, they know what they were about. Once the land was taken away from these people, after 1797, they were left with an issue where the whole question of identity became a problem. And you have mentioned twins thing. And I quoted this, twins spoke about the attitude of the non-indigenous people to the indigenous people. They were seeing them almost as savages. They were telling them, why do research with those people? They're not like us. So these are issues which continued from that time. And so the land was a very important thing, and in fact, even after emancipation, it affected a number of the states. But in the case of the indigenous people, it was their land, and they ended up having to rent these lands and being without the land, which was part of their identity.
Okay,
So
thank you very much,
really the
Dr.
point I was
Fraser.
making.
I think we may have to bring this session to a close.
I would give the closing question and comment. I have to.
Go ahead, Pat.
As everyone knows, I am Patricia Batiste. I was born and raised in Sandy Bay. It is, for many, a shameful life. For me, I am not ashamed. Anywhere I travel to, I'm not afraid to say I'm a Carib, I'm a Kalinago, whatever name they want to give. But someone born in Sandy Bay and grew up and being referred to as a Carib is not an easy life. It is shameful, and there is stigma to it, and it hurts.
Pat, for the camera, could you just, sorry.
I'm sorry.
For the viewing audience.
You have to be really, really strong to identify as a Carib. You know, everybody so, oh yeah, me have some blood in me, you know. Me a descendant. But you live somewhere, and I've known of like 5 persons who were around me, and they would say, they would call them Carib. And I would say to them, listen, you're a Carib, you're an African, you're a Portuguese. Do you hear anybody call them African and Portuguese? Why are you allowing them to call you a Carib? You have a name. Yes, you are a Carib, you are a descendant, but you have a name. And how do you get my people, my Carib people, to stand up and not allow others to call them what they shouldn't. I am Patricia Batiste. Yes, I'm a Carib, but you are Ronnie Donnell. Nobody call you a nigger. They call you Ronnie. So why not call me Patricia? I have never allowed anyone to call me Carib. They must call my name. Call me by my name. If you want to know where I come from, I'm proud to tell you where I come from. And this is the stigma that have my people the way they are, shameful and sad. It is time that Vincentian start recognizing that we were here at the beginning and we will be here at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pat. Just I don't know if Professor Robertson is here still.
Adrian, I want to support your point in terms of land.
Brother Ferguson, just hold a sec. Just hold a sec. Just a question for the I think this was an earlier question I had noted. I picked this up from the discussions we had the whole of last year, and persons were wondering whether or not if the timing of the eruption of La Soufrière is linked to this season of year. I don't think this was asked, but this was a concern during the conversations last year into early this year. So now I don't know if any of the experts could in the last three, 1902, 1979, and last year, the La Soufrière erupted April, May. 1902 was, the violent eruption was around May of that year, although it had started long before that. But we saw the same thing in April 13th of 1979 and the 9th of April last year. Is there a connection between the season of the year, or this is just coincidental?
Want to respond to that?
Please do.
Yes, so the question was whether or not there was any timing frequency for the eruption, any periodicity. I mean, the only thing that we know in terms of sudden explosive eruption for the volcano is that I guess there's a broad period between when there are explosive eruptions that range for 55 for a little over 100 years. But in terms of whether or not it happens in a particular time of the year, it's less so. I think it's more coincidental, and it seems the last couple of eruptions have happened in the earlier part of the year. There's no scientific evidence that suggests that there is something in the system that causes it to happen, that it erupts at a particular time of the year. But there are, volcanic eruptions are driven by deep-seated processes which would cause it to be such that it would erupt at various intervals. But the factors that drive that are so, both uncertain and are so variable that the variance can be tens of years. And the fact that we had the 79 eruption, the 1902 eruption, and this eruption around the period early part of the year, I think it's insufficient evidence to say that that's when it would erupt. I don't think we could depend on that in the next couple of eruptions you would have them in earlier part of the year. I think we just have to prepare for the fact that certainly yes, the volcano could erupt in the future, and that generally it seems to be that it's currently in a phase of its life that its interval between eruptions could be as short as 40-something years, but it could be as long as 100 years.
Okay, thank you very much. Ras, 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds. Yes? Sorry, just wait for the mic.
The point I want to make is to rope up everything. Grand Sable, prior to, say, the 1790s, was the headquarters of the Black Caribs. I'm just making this illustration. This is making an illustration of the change in land use and land tenure. Grand Sable was the headquarters of the Black Caribs. The whole Carib estate when Ms. Butty is talking about there. That's the last set of land they take from the indigenous people in St. Vincent. During slavery, it had the most productive estate. Toroma used to produce the most sugar.
Okay. Thank you.
So Grand Sable was, and we're talking Georgetown.
Yeah.
That's why they fight, because they wanted Georgetown. Georgetown was the prime cane area, and it was controlled by the Black Caribs. That's why, so land use and land tenure is part of why they deported the Black Caribs.
Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I want to thank on your behalf the panel, Dr. Smith, Professor Robertson, and Dr. Ferdinand, and thank you very much for your questions. I now turn over, before we do that, you will now have the pleasure of seeing the video, and then I will turn over the rest of the proceedings to Mrs. Dalrymple. In the video, and then I will turn over the rest of the proceedings to Mrs. Dalrymple. Okay, thank you very much for the video. I now call on Ms. Hannah Hamilton, one of our proud graduates, to chair the closing session of this academic conference. Hannah?
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, present in front of me this afternoon and our virtual audience. I am Hannah Hamilton, a proud alumna of the University of the West Indies Open Campus, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I am also the interim president of the Alumni Association for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now, the pleasure is mine to chair the closing session this afternoon. And at this moment, I'm going to invite Mrs. Marla Nanton James, who spoke to us before. And as mentioned, she is a practicing communication specialist and a trained musician who has worked extensively in the areas of culture and the creative arts. I invite Mrs. Nanton James, our rapporteur, to provide us with a summary of the proceedings. Mrs. Nanton James.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to quickly present again today to highlight research about St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We began to look at the Indians, Portuguese, and the indigenous cultures. We learned of some internal and external conditions that helped to pave the way for indentureship here. And particularly, we saw how the coming of the Indians helped to shape the Vincentian heritage and culture that we know today. We also explored the looser Caribbean diasporas with specific emphasis on St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Trinidad and Tobago, and we were exposed to the connection between the Madeiran Portuguese labor diaspora and the looser Vincentian cultural diaspora in Trinidad. Also coming into focus were the contributions made by the Garifuna and the Garifunas and the enslaved African peoples, and the idea that their knowledge and physical labor significantly fed into the successful development of our botanic garden and, more generally, Western scientific knowledge. Then in session 5, the discourse was centered on development and history, as we looked at some of the figures that were instrumental in laying the groundwork for the political independence of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Also, the pioneering career of the first trained surgeon in Vincentian medical history was examined, with a view of how he destabilized colonial medical hierarchies, revolutionized the delivery of healthcare, and indigenized Caribbean medicine. There was also emphasis on emigration from St. Vincent to New York, reflecting the culture of migration which developed from the time of our emancipation to the coming of our political independence. One speaker presented St. Vincent and the Grenadines as a work of art, arguing that there is a strong retention of the culture of indigenous peoples reflected through art, for example, yet that indigenous culture is not readily uncovered and recognized today. And finally, in session 6, though still fresh in our minds, I will remind you that we discussed living with vulnerability, considering how the colonial past has altered the physical, social, and cultural landscapes of the Caribbean islands, thus contributing to St. Vincent's vulnerability to disasters. Then there was a review of the La Soufrière volcano and its lasting impact on the history and heritage of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, with an argument for the development and implementation of a more sustainable plan for use of this landscape, a plan that makes greater use of evolving scientific knowledge and the engagement of vulnerable communities who live on the volcano. And finally, the concepts of response and resilience were underscored in reference to the 2021 eruption of La Soufrière, and the notion that any movement towards resilience must address the issues of marginalization of the indigenous peoples, land identity, and social exclusion. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is a summary of day 2, which concludes our conversation around research on St. Vincent and the Grenadines regarding the indigeneity, immigration, and settlement by people.
James, quite a very precise summary for us this afternoon. And As she mentioned, most of the information is still fresh in our mind. Quite a lot for us to go home and think about with regards to our identity, where we came, and of course, where we wish to take ourselves. All right? And gratitude is a must. I am very sure that many people worked hard to ensure that this country conference under the theme History, Ancestry and Heritage, the Vincentian Identity and Heritage from Whence We Came, was successful. Okay? So, because of them, we are here today and we must say thanks to our presenters, to everybody who worked. All right? So, to give the vote of thanks, I am going to invite Miss Nikita Alton. Miss Nikita Alton is a current student of the University of the West Indies Open Campus as she began her Bachelor of Science in Tourism and Hospitality Management in 2020. She has always made earnest efforts to give back to the community. She is a past member of the Rotary Club 2017-2019 and currently volunteers with the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Conservation Fund. Beginning her final year in September, she served as the UWI Open Campus SVG Guild Vice Chapter Chair 2021 to 2022 and currently serves in the capacity of the Chapter Chair 2022 to 2023 and the Regional Vice President of Administration, Sites and Services 2022-2023. Nikita strongly believes that it is her mandate to further develop tourism policies and strategies in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, holistically marketing our lovely SVG as the ideal tourism destination. I invite Ms. Alton to say thanks.
Pleasant good afternoon to everyone. Thank you to the Honorable Curtis King, whom we know made a special effort to be here with us at the opening ceremony yesterday. And again, he graced us this afternoon. He was present again. So thank you, Mr. King. We would also like to thank Dr. Gary Denny for the feature address, Hidden Histories, Visible Legacies, which really describe what were to be followed in the proceedings of this conference. To the 21 presenters who responded to the call for papers, we were really treated to a rich blend of papers detailing our chronological history as well as some of the physical and social forces from the early beginnings right up to 2021. To the moderators, thank you. They're all in the back. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The planning committee, the press. We would also like to make special mention of these persons. Mr. Archer Trotman and his team, Mr. Kurt Kwashi, Mr. Pierre of Flo, and SG De Freitas, all of whom responded to our need to have the building fit for the use over these 2 days, even though we are not officially relocated. Not as yet. Mr. Jeffrey Cap Balcom of Cap Video, yes, who arranged for the live streaming of the conference in addition to providing hands-on service here with us for the past 2 days. Miss Marla Nanton Thomas, our raptor, and we will also like to thank Miss Marla, it's James. Miss Marla Nanton James. Apologies, Mrs. James, Mrs. Nanton James, right? She also was readily agreeing to source the cultural inserts, which we have enjoyed over the past 2 days. Can we all agree? Yes. All right. So thank you again, Mrs. Marla Nanton James. And of course, it would not have been possible without the artists themselves, who give permission for their work to be used. Thank you for sharing your talents with us. We appreciate each and every one of you. And last, but by no means least, thank you, our audience. Thank you, thank you, thank you, both on site here with us and those of you participating virtually. On behalf of the University of the West Indies, Open Campus, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, it's my privilege to say thank you for saying thanks to Miss Olson. And it was a beautiful conference, and I'm very sure that many persons are looking forward to share their work next year, God's will. All right. Yes, I'm putting it out there. All right. So enjoy the rest of your afternoon and have a beautiful evening.